Section 34 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie, CRAIK. Chapter 4, Part 10, Literature and Learning in the 15th Century, Universities. A few facts which are important rather as forming epochs in the chronology of our subject, and for the results by which they were followed, than in themselves, constitute the main part of the history of learning and literature in England during the 15th century. The actual contributions of this age to our national literature are smaller in amount and value than those of any preceding space of time of the same length since the Norman Conquest. The ferment of studious enthusiasm which had been excited in men's minds in the beginning of the preceding century had in a great measure spent itself before the beginning of this. According to an oration delivered before the Pope and Cardinals by Richard Fitzralph, Archbishop of Armagh, in 1357, the 30,000 students of the University of Oxford had even by that time decreased to about 6,000. The popular veneration for learning had also, from various causes, undergone a corresponding decline, and instead of the honours formerly paid by all classes to talent and scholarship, and the crowding of eager multitudes around every eminent doctor wherever he appeared, we perceive now the aspect of a general indifference, and encounter occasional instances of the votaries of science and letters begging their bread, and of their unappreciated acquirements being turned into matter of ridicule and mockery by the insolence of rank and wealth. Anthony Wood, the quaint historian of the University of Oxford, relates a story of two itinerating students of this age, who, having one day presented themselves at a baronial castle, and sought an introduction by the exhibition of their academical credentials, in which they were each described as gifted, among other accomplishments, with a poetical vein, were ordered by the baron to be suspended in a pair of buckets over a draw-well, and dipped alternately into the water until each should produce a couplet on his awkward situation. It was not till after a considerable number of duckings that the unfortunate captives finished the rhymes, while their involuntary ascents and descents during the process of concoction were heartily enjoyed by the baron and his company. It would be unfair indeed to judge of the general state of things from one or two anecdotes of this kind, although such consequences are only what might be expected when scholars took to perambulating the country as mendicants with recommendations to the charity of the benevolent by the chancellors of their universities, as we are assured was now become customary. But the circumstances of our own country, at least in this age, must have proved in no small degree depressing to all liberal pursuits. Although much of the popular effervescence had evaporated, however, the love of knowledge was still alive and active in many of the more select order of minds, prompting them to zealous exertions both in its acquisition and its diffusion. In the course of the 15th century, very nearly 40 new universities were founded in the different countries of Europe. In our own, several new colleges were added both to Oxford and Cambridge. In the former university, Lincoln College was founded in 1430 by Richard Fleming, Bishop of Lincoln, though only completed about 1475 by his successor, Thomas Rotherham. All Souls was founded in 1437 by Chicheley, Archbishop of Canterbury, with the design of providing a perpetual service of prayers and masses for the souls of all the faithful departed, and especially of those who had fallen or should fall in the French wars. And Magdalen, which soon became one of the wealthiest academical establishments in Europe, was founded by William Patten or de Waynefleet, Bishop of Winchester and Lord Chancellor of England, who began the erection of the fabric in 1458 and lived to witness its completion in 1479. Cambridge received the additions of King's College, founded in 1441 on a scale of great liberality and magnificence by Henry VI, who established about the same time the celebrated school of Eton to be a nursery for his college; of Queen's College, founded in 1446 by Henry's consort Margaret of Anjou; and of Catherine Hall, founded in 1475 by Robert Woodlark, the third provost of King's College. Extensive public buildings, which came to be known by the name of the New Schools, were also erected at Oxford in 1439 by Thomas Hoken Norton, Abbot of Osney, for the delivery of lectures in metaphysics, natural philosophy, moral philosophy, astronomy, geometry, music, arithmetic, logic, rhetoric, and grammar. The foundation of a divinity school and of a public library was laid in the same university about 1427, and although the building was often interrupted, it was at length, through the liberal donations of Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, Cardinal John Kemp, Archbishop of York, his nephew Thomas Kemp, Bishop of London, and other benefactors, completed in 1480, when it formed the most magnificent structure of which the university yet had to boast. The building of public schools was also begun at Cambridge in 1443 at the expense of the university, and finished by the aid of various contributors about 1475. More interesting, however, than these extensions of former establishments is the founding of a temple to learning in a part of the island in which no permanent abode had ever before been built for her. The first of the Scottish universities, that of St. Andrews, rose a few years after the commencement of the 15th century out of the scheme of a few men of letters in that city, who, probably on the suggestion of the bishop, Henry Wardlaw, formed themselves into an association for giving instruction in the sciences then usually taught in universities to all who chose to attend their lectures, and are supposed to have begun teaching about the year 1410. Their names, as recorded by the father of Scottish history, and eminently worthy to be preserved, were Lawrence Lindores, who undertook to explain the fourth book of the Master of the Sentences; Richard Cornell, Archdeacon of Lothian; John Lister, Canon of St. Andrews; John Cheves, official of St. Andrews; and William Stephen, who lectured on the civil and canon laws; and John Gill, William Fowler, and William Crozier, who taught logic and philosophy. The institution, with this apparatus of professors, was already, in everything but in form, a university, and such it is styled in the charter, or grant of privileges, which Wardlaw hastened to bestow upon it. In that instrument, which is dated the 27th of February, 1411, the bishop speaks of the university as having been already actually instituted and founded by himself, saving the authority of the apostolic see, and laudably begun by those to whom he addresses himself, the venerable doctors, masters, bachelors, and scholars dwelling in his city of St. Andrews. He now proceeded more formally to endow the new seminary, in so far as his jurisdiction extended, with all the rights and liberties of a university. 2 years afterwards, bulls of confirmation, etc., in the usual terms, were obtained from Benedict XIII., the one of the three contending popes who was acknowledged by the kingdom of Scotland. Benedict's bulls are 6 in number, all dated the same day, the 25th of August, 1413, at Paniscola in Aragon, where that pope kept his court. They profess to be granted at the request of the Scottish king, though James I was then a prisoner in England, and of the bishop, prior, and chapter of St. Andrews, whose project of establishing a university, or studium generale, in that city is expressly stated to have been formed with the council, consent, and common participation of the 3 estates of the realm of Scotland. The bishop and his associates, it is declared, had been stirred up to the undertaking by the consideration of the many dangers and inconveniences to which the clergy of that kingdom, who desired to be instructed in theology, the canon and civil laws, medicine, and the liberal arts, were exposed from wars and other impediments in their journeys to foreign studia generalia. In consequence of there being no such institution to which they might resort in their own country, the several papal bulls were brought to St. Andrews by Henry de Ogleby, M.A., on the 3rd of February, 1414, when they were received with processions and ringing of bells and every demonstration of public joy. When King James returned 10 years after this from England, he found the new seminary already firmly established and still flourishing under the protection of its founder, Wardlaw, who had also been the instructor of his own boyhood. James granted it a charter confirming all its privileges and immunities, dated at Perth the 31st of March, 1432. And if we may believe the historian Hector Besius, it flourished so greatly under his patronage that it soon came to have among its teachers no fewer than 13 doctors of divinity and 8 doctors of laws, as well as a prodigious multitude of students. The good and enlightened Bishop Wardlaw presided over the see of St. Andrews till the year 1444, when the university found in James Kennedy a worthy successor to his virtues and public spirit, as well as to his place. As yet the institution was little more than an incorporated association, without any permanent endowments, and with scarcely any buildings except a few public lecturing rooms. It was a university, therefore, but as yet without a college. Its first college, that of St. Salvator, was built and endowed by Kennedy, whose original foundation charter was confirmed in a bull no longer extant by Pope Nicholas V, who died in 1455. A second charter was granted by Kennedy at his castle of St. Andrews on the 4th of April, 1458, and confirmed by Pope Pius II in a bull dated at Rome the 13th of September in the same year. In this the whole scheme of the establishment is minutely detailed, and a complete body of rules laid down for its government. One of the bishop's ordinances is curiously illustrative of the easy morality of the time. Having given some solemn directions as to the hours at which masses were to be said in all time coming by the members of the college, who were all to be clergymen, he proceeds to enjoin that all the members of the said college should live decently, as become ecclesiastics, so as not, it is added, to keep concubines publicly, nor to be common night walkers, or robbers, or habitually guilty of other notorious crimes. And if any of them is so, which it is earnestly hoped may not be the case, let him be corrected by his superior. If he prove incorrigible, let him be deprived and another put in his place. By another bull, dated the 25th of February, 1468, Pope Paul II granted to the principal and masters of the College of St. Salvator the right of bestowing degrees in theology and the arts, in consideration, as it is expressed, of its high and well-known reputation among the other colleges of the realm of Scotland. The other colleges here spoken of could be nothing more than grammar schools, but the passage proves, what indeed is well established by other evidence, that such schools already existed in many of the monasteries and principal towns. It was at these that the Scottish youth were prepared for their attendance upon foreign universities. Another of the Scottish universities, that of Glasgow, was also founded within this same century. The bull of foundation was granted at the request of James II in 1450 by Nicholas V, who was distinguished by his talents and erudition, and particularly by his munificent patronage of Grecian literature. Other royal and episcopal charters were subsequently granted by King James II, 20th April 1453, by Bishop Turnbull, 1st December 1453, by Bishop Muirhead, 1st July 1461, and by King James III, 10th December 1472. But in none of the papal, royal, or episcopal letters of privilege of a date prior to the Reformation, observes the writer of the able and elaborate account of the University of Glasgow, appended to the general report of the late Commission of Inquiry into the state of the universities of Scotland, is there any distinct trace of the constitution of the university, and it can scarcely be said that any of these documents refer to the existence of a college or to the possession of any property. It does not appear that it was the intention of the founder of the university that the members should live collegialiter, maintained at a public table, and resident within the walls of a separate building. Universities might be established, and some still exist on the continent, without having even classrooms for the students. The University of Paris subsisted in great efficiency from the age of Charlemagne to the middle of the 13th century, a period of nearly 500 years, without having any schools or places of auditory, except such as were hired in the houses of individuals. During the first 20 years after the foundation of the University of St. Andrews, great inconvenience was suffered not merely from the want of such rooms, but from the multiplicity of schools in the different religious houses, all of them claiming to be considered as constituent parts of the university, and even after a pedagogium was founded in 1430 for the schools and halls of the Faculty of Arts, and for chambers to be used by the students in that faculty, the studies of the faculties of theology and law were conducted in other buildings, and the congregations of the university continued for at least 130 years to be held in the Augustinian Priory. A piece of ground, however, with the buildings upon it in the High Street of the city, was granted to the University of Glasgow by James, the first Lord Hamilton, in 1460, being the site on which the college stands at the present day. Revival of letters, invention of printing. Dark and unproductive as was the greater part of the 15th century in England and France, the revival of letters in the Western world dates from this age. For a considerable time before the capture of Constantinople by the Turks in 1453, the course of political events in the Eastern Empire had led to a more frequent intercourse than heretofore between its subjects and their fellow Christians of the West, and had not only drawn some of the most distinguished ornaments of the Byzantine court, including 3 of the emperors themselves, to visit the Latin kingdoms, but had induced several learned Greeks to come over and settle in Italy. In their lowest servitude and depression, as Gibbon has said in one of his well-poised sentences, the subjects of the Byzantine throne were still possessed of a golden key that could unlock the treasures of antiquity, of a musical and prolific language that gives a soul to the objects of sense and a body to the abstractions of philosophy. It cannot perhaps be said that the knowledge of the Greek tongue was ever entirely lost in Western Europe. There were probably in every age a few scholars who had more than a merely elementary acquaintance with it. It is certain, however, that it was not a common study even among the most learned. The most eminent universities, such as Bologna, Paris, and Oxford, were without any regular professor of Greek. Even the few who did read the language seem to have read only the writings in it on science and philosophy. Wharton has shown that both the Iliad and the Odyssey were apparently wholly unknown, or at least not understood in Europe, from the 4th to the 14th century. The renewed intercourse that has been mentioned between the East and the West, beginning in the early part of the latter century, rapidly effected a great revolution in this respect. Petrarch, about the year 1340, began the study of the language of Homer under the instructions of the learned Barlaam, who had come to Italy as ambassador from Andronicus the Younger. And although the separation of the two friends soon after stopped the Tuscan at the threshold of the new literature, his friend Boccaccio, 20 years later, was more fortunate in obtaining the assistance of Leontius Pilatus, a disciple of Barlaam, and under his guidance penetrated to its inner glories. At a still later date, the destruction of their ancient empire drove a crowd of illustrious Greek exiles to Italy. The Cardinal Bessarion, Theodore Gaza, George of Trebizond, John Argyropoulos, Demetrius Chalcondylis, Janus Lascaris, and others, some of whom taught their native language in the universities and chief towns of that country, while the rest, by their translations, by their writings, and their converse with the public mind, in various ways assisted in diffusing a taste for it and a knowledge of it even beyond the Alps. Nor, as Gibbon has remarked, was the ardor of the Latins in receiving and treasuring up this new knowledge inferior to that of their Greek guests in imparting it. The merits of Pope Nicholas V in the patronage of Greek literature have been already noticed. During the 8 years that he wore the tiara, from 1447 to 1455, this active and liberal head of the Christian Church added 5,000 volumes to the library of the Vatican. Many of these were Greek books or translations of them into Latin. To his munificence, continues the great historian, the Latin world was indebted for the versions of Xenophon, Diodorus, Polybius, Thucydides, Herodotus, and Appian, of Strabo's geography, of the Iliad, of the most valuable works of Plato and Aristotle, of Ptolemy and Theophrastus, and of the fathers of the Greek Church. The example of the Roman pontiff was preceded or imitated by a Florentine merchant, who governed the republic without arms and without a title. Cosmo of Medicis was the father of a line of princes whose name and age are almost synonymous with the restoration of learning. His credit was ennobled into fame. His riches were dedicated to the service of mankind. He corresponded at once with Cairo and London, and a cargo of Indian spices and Greek books was often imported in the same vessel. In his palace, distress was entitled to relief and merit to reward. His leisure hours were delightfully spent in the Platonic Academy. He encouraged the emulation of Demetrius Chalcondyles and Angelo Politian, and his active missionary, Janus Lascaris, returned from the East with a treasure of 200 manuscripts, 80 of which were as yet unknown in the libraries of Europe. Gibbon adds that, after a short succession of foreign teachers, the tide of emigration subsided, but the language of Constantinople was spread beyond the Alps, and the natives of France, Germany, and England imparted to their country the sacred fire which they had kindled in the schools of Florence and Rome. Although, however, it has been necessary for the sake of chronological distinctness to notice the revival of learning in Europe in this place, the light of that great day spring scarcely reached our own country within the period with which we are now occupied. The Greek language did not begin to be taught at Oxford till towards the very close of the 15th century. The case was different with regard to the other most memorable incident in the history of literature, which illustrates the age of which we are now treating. The three towns of Haarlem in Holland and of Mayence and Strasbourg in Germany contend for the honor of having given birth shortly before the middle of this century to the art of printing. The claim of Haarlem rests upon a tradition that one of its citizens, Lawrence or Laurent Jansoen Coster, had, without assistance or communication with any other individual, not only invented the art, but brought it to perfection through the successive stages of wooden types, types of cut metal, and types cast in the modern fashion, before the year 1441, in which year one of his servants, named John, whom some suppose to have been John Faust, made his escape to Mayence, carrying with him both the secret and a quantity of Coster's types and implements, with which he began to print in the last mentioned city in the following year. Among those who reject this story, there is little disagreement as to the persons to whom several parts of the invention are to be attributed. The principal dispute is whether the art was first practised at Mayence or at Strasbourg. The supporters of the pretensions of Coster of Haarlem, we have said, assert his claims to the invention both of the art of printing and of the art of type founding. These are properly to be considered as two perfectly distinct inventions, and though coming the one in aid of the other, the latter was nearly as great an improvement upon the former as the notion of printing with movable types was upon the process long previously practised in China of producing impressions from blocks of wood and other materials. The principle of the one consisted in making the same type available in the production of many different words and pages. The principle of the other consisted in making one cutting serve for the production of many copies of the same type. They proceeded, in fact, in opposite directions. The object of the former was attained by the contrivance of separate types, by the breaking down of the one block into many pieces. The latter was suggested by viewing the different types of each letter as essentially the same, that is to say, by bringing together, as it were, the many into one. The Germans agree in venerating three names as those of the fathers of the whole art of printing: John Gutenberg or Gutenberger, Peter Schoeffer, otherwise called Opilio, and John Faust. The share which Faust had in the matter is involved in some obscurity. According to one account, he merely interested himself warmly in the invention, and being wealthy assisted Gutenberg, who was poor, with the means of carrying on his operations. It is admitted that the grand fundamental conception of printing with separate or movable types is due to Gutenberg alone, and to Schoeffer is attributed with equal unanimity the invention of casting types of metal by means of a matrix. For this happy improvement, without which indeed printing with movable types would have been checked in its natural development, like an animal or a plant left without adequate nourishment, Schoeffer, who was at the time in the service of Gutenberg and Faust, is said to have received from the latter his only daughter in marriage. The first servants of this high mystery, however, were not of the class of ordinary workmen. The fabrication of books, which even in its most mechanical forms had hitherto always been an employment of an intellectual nature, was not now committed to persons without any literary education. Schoeffer had studied in his youth at the University of Paris, and his scholarly acquirements had no doubt in the first instance recommended him to Gutenberg as a fit assistant in his scholarly craft. Printing in England. Caxton. The art of printing had been practised nearly 30 years in Germany before it was introduced either into England or France. With so tardy a pace did knowledge travel to and fro over the earth in those days, or so unfavourable was the state of these countries for the reception of even the greatest improvements in the arts. At length a citizen of London secured a conspicuous place to his name forever in the annals of our national literature by being, so far as is known, the first of his countrymen that learned the new art, and certainly the first who either practised it in England or in printing an English book. William Caxton was born, as he tells us himself, in the Weald of Kent, it is supposed about the year 1412. 30 years after this date his name was found among the members of the Mercers' Company in London. Later in life he appears to have repeatedly visited the Low Countries, at first probably on business of his own, but afterwards in a sort of public capacity, having in 1464 been commissioned, along with another person, apparently also a merchant, by Edward IV to negotiate a commercial treaty with the Duke of Burgundy. He was afterwards taken into the household of Margaret, Duchess of Burgundy. It was probably while resident abroad in the Low Countries or in Germany that he commenced practising the art of printing. He is commonly supposed to have completed, before the end of the year 1471, impressions of Raoul Lefebvre's Recueil des Histoires de Troyes in folio, and of the Latin oration of John Russell on Charles Duke of Burgundy being created a Knight of the Garter in quarto, and of an English translation by himself of Lefebvre's above-mentioned history in folio, which said translation and work, says the title, was begun in Bruges in 1468 and ended in the holy city of Cologne 19 September 1471. But these words undoubtedly refer only to the translation, and sufficient reasons have lately been advanced by Mr. Knight for entertaining the strongest doubts of any one of the above-mentioned books having been printed by Caxton. The earliest work now known, which we have sufficient grounds for believing to have been printed by Caxton, is another English translation by himself from the French of a moral treatise entitled The Game and Play of the Chess, a folio volume, which is stated to have been finished the last day of March 1474. It is generally supposed that this work was printed in England, and the year 1474 accordingly is assumed to have been that of the introduction of the art into this country. It is certainly known that Caxton was resident in England in 1477, and had set up his press in the Almonry near Westminster Abbey, where he printed that year in folio the dicts and notable wise sayings of the philosophers, translated from the French by Anthony Woodville, Earl Rivers. From this time Caxton continued both to print and translate with indefatigable industry for about a dozen years, his last publication with the date having been produced in 1490, and his death having probably taken place in 1491 or 1492. Before he died he saw the admirable art which he had introduced into his native country already firmly established there, and the practice of it extensively diffused. Theodore Rood, John Latau, William Macolina, and Wynkyn de Worde, foreigners, and Thomas Hunt, an Englishman, all printed in London both before and after Caxton's death. It is probable that the foreigners had been his assistants and were brought into the country by him. A press was also set up at St. Albans by a schoolmaster of that place, whose name has not been preserved, and books began to be printed at Oxford so early as the year 1478. It would even appear that before the end of this period some exportation of the productions of the English press had commenced, at the end of a Latin translation of the Epistles of Phalaris, printed at Oxford in 1485, as a Latin couplet boasting that the English, who had been wont to be indebted for books to the Venetians, now sold books themselves to other nations. An enumeration of the principal works printed by Caxton will present the best view that can be given of the popular literature of the time, for of course he employed his press in the multiplication, and his pen in the translation of the kind of books most in request among the reading portion of his countrymen. The predominant spirit of the age was still a mixture of devotion and romance. The clergy and the nobility were also at once the best educated and the wealthiest classes. Accordingly, the religious books and the romances formed the two largest divisions in the list. The former comprises The Pilgrimage of the Soul, from the French, Liber Festivalis, or directions for keeping feasts all the year; Quartuor Sermones, or 4 sermons, in English; The Golden Legend, a collection of lives of the saints, 3 editions; The art and craft to know well to die, from the French. Infantia Salvatoris, the infancy of our Saviour. The life of Saint Catherine of Sens. Speculum Vitae Christi, or mirror of the blessed life of Jesu Christ. Directorium Sacerdotum, a directory of church worship. A book of divers ghostly matters. The life of Saint Winifred. The provincial constitution of the Bishop of Linwood, of Saint Asaph in Latin. The profitable book of man's soul, called the chastening of God's children, and one or two others. Several of these, such as the lives of the saints, might come almost equally under the title of books of romance. The works more properly relating to romance and chivalry, however, are the following: the history of Troy, already mentioned, which Caxton at least translated, if he did not print it; the book of the whole life of Jason, Godfrey of Boulogne; the Knight of the Tower, from the French; the book of the order of chivalry or knighthood, from the French; the book royal, or the book for a king; a book of the noble histories of King Arthur and of certain of his knights; the history of the noble, right valiant, and right worthy knight Paris, and of the fair Vienne; the book of feats of arms and of chivalry, from the French, of Christina of Pisa; and the history of King Blanchardine and Queen Eglantine his wife. To these may be added the history of Renard the Fox, translated by Caxton from the German, and the subtle histories and fables of Aesop from the French. In English poetry there are the following works of Chaucer, Gower, and Lydgate. Of the first, the Tales of Canterbury, 2 editions; the Book of Fame, Troilus and Cressida, and some minor poems. Of the second, the Confessio Amantis, that is to say, in English, the Confession of the Lover. Of the third, the work or court of Sapience, the Life of Our Lady, and some minor poems along with those of Chaucer. And here we may take note of the honourable conscientiousness of our first English printer, so worthy of his high vocation as the leader in the great enterprise of giving at once universal diffusion and an imperishable existence to the literature of his country. The manuscript from which he had printed his first edition of the Canterbury Tales happened, unluckily, to quote Tyrwhitt's description, to be one of the very worst in all respects that he could possibly have met with. This he himself, as he tells us in the preface to his second edition, discovered some time afterwards, whereupon he did not rest till he had produced this second edition from another much more correct manuscript, for to satisfy the auctor, as he expresses it, whereas tofore by ignorance I erred in hurting and defaming his book in divers places, and setting in some things that he never said nor made, and leaving out many things that he made which had been requisite to be said in it. None of the ancient Latin classes were printed in England during the 15th century, but the list of the productions of Caxton's press contains English translations of Cicero's treatises on old age and on friendship, of Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy by Chaucer, of the Sayings of the Philosophers, of Virgil's Aeneid from the French, and of the works called Cato Magnus and Cato Parvus, also from the French. This was by no means a contemptible beginning of the work of transfusing the wisdom and poetry of antiquity into the mother tongue. Provision was also made for the readers of history, though not so plentifully as for those of romance. The list contains the following historical and topographical works: the Chronicles of England, the Description of Britain, the Polychronicon, the Life of Charles the Great, twice printed, and the Siege of the noble and invincible city of Rhodes. Caxton also printed the statutes of the first year of Richard III, and those of the first, second, and third parliaments of Henry VII. Among a few other publications of a miscellaneous description, the following may be mentioned as relating to morals and the conduct of life: the game of chess already noticed, the moral proverbs of Christina of Pisa, the book of good manners, the doctrinal of Sapience from the French, and a book for travellers. On the whole, the first books that were printed in England were, for the most part, we see, books for the general reader. None of them were works of recondite learning or science, or adapted to the tastes and studies only of particular classes. If they were not all equally edifying, they were all, as much as possible, addressed to the great body of the reading public, the only audience that was then sufficiently numerous to call into profitable exercise the multiplying powers of the press. Books and libraries. It follows that it was only books of a certain description, the price of which was at first reduced by the new invention. For a considerable time after the art of printing came into use, we find the price of many books still as excessive as ever, and the same anxious precautions taken for their security that had been usual when the only mode of multiplying a volume was by its repeated transcription. In 1471, for example, when Louis XI of France wished to borrow from the Faculty of Medicine at Paris a copy of the works of the Arabian physician Rhasis, that he might have a transcript made for his own library, the faculty, in a formal letter, took credit for extraordinary loyalty in assenting to the application, and after all would not let the king have the book until he had not only deposited in pledge for it a considerable quantity of valuable plate, but procured a nobleman to join with him as surety in a deed by which he bound himself to return it uninjured under a considerable forfeiture. On a manuscript of Matthew Paris, now in the British Museum, there is an inscription in Latin dated 1st June, 1488, in the handwriting and with the signature of John Russell, then Bishop of Lincoln, in which whosoever shall obliterate or destroy the bishop's memorandum respecting the ownership of the volume is solemnly declared to be accursed. At this time by far the greater number of books were still unprinted, and every considerable library consisted chiefly of manuscripts, just as it did before the invention of the art of printing. Wharton has collected the following facts respecting the libraries of the 15th century, and the inconveniences and impediments to study which must have been produced by the scarcity of books. The famous library established in the University of Oxford by that munificent patron of literature, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, contained only 600 volumes. It was opened in the year 1480. About the commencement of the 14th century, there were only 4 classics in the Royal Library at Paris. These were 1 copy of Cicero, Ovid, Lucan, and Boethius. The rest were chiefly books of devotion, which included but few of the Fathers, many treatises of astrology, geomancy, chiromancy, and medicine, originally written in Arabic and translated into Latin or French, Pandects, Chronicles, and romances. The whole consisted of 900 volumes. They were deposited in 3 chambers in the Louvre, which on this occasion were wainscoted with Irish oak and sealed with cypress, curiously carved. The windows were of painted glass, fenced with iron bars and copper wire. The English became masters of Paris in the year 1425, on which event the Duke of Bedford, regent of France, sent this whole library, then consisting of only 853 volumes, and valued at 2,223 livres, into England, where perhaps they became the groundwork of Duke Humphrey's library just mentioned. In another place the same writer furnishes the following additional information respecting Duke Humphrey and his munificence as a book collector. About the year 1440 he gave to the University of Oxford a library containing 600 volumes, only 120 of which were valued at £1,000. They were the most splendid and costly copies that could be procured, finely written on vellum and elegantly embellished with miniatures and illuminations. Among the rest was a translation into French of Ovid's Metamorphoses. Only a single specimen of these valuable volumes was suffered to remain. It is a beautiful manuscript in folio of Valerius Maximus, enriched with the most elegant decorations and written in Duke Humphrey's age, evidently with a design of being placed in this sumptuous collection. All the rest of the books, which, like this, being highly ornamented, looked like missals, and conveyed ideas of popish superstition, were destroyed or removed by the pious visitors of the university in the reign of Edward VI, whose zeal was equalled only by their ignorance, or perhaps by their avarice. Several of the volumes of Duke Humphrey's library, however, still remain in various collections. In the library of Oriel College, Oxford, is a copy of John Capgrave's Commentary on Genesis, in the author's handwriting, preceded by a dedication to the Duke, the beautifully illuminated initial letter of which represents Capgrave humbly presenting his book to his patron. The volume contains also an entry in French in the handwriting of the Duke, recording it to have been presented to him in the year 1438. Wharton goes on to state that the patronage of Duke Humphrey was not confined to English scholars. Many of the most celebrated writers of France and Italy solicited his favour and shared his bounty. He also employed several learned foreigners in transcribing and in making translations of Greek works into Latin. The only literary production which has been ascribed to this distinguished patron of letters is a small tract on astronomy, and it appears to have been only compiled at his instance after tables which he had constructed. In the library of Gresham College, however, there is a scheme of astronomical calculations which bears his name. Astronomy, says Wharton, was then a favourite science, nor is it to be doubted that he was intimately acquainted with the polite branches of knowledge, which now began to acquire estimation, and which his liberal and judicious attention greatly contributed to restore. End of section 34. Section 35 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. By George Lillie CRAIK, Chapter 4, Part 11. Tiptoft, Earl of Worcester, Woodville, Earl Rivers. The most distinguished among the English nobility of this rude age for learning and intellectual tastes was John Tiptoft, originally Lord Tiptoft, who was created Earl of Worcester by Henry VI. He afterwards, however, attached himself to the Yorkist family, for which he was put to death by Warwick during the short restoration of Henry VI in 1470, his execution being the only vindictive act of bloodshed by which that revolution was stained. The latest continuation of the history of the Abbey of Croyland, printed by Fulman in his Rerum Anglicarum Scriptorum, pages 449 to 546, asserts that the Earl had, by his cruelty in the office of Constable of the Tower, acquired the hatred of the people, who called him the Butcher, but general and passionate imputations of this kind cannot be allowed to go for much in the inflammation and ferocity of such a contest as then agitated men's minds. The more specific statement of other writers is that Worcester was sent to the block under the pretence of punishing him for cruelty, of which he had been guilty many years before, while exercising the government of Ireland, particularly towards two infant sons of the Earl of Desmond. As Walpole has well said, it was an unwonted strain of tenderness in a man so little scrupulous of blood as Warwick to put to death so great a peer for some inhumanity to the children of an Irish lord, nor does one conceive why he sought for so remote a crime. He was not often so delicate. Tiptoft seems to have been punished by Warwick for leaving Henry for Edward, when Warwick had thought fit to quit Edward for Henry. Others of the old chroniclers ascribe the charges brought against him to the malice of his enemies. He was probably singled out for destruction as being the ablest and most dangerous man of his party, for Worcester was distinguished for his political and military talents as well as for his scholarship. It would be strange, at any rate, if his intellectual acquirements, which raised him so high above the herd of his fellow nobles and the great body of his countrymen, should, instead of softening and humanizing him, according to the ancient poet's celebration of the effect of having faithfully learned the ingenious arts, have had an influence of the very opposite kind upon his nature and conduct. The Earl of Worcester was an ardent lover of books, and was, as well as Duke Humphrey, a liberal contributor to the shelves of the rising public library of the University of Oxford. On his return from a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, after residing for some years at Padua and Venice, and making great purchases of manuscripts in both those places, he repaired to Rome to satisfy his longing curiosity with a sight of the library of the Vatican, and drew tears of delight from Pope Pius II. The learned Aeneas Sylvius, by a Latin oration, which he pronounced before him. Of his literary performances, the principal one that remains is the translation of Cicero's treatise on friendship, which was published by Caxton. He was one of the chief patrons of this earliest English printer, who says of him that he was one to whom he knew none like among the lords, of the temporality for science and moral virtue, a far better testimony to his worth than the party spirit of the Croyland historian, or even the temporary clamour of the populace, if such did make itself heard against him in the triumph of the opposite faction, is of the reverse. He was only in his 42nd year when he was put to death, at which death, says Caxton, every man that was there might learn to die, and take his death patiently. Fuller has said that the axe then did at one blow cut off more learning than was left in the heads of all the surviving nobility. Yet there still survived a noble contemporary of Tiptoft, by no means, to use the words of Walpole, inferior to him in learning and politeness, in birth his equal, by alliance his superior, greater in feats of arms, and in pilgrimages more abundant. This was Anthony Woodville, or Woodville, Lord Scales and Earl Rivers, the brother of the fair queen of Edward IV. By a fate closely resembling that of the Earl of Worcester, the brave and accomplished Lord Rivers was beheaded at Pomfret Castle by order of the Protector Gloucester, afterwards Richard III., along with the Queen's son, Sir Richard Grey, and other victims, on the 23rd of June, 1483. The Earl, when he thus perished, had not completed his 41st year. At a famous combat which took place in Smithfield between Rivers, then Lord Scales, and Anthony the Bastard of Burgundy in 1467, the Earl of Worcester presided as Lord High Constable, so that two of the chief figures at this one of the latest real passages of arms held in England were the two Englishmen the most distinguished of their time for those intellectual tastes and accomplishments, in the diffused light of which the empire of chivalry and the sword was ere long to fade away, as the stars disappear before the sun. Walpole has drawn the character of Earl Rivers in his most graphic style. The credit of his sister, the countenance and example of his prince, the boisterousness of the times, nothing softened, nothing roughened the mind of this amiable lord, who was as gallant as his luxurious brother-in-law, without his weaknesses, as brave as the heroes of either rose, without their savageness, studious in the intervals of business, and devout after the manner of those whimsical times when men challenged others whom they never saw, and went barefoot to visit shrines in countries of which they had scarce a map. He was also one of Caxton's great patrons, and was the author of several of those translations from the French which the latter printed. In a manuscript copy in the Archbishop's library at Lambeth of one of these translations, that of the Dicks and Sayings of the Philosophers, which Rivers executed for the instruction of his nephew, the young Prince of Wales, to whom he was governor, there is an interesting illumination, in which the Earl is represented introducing Caxton to Edward IV., his queen, and the prince. In this instance Earl Rivers condescended to translate a translation, for the original of the Dicks and Sayings is in Latin. He was also the author of the metrical version of the Proverbs of Christina of Pisa, and of another of Caxton's publications named Cordial or Memorare Novissima, both from the French. But these and the other translations in which the art of printing, on its first establishment among us, exercised its powers of multiplying the fountains of knowledge and of mental gratification, were, as Walpole observes, as much new and real presents to the age as original works would have been. To Lords Worcester and Rivers this writer conceives their country to have been, in a great measure, indebted for the restoration of learning. The countenance, the example, he remarks, of men in their situation must have operated more strongly than the attempts of 100 professors, Benedictines, and commentators. Science in England, Alchemists. Although Chaucer had already set the example of writing on scientific subjects in the mother tongue by his treatise on the Astrolabe, the oldest work in English now known to exist on any branch of science, this department of study was but very little cultivated in England during the present period. The short list of English scientific works during the 15th century does not contain a single name remembered, or deserving of being remembered, in the history of science. The dreams of astrology and alchemy still captivated and bewildered almost all who turned their attention either to mathematical or natural philosophy. The only difference of opinion with regard to these mysterious pursuits was whether they were or were not forbidden by the law of God. Nobody doubted the most marvelous of their pretensions, but many thought a skill in them was rather an inspiration from the Prince of Darkness than light from heaven. Probably, however, it was not any feeling of this kind that occasioned an Act of Parliament passed in the beginning of the reign of Henry IV, making it felony to practise the transmutation of metals, there designated the multiplying of gold or silver, or the craft of multiplication. The prohibition has more the look of having been dictated by political or economical considerations, as if there had been some apprehension that the operations of the multipliers might possibly affect the value of the king's coin. Henry IV, at any rate, with all his piety, was as great a patron of the alchemists as Edward III had been before him. These impostors practised with abundant success upon his weakness and credulity, repeatedly inducing him to advance them money wherewith to prosecute their idle operations, as well as procuring from him protections which he sometimes prevailed upon the Parliament to confirm from the penalties of the statute that has just been mentioned. In one of these protections granted to the three famous men, John Fosby, John Kirkaby, and John Rainey, which was confirmed by Parliament 31st May 1456, the object of the researches of the said philosophers is described to be a certain most precious medicine, called by some the mother and queen of medicines, by some the inestimable glory, by others the quintessence, by others the philosopher's stone, by others the elixir of life, which cures all curable diseases with ease, prolongs human life in perfect health and vigor of faculty to its utmost term, heals all healable wounds, is a most sovereign antidote against all poisons, and is capable, the enumeration of virtues concludes, of preserving to us and our kingdom other great advantages, such as the transmutation of other metals into real and fine gold and silver. The philosopher's stone and the elixir of life, it will be observed, are here spoken of as one and the same medicine, contrary, we believe, to the common notion. The power attributed to the medicine also in the prolongation of life scarcely goes the length of the accounts usually given. Fosby, here mentioned, as elsewhere designated the king's physician. Another of Henry's physicians was Gilbert Cranmer, who was a clergyman, and among other ecclesiastical promotions held the offices of Dean of Salisbury and Chancellor of the University of Oxford. From this example we may perceive that the practice of medicine was still to some extent in the hands of the clergy. The art itself appears to have made little or no progress within the present period. Indeed, it may be doubted if the knowledge that had formerly been derived from the Arabic authors and schools was not now diminished rather than increased. Almost the only medical work that appeared in England in the 15th century, even the title of which is now remembered, is the Dietarium de Sanitatis Custodia, or Dietary for the Preservation of Health, of this Dr. Gilbert Cranmer. It is a tract consisting of 26 chapters, and is dedicated, like so many others of the productions of the learned of this age, both in England and other countries, to the great patron of literature, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester. Surgery was also in as rude a state as ever. It appears from a record in the Foedera that in Henry V's army, which won the battle of Agincourt, there was only one surgeon, a certain John Moresteed, 15 assistants, whom he had pressed under a royal warrant, not having yet landed. Of these assistants, 3 were also to act as archers, the whole number having the pay of common archers, and Moresteed himself only that of a man at arms. The art indeed was hardly yet considered as anything more than a species of mechanical handicraft. It deserves to be noted, however, that the operation of lithotomy was successfully performed at Paris for the first time, at least by any modern surgeon, in the year 1474, on a condemned criminal whose life was granted by the king to the petition of the physicians and surgeons of the city, that he might serve, according to the philosophic maxim, as the corpus vile, or worthless subject of the experiment. Latin Chroniclers. Of the literary productions of this age, the literary merits are in general of the humblest description. Among the Latin historians, or chroniclers, Thomas Walsingham may be accounted one of the best, if not the chief. He was a Benedictine of the Abbey of St. Albans, and is the author of 2 works, one a history of England entitled Historia Brevis, which begins at 1273, where Matthew Paris ends, and extends to the beginning of the reign of Henry VI. The other, History of Normandy, under the title of E Paradigma Neustrii, from the first acquisition of the duchy by Rollo the Dane. The style of these chronicles is sufficiently rude and unpolished, but they are very full and circumstantial, and the English history, even in the earlier part of it, contains many things not mentioned by any contemporary writer. The compilation of English history by Thomas Otterborne, a Franciscan friar from the landing of Brutus to the year 1420, is held in small estimation. A much more valuable performance is the Chronicon of John de Wethamstede, abbot of St. Albans, although it only extends from the year 1441 to 1461. Wethamstede was a person of judgment as well as of considerable learning. He was an especial favourite with Duke Humphrey, who was accustomed to visit him in his monastery, where the monks, however, accused their abbot of spending too much of his time in study and in writing books, though he was a most liberal benefactor to their establishment. But probably neither the libraries he built and furnished, both at St. Albans and at Oxford, the organs and pictures with which he adorned the church and chapels of his monastery, nor the extensive additions which he made to its buildings, compensated, in their estimation, for tastes and habits so different from their own. Another of the Latin historians of this period, whose name is connected with Duke Humphrey, is the Italian Titus Livius Foro-Juliensis, as he calls himself, the author of a life of Henry V. He was invited to England by the Duke, who appointed him to be his poet and orator. His life of Henry V, however, is very little else than an abridgment of the work on the same subject by Thomas de Elham, prior of Linton, whose barbarous style does not prevent his performance from being one of great historical value. The Italian affects to imitate the style of the illustrious ancient whose name he assumes, but he is, as may be supposed, a very modern Livy. Another of these annalists is William Bottiner, or William of Worcester, the author of a chronicle extending from 1324 to 1491, which is nearly all a compilation and of very little value. Bottiner is also the author of the translation of Cicero's treatise on old age, already mentioned as one of Caxton's publications. The last of this class of writers we shall mention as John Rosses, or Rouse, of Warwick, the author of what he calls a History of the Kings of England, which nevertheless commences with the creation of the world. Although it does not contain much that is interesting till the author comes down to his own age, the latter part of the 15th century, it furnishes some curious details, both of the events and the manners of that time. French chroniclers. Two French writers, Monstrelet and Comines, may be considered as in some sort belonging to this period of English history. Monstrelet, whose narrative extends from 1400 to 1452, with a supplement coming down to 1467 by another hand, is a very faithful but not a very lively chronicler of the contentions of the houses of Orleans and Burgundy and of the wars of the English in France in his own day. Comines, an actor to a considerable extent in the affairs which he relates, is a writer of a superior stamp. His memoirs extend from 1464 to 1498, a period comprehending nearly the whole reign of Louis XI of France, whom Comines may be said to make his hero, and whose singular character gives much of a dramatic life to the narrative of the historian. Comines has none of the chivalrous enthusiasm of Froissart, and no other excitement of a very warm or imaginative character to make up for the want of it, but observation, sagacity, and an unaffected, straightforward way of writing give him a great power of carrying his reader along with him. He is the best authority for the French transactions of the reign of our Edward IV. English chroniclers. This age also affords us 2 or 3 English chroniclers. The series of our modern English chroniclers may perhaps be most properly considered as commencing with John de Trevisa's translation of Higden, with various editions, which, as already mentioned, was finished in 1387 and was printed with a continuation to 1460 by Caxton in 1482. After Trevisa comes John Harding, who belongs to the 15th century, his metrical chronicle of England coming down to the reign of Edward IV. The metre is melancholy enough, but the part of the work relating to the author's own times is not without value. Harding is chiefly notorious as the author, or at least the collector and producer, of a great number of charters and other documents attesting acts of fealty done by the Scottish to the English kings, which are now generally admitted to be forgeries. Caxton himself must be reckoned our next English chronicler, as the author both of the continuation of Trevise and also of the concluding part of the volume entitled The Chronicles of England, published by him in 1480, the body of which is translated from a Latin chronicle by Douglas, a monk of Glastonbury, who lived in the preceding century. Neither of these performances, however, is calculated to add to the fame of the celebrated printer. To this period we may also impart a sign, the better known Concordance of Histories of Robert Fabian, citizen and draper of London, though the author only died in 1512, nor was his work printed till a few years later. Fabian's history, which begins with Brutus and comes down to his own time, is in the greater part merely a translation from the preceding chroniclers. Its chief value consists in a number of notices it has preserved relating to the city of London. Bishop Pecock, Fortescue, Malory. Of the English theological writers of the age immediately following that of Wycliffe, the most noteworthy is Reynold Pecock, Bishop of Asaph and afterwards of Chichester. As may be inferred from these ecclesiastical dignities, Pecock was no Wycliffe, but a defender of the established system both of doctrine and of church government. He tells us himself in one of his books that 20 years of his life had been spent for the greater part in writing against the Lollards. But whatever effect his arguments may have produced upon those against whom they were directed, they gave little satisfaction to the more zealous spirits on his own side, who probably thought that he was too fond of reasoning with errors demanding punishment by a cautery sharper than that of the pen. And the end was that he was himself in the year 1457 charged with heresy, and having been found guilty was first compelled to read a recantation, and to commit 14 of his books with his own hands to the flames at St. Paul's Cross, and then deprived of his bishopric and consigned to an imprisonment in which he was allowed the use neither of writing materials nor of books, and in which he is supposed to have died about 2 years after. One especial heresy alleged to be found in his writings was that in regard to matters of faith the Church was not infallible. Bishop Peacock's life has been ably and learnedly written by the Reverend John Lewis, to whom we also owe biographies of Wycliffe and of Caxton. His numerous treatises are partly in English, partly in Latin. Of those in English, the most remarkable is one entitled The Repressor, which he produced in 1449. A short specimen, in which the spelling, but only the spelling, is modernized, will give some notion of his manner of writing, and of the extent to which the language had been adapted to prose eloquence, or reasoning of the more formal kind in that age. Say to me, good sir, an answer hereto, when men of the country upland bring into London in Midsummer Eve branches of trees from Bishop's Wood and flowers from the field, and betaken the to citizens of London for to therewith array her houses, should then men of London receiving and taking those branches and flowers say and hold that the branches growen out of the carts which broughten them to London, and that the carts or the hands of the bringers were in grounds and fundaments of the branches and flowers. God forbid so little wit be in her heads. Certes, though Christ and his apostles were now living in London, and would bring so as now said branches from Bishop's Wood and flowers from the fields into London, and would in hem deliver to men, that they make therewith her houses gay into remembrance of Saint John Baptist. And of this, that it was prophesied of him that many should enjoy of his birth, yet the men of London receiving so the branches and flowers, ought not say and feel that the branches and flowers grewen out of Christ's hands. The branches grewen out of the boughs upon which the in Bishop's Wood stood, and the boughs grewen out of stocks or truncheons, and the truncheons or shafts grewen out of the root, and the root out of the next earth thereto, upon which and in which the root is buried, so that neither the cart, neither the hands of the bringers, neither the bringers be in the grounds or fundaments of the branches. The good bishop, we see, has a popular and lively as well as clear and precise way of putting things. It may be doubted, nevertheless, if his ingenious illustrations would be quite as convincing to the earnest and excited innovators to whom they were addressed as they were satisfactory to himself. Another eminent English prose writer of this date was Sir John Fortescue, who was Lord Chief Justice of the King's Bench under Henry VI, and to whom the King is supposed to have also confided the Great Seal at some time during his expulsion from the throne. Fortescue is the author of various treatises, some in English, some in Latin, most of which, however, still remain in manuscript, one in Latin, which was first sent to press in the reign of Henry VIII, and has been repeatedly reprinted since, is commonly referred to under the title of De Laudibus Legum Angliae. It has also been several times translated into English. This treatise is drawn up in the form of a dialogue between the author and Henry's unfortunate son, Edward, Prince of Wales, so barbarously put to death after the Battle of Tewkesbury. Fortescue's only English work that has been printed was probably written at a later date, and would appear to have had for its object to secure for him, now that the Lancastrian cause was beaten to the ground, the favour of the Yorkist King Edward IV. It was first published in 1714 by Mr. John Fortescue, a land of the Middle Temple, with the title of the difference between an absolute and limited monarchy, as it more particularly regards the English Constitution, which of course is modern, but has been generally adopted to designate the work. The following passage, in which the spelling is again reformed, will enable the reader to compare Fortescue as a writer with his contemporary Pecock, and is also curious both for its matter and its spirit. And now so be it that the French king reigneth upon his people dominio regali, yet St. Louis, sometime king there, nor any of his predecessors set never tallies nor other impositions upon the people of that land without the consent of the three estates, which when they may be assembled are like to the court of parliament in England. And this order kept many of his successors till late days, that Englishmen kept such a war in France that the three estates durst not come together. And then for that cause, and for great necessity which the French king had of goods for the defence of that land, he took upon him to set tallies and other impositions upon the commons without the assent of the three estates. Yet he would not set any such charges, nor hath set upon the nobles, for fear of rebellion. And because the commons, though they have grudged, have not rebelled, nor be hardy to rebel, the French kings have yearly sithen set such charges upon them, and so augmented the same charges as the same commons be so impoverished and destroyed that they may uneath live. They drink water, they eat apples with bread right brown made of rye, they eat no flesh, but if it be seldom a little lard, or of the entrails or heads of beasts slain for the nobles and merchants of the land. They wear no woolen, but if it be a poor coat under their uttermost garment, made of great canvas, and passen not their knee, wherefore they be guarded, and their thighs bare, their wives and children gone barefoot. They may in none otherwise live, for some of them that was wont to pay to his landlord for his tenement, which he hireth by the year a scoot, payeth now to the king over that scoot 5 scoots. Wherethrough they be hardied by necessity so to watch, labour, and grub in the ground for their sustenance, that their nature is much wasted, and the kind of them brought to naught. They gone crooked and are feeble, not able to fight nor to defend the realm, nor have they weapon nor money to buy them weapon withal, but verily they live in the most extreme poverty and misery, and yet they dwell in one of the most fertile realms of the world. Wherethrough the French king hath not men of his own realm able to defend it, except his nobles, which bear not such impositions, and therefore they are right likely of their bodies, by which cause the king is compelled to make his armies and retinues for defence of his land of strangers, as Scots, Spaniards, Aragoners, men of Almania, and of other nations, else all his enemies might overrun him, for he hath no defence of his own except his castles and fortresses. Lo, this the fruit of his jus regale. It is in the same spirit that the patriotic Chief Justice elsewhere boasts, that there were more Englishmen hanged for robbery in 1 year than Frenchmen in 7, and that if an Englishman be poor and see another having riches which may be taken from him by might, he will not spare to do so. Fortescue was probably born not much more than 30 years after Pecock, but the English of the judge in vocabulary, in grammatical forms, in the modulation of the sentences, and in its air altogether, might seem to exhibit quite another stage of the language. Although both Pecock and Fortescue lived to see the great invention of printing, and the latter at any rate survived the introduction of the new art into his native country, no production of either appears to have been given to the world through the press in the lifetime of the writer. Perhaps this was also the case with another prose writer of this date, who is remembered, however, less by his name than by the work of which he is the author, and which still continues to be read, the famous history of King Arthur, commonly known under the name of the Morte d'Arthur. This work was first printed by Caxton in the year 1485. He tells us in his prologue or preface that the copy was given him by Sir Thomas Malory, knight, who took it out of certain books in French and reduced it into English. Malory himself states at the end that he finished his task in the 9th year of King Edward IV, which would be in 1469 or 1470. The Morte d'Arthur was several times reprinted in the course of the following century and a half, the latest of the old editions having appeared in a quarto volume in 1634. From this 2 reprints were brought out by different London booksellers in the same year 1816, one in 3 duodecimos, the other in 2. But the standard modern edition is that which appeared in 2 volumes quarto in the following year 1817, exactly reprinted from Caxton's original edition, with the title of The Birth, Life, and Acts of King Arthur, of his noble knights of the Round Table, etc., with an introduction and notes by Robert Southey. Malory, whoever he may have been, Leland says he was Welsh, and supposing him to have been in the main only a translator, must be admitted to show considerable mastery of expression. His English is always animated and flowing, and in its earnestness and tenderness occasionally rises to no common beauty and eloquence. The concluding chapters in particular have been much admired. We extract a few sentences. Then Sir Launcelot ever after eat but little meat, nor drank, but continually mourned until he was dead. And then he sickened more and more, and dried and dwindled away. For the bishop, nor none of his fellows, might not make him to eat, and little he drank, that he was soon waxed shorter by a cubit than he was, that the people could not know him. For evermore, day and night, he prayed, taking no rest, but needfully as nature required. Sometimes he slumbered a broken sleep, and always he was lying grovelling upon King Arthur's and Queen Guinevere's tomb. And there was no comfort that the bishop, nor Sir Bors, not none of all his fellows could make him. It availed nothing. O ye mighty and pompous lords, winning in the glorious transitory of this unstable life, as in reigning over great realms and mighty great countries, fortified with strong castles and towers, edified with many a rich city, yea, also ye fierce and mighty knights, so valiant in adventurous deeds of arms, behold, behold, see how this mighty conqueror, King Arthur, whom in his human life all the world doubted, yea, also the noble Queen Guinevere, which sometime sat in her chair adorned with gold, pearls, and precious stones, now lie full low in obscure fosse or pit, covered with clods of earth and clay. Behold also this mighty champion Sir Launcelot, peerless of all knighthood. See now how he lieth grovelling upon the cold mould, now being so feeble and faint that sometime was so terrible. How and in what manner ought ye to be so desirous of worldly honour, so dangerous? Therefore me thinketh this present book is right necessary often to be read, for in all ye find the most gracious, knightly, and virtuous war of the most noble knights of the world, whereby they got praising continually. Also me seemeth by the oft reading thereof ye shall greatly desire to accustom yourself in following of those gracious knightly deeds, that is to say, to dread God, and to love righteousness, faithfully and courageously to serve your sovereign prince, and the more that God hath given you the triumphal honour, the meeker ought ye to be, ever fearing the unstableness of this deceitful world. And so within 15 days they came to Joyous Gard, and there they laid his corpse in the body of the choir, and sung and read many psalters and prayers over him and about him, and even his visage was laid open and naked, that all folk might behold him. For such was the custom in those days, that all men of worship should so lie with open visage till that they were buried. And right thus as they were at their service, there came Sir Ector de Maris, that had sought 7 years all England, Scotland, and Wales, seeking his brother Sir Launcelot. And then Sir Ector threw his shield, his sword, and his helm from him. And when he beheld Sir Launcelot's visage, he fell down in a swoon. And when he awoke, it were hard for any tongue to tell the doleful complaints that he made for his brother. Ah, Sir Launcelot, said he, thou wert head of all Christian knights. And now I dare say, said Sir Bors, that Sir Launcelot, there thou liest, thou wert never matched of none earthly knight's hands, and thou wert the courtliest knight that ever bare shield, and thou wert the truest friend to thy lover that ever bestrode horse, and thou wert the truest lover of a sinful man that ever loved woman, and thou wert the kindest man that ever stroked with sword, and thou wert the goodliest person that ever came among press of knights, and thou wert the meekest man and the gentlest that ever eat in hall among ladies, and thou wert the sternest knight to thy mortal foe that ever put spear in rest. End of section 35. Section 36 of A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie, CRAIK. English Poets, Occleve, Lydgate. The most numerous class of writers in the mother tongue belonging to this time are the poets, by courtesy so called. We must refer to the learned and curious pages of Warton, or to the still more elaborate researches of Ritson, for the names of a crowd of worthless and forgotten versifiers that fill up the annals of our national minstrelsy, from Chaucer to Lord Surrey. The last mentioned antiquary has furnished a list of about 70 English poets who flourished in this interval. The first known writer of any considerable quantity of verse after Chaucer is Thomas Occleve. Warton places him about the year 1420. He is the author of many minor pieces which mostly remain in manuscript, although 6 of peculiar stupidity, says Ritson, were selected and published by Dr. Askew in 1796, and also of a longer poem entitled De Regimine Principum, on the government of princes, chiefly founded on a Latin work with the same title, written in the 13th century by an Italian ecclesiastic, Egidius, styled the Doctor Fundatissimus, and on the Latin treatise on the game of chess of Jacobus de Cassullus, another Italian writer of the same age, the latter being the original of the game of the chess, translated by Caxton from the French and printed by him in 1474. Occleve's poem has never been published, and is chiefly remembered for a drawing of Chaucer by the hand of Occleve, which is found in one of the manuscripts of it now in the British Museum. Occleve repeatedly speaks of Chaucer as his master and poetic father, and was no doubt personally acquainted with the great poet. All that Occleve appears to have gained, however, from his admirable model, is some initiation in that smoothness and regularity of diction of which Chaucer's writings set the first great example. His own endowment of poetical power and feeling was very small, the very titles of his pieces, as Warton remarks, indicating the poverty and frigidity of his genius. By far the most famous of these versifiers of the 15th century is John Lydgate, the monk of Bury, whom the historian of our poetry considers to have arrived at his highest point of eminence about the year 1430. Ritson has given a list of about 250 poems attributed to Lydgate. Indeed, he seems to have followed the manufacture of rhymes as a sort of trade, furnishing any quantity to order whenever he was called upon. On one occasion, for instance, we find him employed by the historian Whethamstede, who was abbot of St. Albans, to make a translation into English for the use of that convent of the Latin legend of its patron saint. The chronicler who records a part of this anecdote, observes Warton, seems to consider Lydgate's translation as a matter of mere manual mechanism, for he adds that Whethamstede paid for the translation, the writing, and illuminations 100 shillings. Lydgate, however, though excessively diffuse and possessed of very little strength or originality of imagination, is a considerably livelier and more expert writer than Occleve. His memory was also abundantly stored with the learning of his age. He had travelled in France and Italy, and was intimately acquainted with the literature of both these countries, and his English makes perhaps a nearer approach to the modern form of the language than that of any preceding writer. His best known poem consists of 9 books of tragedies, as he entitles them, respecting the falls of princes, translated from a Latin work of Boccaccio's. It was printed at London in the reign of Henry VIII. A selection from the minor poems of Dan John Lydgate, edited by Mr. Halliwell, has been printed for the Percy Society, 8vo, London, 1840. Scottish poets: Wynton, James I, Henryson, Holland, Blind Henry. The most remarkable portion of our poetical literature belonging to the 15th century, as also we shall presently find of that belonging to the first half of the 16th, was contributed by Scottish writers. The earliest successor of Barber was Andrew of Wyntoun or Wynton, a canon regular of the priory of St. Andrews and prior of the monastery of St. Surf's Inch in Loch Leven, one of the establishments subordinate to that great house, who is supposed to have been born about 1350, and whose original Chronicle of Scotland appears to have been finished in the first years of the 15th century. It is a long poem of 9 books, written in the same octosyllabic rhyme with the Bruce of Barber, to which it was no doubt intended to serve as a kind of introduction. Wynton, however, has very little of the old archdeacon's poetic force and fervour, and even his style, though in general sufficiently simple and clear, is, if anything, rather ruder than that of his predecessor, a difference which is probably to be accounted for by Barber's frequent residences in England and more extended intercourse with the world. The Chronicle is principally interesting in an historical point of view, and in that respect it is of considerable value and authority, for Wynton, besides his merits as a distinct narrator, had evidently taken great pains to obtain the best information within his reach with regard to the events both of his own and of preceding times. The work begins, as was then the fashion, with the creation of the world, and comes down to the year 1408, but the first 5 books are occupied rather with general than with Scottish history. The last 4 books, together with such parts of the preceding ones as contain anything relating to British affairs, were very carefully edited by the late Mr. David Macpherson, the author of the well-known Annals of Commerce and other works, in 2 volumes, 8vo, London, 1795. It is deserving of notice that a considerable portion of Wynton's Chronicle is not his own composition, but was the contribution of another contemporary poet, namely, all from the 19th chapter of the 8th to the 10th chapter of the 9th book inclusive, comprising the space from 1324 to 1390, and forming about a third of the 4 concluding books. This he conscientiously acknowledges in very careful and explicit terms, both at the beginning and end of the insertion. We may give what he says in the latter place as a short sample of his style. This part last treated beforn, Fray Davy the Bruce our king was born, while his sister son Robert the second our king then called Stuart, that nest him reigned successive, his days had ended of his life, wit ye well was not my dight. Thereof I dare me well acquite, wa that it dighted, nevertheless he showed him of more cunningness than me commendeth his treatise, but favour wa will it clearly prize. This part was written to me send, and I that thought for to make end of that purpose I took on hand, so it was well accordan to my matter. I was right glad, for I was in my travail sad. I eked it here to this dight, for to mak me some respite. This is interesting as making it probable that poetical, or at least metrical composition in the national dialect was common in Scotland at this early date. Of all our poets of the early part of the 15th century, the one of greatest eminence must be considered to be King James I of Scotland, even if he be only the author of the King's Quair, that is, the King's Quire or book, his claim to which has scarcely been disputed. It is a serious poem of nearly 1,400 lines, arranged in 7-line stanzas, the style in great part allegorical, the subject the love of the royal poet for the Lady Joanna Beaufort, whom he eventually married, and whom he is said to have first beheld walking in the garden below from the window of his prison in the Round Tower of Windsor Castle. The poem was in all probability written during his detention in England, and previous to his marriage, which took place in February 1424, a few months before his return to his native country. In the concluding stanza, James makes grateful mention of his masters dear, Gower and Chaucer, that on the steps sat of rhetoric while they were livened here, superlative as poets laureates, of morality and eloquence ornate. And he is evidently an imitator of the great father of English poetry. The poem, too, must be regarded as written in English rather than in Scotch, although the difference between the 2 dialects, as we have seen, was not so great at this early date as it afterwards became. And although James, who was in his 11th year when he was carried away to England in 1405 by Henry IV, may not have altogether avoided the peculiarities of his native idiom. The Quair was first published from the only manuscript, one of the Selden collection in the Bodleian Library, by Mr. W. Tytler at Edinburgh in 1783. There have been several editions since. The following specimen is transcribed from the text given by Mr. George Chalmers in his Poetic Remains of some of the Scottish Kings, now first collected, 8vo, London, 1824, though without adhering in all cases either to his spelling, his pointing, or his explanations. Where, as in ward, full oft I would bewail my deadly life, full of pain and penance, saying right thus, what have I guilt to fail? My freedom in this world and my pleasance, sen every wight has thereof sufficence, that I behold, and I a creature, put from all this, hard is mine adventure. The bird, the beast, the fish, eke in the sea, they live in freedom, everych in his kind, and I a man, and lacketh liberty. What shall I say? What reason may I find, that fortune should do so? Thus in my mind, my folk I would argue, but all for naught, was none that might that all my pains wrought. Then would I say, give God me had devised, to live my life in thraldom thus and pine, what was the cause that he more me comprised than other folk to live in such ruine? I suffer alone among the figures 9. And woeful wretch that to no wight may speed, and yet of every lives help has need. The long days and the nightes eke, I would bewail my fortune in this wise, for which again distress comfort to seek. My custom was on mornes for to rise early as day. O happy exercise! By thee came I to joy out of torment, but now to purpose of my first intent. Bewailing in my chamber thus alone, despaired of all joy and remedy, fortirit of my thought, and woe be gone. And to the window 'gan I walk in high, to see the world and folk that went forby. As for the time, though I of mirthous food might have no more, to look it did me good. Now was there made fast by the tower's wall a garden fair, and in the corners set an herber green, with wands dis long and small, railed about, and so with trees set. Was all the place and hawthorn hedges net, that life was none walking therefore by, that might within scarce any wight espy. So thick the bowis and the leaves green beshaded all the alleys that there were, and midst every herber might be seen the sharpe greene sweete juniper, growing so fair with branches here and there, that as it seemed to a life without, the bowis spread the herber all about. And on the smaller greene twistis sat the little sweete nightingale, and sung so loud and clear the hymnus consecrate of love's use, now soft, now loud among, that all the gardens and the wallis rung right of their song, and all the couple next of their sweet harmony. And lo the text: Worshippe ye that lovers been this May, for of your bliss the calends are begun, and sing with us, away winter away, come summer come, the sweet season and sun. Awake for shame that have your heavens won, and amorously lift up your heades all. Hark, love, that list you to his mercy call. The description of the lady whom he afterwards sees walking under the tower, at whose sudden apparition anon he says, "A start! The blood of all my body to my heart," is exceedingly elaborate, but is too long to be quoted. Ellis has given the greater part of it in his Specimens. Two other poems of considerable length in a humorous style have also been attributed to James I. Peebles to the play, and Christ's Kirk on the Green, both in the Scottish dialect, but they are more probably the productions of his equally gifted and equally unfortunate descendant, James V., born 1511, died 1542. Chalmers, however, assigns the former to James I. As for the two famous comic ballads of the Gabberloony Man and the Jolly Beggar, which it has been usual among recent writers to speak of as by one or other of these kings, there seems to be no reasonable ground, not even that of tradition of any antiquity, for assigning them to either. Chaucer, we have seen, appears to have been unknown to his contemporary Barber. but after the time of James I, the Scottish poetry for more than a century bears evident traces of the imitation of the great English master. It was a consequence of the relative circumstances of the two countries that while the literature of Scotland, the poorer and ruder of the two, could exert no influence upon that of England, the literature of England could not fail powerfully to affect and modify that of its more backward neighbour. No English writer would think of studying or imitating Barber, but every Scottish poet who arose after the fame of Chaucer had passed the border, would seek, or even if he did not seek, would still inevitably catch some inspiration from that great example. If it could in any circumstances have happened that Chaucer should have remained unknown in Scotland, the singular fortunes of James I were shaped as if on purpose to transfer the manner and spirit of his poetry into the literature of that country. From that time forward the native voice of the Scottish muse was mixed with this other foreign voice. One of the earliest Scottish poets after James I is Robert Henryson, or Henderson, the author of the beautiful pastoral of Robin and Mackine, which is popularly known from having been printed by Bishop Percy in his Reliques. He has left us a continuation or supplement to Chaucer's Troilus and Cressida, which is commonly printed along with the works of that poet under the title of the Testament of Fair Cressida. All that is known of the era of Henryson is that he was alive and very old about the close of the 15th century. He may therefore probably have been born about the time that James I returned from England. Henryson is also the author of a translation into English or Scottish verse of Aesop's fables, of which there is a manuscript in the Harleian collection, number 3865, and which was printed at Edinburgh in 8vo in 1621, under the title of the Moral Fables of Aesop the Phrygian, compiled into eloquent and ornamental metre by Robert Henryson, schoolmaster of Dunfermline. A reimpression of this edition, limited to 68 copies, was executed at Edinburgh in quarto in 1832 for the members of the Maitland Club. To Henryson, moreover, as has been already noticed, Mr. Lang attributes the tale of Orpheus and Eurydice, contained in the collection of old poetry entitled The Knightly Tale of Gola Grus and Gawain, etc., reprinted by him in 1827. Contemporary, too, with Henryson, if not perhaps rather before him, was Sir John or Richard Holland, whose poem entitled The Book of the Howlet, that is, the Owl, was printed under the care of Mr. Lang in quarto at Edinburgh in 1823 for the Bannatyne and Abbotsford clubs. It had been previously printed with less correctness by Pinkerton in his Scottish Poems, 3 volumes 8vo, 1792, and also in the first volume of Sebald's Chronicle of Scottish Poetry, 4 volumes 8vo, 1802. Holland's poem, A Wild and Rugged Effusion in alliterative metre, cannot be charged as an imitation of Chaucer or of any other English writer of so late a date. Another Scottish poet of this time, the style and spirit as well as the subject of whose poetry must be admitted to be exclusively national, is Henry the Minstrel, commonly called Blind Harry, author of the famous poem on the life and acts of Wallace. The testimony of the historian John Major to the time at which Henry wrote is sufficiently express. The entire book of William Wallace, he says, Henry, who was blind from his birth, composed in the time of my infancy, mihi infantiae tempore cudit, and what things used popularly to be reported wove into popular verse in which he was skilled. Major is believed to have been born about 1469, so that Henry's poem may be assigned to the end of the third quarter of the 15th century. There is reason to believe that it was printed at Edinburgh as early as 1520, but the oldest impression now known is an Edinburgh one in quarto of the year 1570. There were many reprints of it in the 17th and 18th centuries, some of them greatly modernized in the language and otherwise altered. The standard edition is that published from a manuscript dated 1488 by Dr. Jamieson, along with Barber's poem, quarto, Edinburgh, 1820. The Wallace, which is a long poem of about 12,000 decasyllabic lines, used to be a still greater favorite than was the Bruce with the author's countrymen, and Dr. Jamieson does not hesitate to place Harry as a poet before Barber. In this judgment, however, probably few critical readers will concur, although both Warton and Ellis, without going so far, have also acknowledged in warm terms the rude force of the blind minstrel's genius. It may be remarked, by the way, that were it not for Major's statement and the common epithet that has attached itself to his name, we should scarcely have supposed that the author of Wallace had been either blind from his birth or blind at all. He nowhere himself alludes to any such circumstance. His poem, besides, abounds in descriptive passages and in allusions to natural appearances and other objects of sight. Perhaps, indeed, it might be said that there is an ostentation of that kind of writing, such as we meet with also in the modern Scotch poet Blacklock's verses, in which it may be thought it is not unnatural to a blind person. Nor are his apparent literary acquirements to be very easily reconciled with Major's account, who represents him as going about reciting his verses among the nobility, carem principibus, and thereby obtaining food and raiment, of which, says the historian, he was worthy. Victim et vestitum quo dignus erat noctis est. He seems, as Dr. Jamieson observes, to have been pretty well acquainted with that kind of history which was commonly read in that period. The doctor refers to allusions which he makes in various places to the romance histories of Hector, of Alexander the Great, of Julius Caesar, and of Charlemagne, and he conceives that his style of writing is more richly strewed with the more peculiar phraseology of the writers of romance than that of Barber. But what is most remarkable is that he distinctly declares his poem to be throughout a translation from the Latin. The statement which occurs toward the conclusion seems to express, and particular to be a mere imitation, the usage of the romance writers, many of whom appeal, but generally in very vague terms, to a Latin original for their marvels. Of Wallace life we has a further feel, may show furthmore with wit and eloquence, for I to this have done my diligence, after the proof given from the Latin book, whilk Master Blair in his time undertook, in fair Latin compiled it till an end, with their witness the more is to commend. Bishop Sinclair, then Lord, was of Dunkill, he got his book and confirmed it himself, for very true. Therefore he had no dreed, himself had seen great part of Wallace' deed. His purpose was to have it sent to Rome, our fodder of Kirk thereon to give his doom. But Master Blair and all sure Thomas Gray, after Wallace they lest it mony day, there tway knew best of good Sir William's deed, frae 16 year, while 29 yeed. In another place, Book 5, verse 538 and following, he says, Master John Blair was oft in that message a worthy clerk, baith wise and right savage. Lewit he was before in Paris town, among maisters in science and renown. Wallace and he at hame in school had been, soon afterward as verity is seen. He was the man that principal undertook that first compiled and dight the Latin book of Wallace life, right famous in renown, and Thomas Gray, person of Libertown. Blind Harry's notions of the literary character are well exemplified by his phrase of a worthy clerk, baith wise and right savage. He himself, let his scholarship have been what it may, is in spirit as thorough a Scot as if he had never heard the sound of any other than his native tongue. His gruff patriotism speaks out in his opening lines. Our antecessors that we should of read, and hold in mind their noble worthy deed, we let our slide through very sleuthfulness, and cast us ever till other business. Till honour enemies is our hale intent. It has been seen in their times by went, our old enemies common of Saxons blued, that never yet to Scotland walled do good, but ever on force and contraire hail their will. How great kindness there has been kith them till it is well known on mony divers side, how they have wrought into their mighty pride to haul Scotland at under evermare, but God above has made their might to pair. Of the fighting and slaying, which makes up by far the greater part of the poem, it is difficult to find a sample that is short enough for our purpose. The following is a small portion of what is called the Battle of Shortwood Shaw. On Wallace set a bicker bald and keen, a bow he bare was big and well beseen. and arrows all so baith lang and sharp with awe, no man was there that Wallace bow might draw. Right stark he was, and into sour gear, baldly he shot among they men of weir. An angel heada to the hulks he drew, and at a shot the foremost soon he slew. English archers that hardy war and white, amang the Scots bickered with all their might. Their awful shot was felon for to bide. Of Wallace men they wounded sore that tide. Few of them was sicker of archery, better they were, and they gat even partee. In field to bide, either with sword or spear, Wallace perceived his men tuck mickle deer. He gat them change and stand naught into stead. He cast all ways to save them from the dead. Full great travail upon himself took he. Of Southern men fell archers he gart dee. Of Lancashire bowmen was in that place. A sair archer I waited on Wallace. At any opine war he used it to repair. At him he drew a sicker shot, and sair under the chin through a collar of steel on the left side, and hurt his halsa some deal. Astonied he was, but not greatly aghast. Out frae his men on him he follow it fast. In the turning with good will has him ta'en, upon the craig in sunder strake the bane. It will be seen from this specimen that the blind minstrel is a vigorous versifier. His descriptions, however, though both clear and forcible, and even not unfrequently animated by a dramatic abruptness and boldness of expression, want the bounding, airy spirit and flashing light of those of Barber. As a specimen of his graver style we may give his envoy or concluding lines. Go, noble book, fulfill it of good sentence. Suppose thou be barren of eloquence. Go, worthy book, fulfill it of southfast deed. But in language of help thou hast great need. Wan good makers rang wheel into Scotland. Great harm was it that nane of them ye fand. Yet there is part that can thee weel avance. Now bide thy time and be a remembrance. I you beseek of your benevolence. Way will not lack not my eloquence. It is well known I am a borough man, for here is said as goodly as I can. My spirit feeleth ne termus esperans. Now beseek God that giver is of grace, made hell and earth and set the heaven above, that he has grant us of his dear lest and love. First half of the 16th century college is founded. In no age, as we have found, even the darkest and most barren of valuable produce that has elapsed since learning was first planted among us, had there failed to be something done in the establishment of nurseries for its shelter and propagation. The 15th century, though it has left us little enduring literature of any kind, is distinguished for the number of the colleges that were founded in the course of it, both in this country and in the rest of Europe. This indeed was the natural and proper direction for the first impulse to take that was given by the revival of letters. The actual generation upon which the new light broke was not that in which it was to be expected it should do much more than awaken the taste for true learning, or at most the ambition of excellence. The power of accomplishment could only come in the next era. The men of the latter part of the 15th century, therefore, were most fitly and most usefully employed in making provision for the preservation and transmission to other times of the long lost wisdom and eloquence that had been found again in their day, in building cisterns and conduits for the precious waters that, after having been hidden for 1,000 years, had burst their founts and were once more flowing over the earth. The fashion of founding colleges and other seminaries of learning continued to prevail in this country both down to the Reformation in religion, and for some time after that mighty revolution. In the University of Oxford, Brasenose College was founded in 1511 by William Smith, Bishop of Lincoln, and Sir Richard Sutton of Prestbury in Cheshire. Corpus Christi in 1517 by Henry VII's minister Richard Fox, successively Bishop of Exeter, of Bath and Wells, of Durham, and of Winchester. Cardinal College by Wolsey in 1525, which, however, before the buildings had been half finished, was suppressed by the king on the cardinal's fall in 1529. The College of Henry VIII by that king in 1532, a continuation, but on a much smaller scale, of Wolsey's design, which was also dissolved in 1545, when that of Christ Church was erected in its stead by Henry, to be both a college and at the same time a cathedral establishment for the new bishopric of Oxford. Trinity, on the old foundation of Durham College by Sir Thomas Pope in 1554. St. John's, on the site of Bernard College by Sir Thomas White, alderman and merchant tailor of London in 1557. And Jesus by Dr. Hugh Price, Queen Elizabeth contributing part of the expense in 1571. In Cambridge there were founded Jesus College in 1496 by John Alcock, Bishop of Ely, Christ College in 1505 by Margaret, Countess of Richmond, the mother of Henry VII, St. John's by the same noble lady in 1508, Magdalen or Magdalen, begun in 1519 by Edward Stafford, the unfortunate Duke of Buckingham, and after his execution for high treason in 1521, completed by the Lord Chancellor Thomas Lord Audley. Trinity in 1536 by Henry VIII, who at the same time endowed 4 new professorships in the university, one of theology, one of law, one of Hebrew, and one of Greek. Caius College, properly an extension of the ancient foundation of Gonville Hall, by Dr. John Caius, or Key, in 1557. Emmanuel in 1584, by Sir Walter Mildmay, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and of the Exchequer, and Sidney Sussex College in 1594 by the widow of Thomas Radcliffe, Earl of Sussex, originally the Lady Frances Sidney. In Scotland a new university was erected in Aberdeen under the name of King's College by a bull of Pope Alexander VI, granted at the request of King James IV in 1494. The principal endower, however, being William Elphinstone, Bishop of the See. A second college, that of St. Leonard's, now forming with St. Salvator's what is called the United College, was founded in the University of St. Andrews in 1512 by Alexander Stewart, Archbishop of the See, and John Hepburn, prior of the Metropolitan Church. Another college, that of St. Mary, now exclusively appropriated to the theological faculty, was founded in the same university in 1537 by Archbishop James Beaton. A fourth university, that of Edinburgh, was erected by King James VI in 1582, and a fifth, that of Marischal College, Aberdeen, by George Earl Marischal in 1593. In Ireland, the University of Trinity College, Dublin, was founded by Queen Elizabeth in 1591. Along with these seminaries might be mentioned a great number of grammar schools, of which the chief were that of St. Paul's, London, founded by Dean Collet in 1509, that of Ipswich by Cardinal Wolsey at the same time with his college at Oxford, the fate of which it also shared, Christ Church, London, by Edward VI in 1553, Westminster School by Queen Elizabeth in 1560, and Merchant Taylor's School by the London Civic Company of that name in 1568. In Scotland, the High School of Edinburgh was founded by the magistrates of the city in 1577. End of section 36. Section 37 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK, Chapter 4, Part 13. Classical Learning. Many of these colleges and schools were expressly established for the cultivation of the newly revived classical learning, the resurrection of which in the middle of the 15th century revolutionized the ancient studies everywhere as soon as its influence came to be felt. It scarcely reached England, however, as we have already intimated, till towards the close of that century. Indeed, Greek is said to have been first publicly taught in this country in St. Paul's School by the famous grammarian William Lillie, who had studied the language at Rhodes, and who was appointed the first master of the new school in 1512. Dean Collet himself, the founder, although accounted one of the best educated men of his time, had during the 7 years he spent at Magdalen College, Oxford, only acquired a knowledge of some of the Greek authors through the medium of Latin translations. Among the most distinguished of the early patrons of the new learning after it had been thus introduced were the two prelates and statesmen, Fox and his greater protege and successor Wolsey, both of whom, in the colleges founded by them that have just been mentioned, made especial provision for the teaching of the two classic tongues. The professor of Latin, or of humanity as he is designated, in Corpus Christi College was expressly enjoined to extirpate barbarism from the new society, barbarium a nostro aviario extirpit. The Greek professor was ordered to explain the best Greek classics and the poets, historians, and orators in that language, observes Wharton, which the judicious founder, who seems to have consulted the most intelligent scholars of the times, recommends by name on this occasion, are the purest and such as are most esteemed even in the present improved state of ancient learning. Wolsey evinced the interest he took in the new studies not only by his great school at Ipswich and his college at Oxford, but by founding in that university some years before, along with various other professorships, one for rhetoric and humanity and another for Greek. So attached was Wolsey, says the writer we have just quoted, to the new modes of instruction, that he did not think it inconsistent with his high office and rank to publish a general address to the schoolmasters of England, in which he orders them to institute their youth in the most elegant literature. And the high eulogium of Erasmus on the great cardinal is, that he recalled to his country the three learned languages, without which all learning is lame. A violent struggle, however, was for some time maintained against these innovations by the generality of those who had been educated in the old system, and by the always numerous and powerful host of the enemies and mistrusters of all innovation, whether from self-interest or other motives. Collet, in a letter to Erasmus, relates that one of the prelates of the church, esteemed among the most eminent for his learning and gravity, had in a great public assembly censured him in the severest terms for suffering the Latin poets to be taught in his new seminary, which on that account he styled a house of idolatry. This last expression would almost warrant us in suspecting that the prelate, whose name is not mentioned, was one of those inclined to the new opinions in religion, and at this time the new learning was probably rather distasteful than otherwise to that class of persons, zealously patronized as it was by Fox, Wolsey, and others, the heads of the party attached to the ancient faith. A few years afterwards a change took place in this respect. The reformers in religion became also the chief supporters of the Reformation in learning, as was fit and natural both from the sameness in the general character and direction of the two movements, and also for an especial reason, which operated with very powerful effect. This was the surpassing importance speedily acquired in the contest between the two religions by the great principle on which the reformers took their stand, of the omnipotence of the authority of the Scriptures in regard to all the points in debate between them and their opponents. Not custom or tradition, not the decrees of popes or councils, not even the Latin Vulgate translation, but the original text of the Greek New Testament alone necessarily became, as soon as this principle was proclaimed, the grand ultimate criterion with them for the trial and decision of all doubts and disputes, and the armory from which they drew their chief weapons both of defence and of assault. At first, it is true, this view does not appear to have been generally taken either by the one party or the other. The first editions of the Greek Testament that were given to the world were that contained in the Complutensian Polyglot, the magnificent present to literature of Cardinal Ximenes, printed in 1514, but not published till 1522, and that of Erasmus, which appeared in 1516, both of which may be said to have proceeded from the bosom of the ancient church. Even from the first, however, many of the clergy, though principally rather from their extreme ignorance and illiteracy than from any fears they entertained of its unsettling people's faith, raised a considerable outcry against the New Testament of Erasmus. They seem to have seriously believed that the book was an invention of his own, and that he was attempting to establish a new religion. But the opposition to the Greek scriptures and to Greek literature generally assumed a much more decided character when it was seen what use the friends of the new opinions in religion made of both, and how commonly an inclination in favour of the said new opinions went along with the cultivation of the new language. Erasmus for some time attempted to expound the Greek grammar of Chrysaorus in the public schools at Cambridge, but his lectures were nearly unattended, and a storm of clamour was raised against him on all hands. His New Testament was actually proscribed by the authorities of the university, and a severe fine was denounced against any member who should be detected in having the book in his possession. Both in England and throughout Europe, the universities were now generally divided into Greeks and Trojans, the latter class, who were those opposed to the new learning, usually comprehending all the monks and other most bigoted partisans of the old faith. Although, however, the revolt of Luther and his followers against the authority of Rome, and many of the established doctrines in religion, thus incidentally aided for a time the study and diffusion of classical scholarship, neither the subsequent progress of the Reformation in England nor its ultimate establishment operated with a favourable effect in the first instance upon the state of the universities or the general interests of learning. Henry VIII himself, from his natural liveliness of temper and love of novelty, as Warton puts it, or as perhaps it might be more correctly expressed, from mere accident or caprice, was favourably disposed to the new studies, and his authority and influence were of considerable use in supporting them at first against their numerous and powerful opponents. Erasmus relates that in 1519, when one of the university preachers at Oxford had harangued with great violence against the study of the Scriptures in their original languages, Henry, who happened to be resident at the time at the neighbouring royal manor of Woodstock, and had received an account of the affair from his secretary, the learned Richard Pace, and Sir Thomas More, issued an order commanding that the said study of the Greek and Hebrew Scriptures should not only be permitted for the future, but made an indispensable branch of the course of academical instruction. Some time after, one of the royal chaplains preaching at court, having attacked the new Greek learning, was, after his sermon, commanded by the king to maintain his opinions in a solemn disputation with More, by whose wit and learning, of course, he was very speedily vanquished, and forced to make a humiliating admission of his errors and ignorance. He at last declared that he was now better reconciled to the Greek tongue, inasmuch as he found that it was derived from the Hebrew. But although he fell upon his knees and begged pardon for any offence he had given, Henry dismissed him with a command that he should never again presume to preach before him. One of the first causes, however, although it was only of temporary operation, that interrupted the progress of classical learning at the universities, has been thought to have been the stir excited throughout Christendom by the question of Henry's divorce from Queen Catherine. The legality of this violent measure, observes Warton, being agitated with much deliberation and solemnity, wholly engrossed the attention of many able philologists, whose genius and acquisitions were destined to a much nobler employment, intended to revive for a time the frivolous subtleties of casuistry and theology. Then the still more eager and widely extended doctrinal discussions to which the progress of the Reformation itself gave rise came to operate over a much longer period with a similar effect. In this universal storm of polemics, the profound investigations of Aquinas, continues Warton, once more triumphed over the graces of the Ciceronian urbanity, and endless volumes were written on the expediency of auricular confession and the existence of purgatory. Thus the cause of polite literature was for a while abandoned, while the noblest abilities of Europe were wasted in theological speculation and absorbed in the abyss of controversy. Another great temporary check was now also given, Warton conceives, to the cause of the progress and diffusion of sound learning in England by the dissolution of the monasteries. These seminaries, he observes, though they were in a general view the nurseries of illiterate indolence, and undoubtedly deserved to be suppressed under proper restrictions, contained invitations and opportunities to studious leisure and literary pursuits. On this event, therefore, a visible revolution and decline in the national state of learning succeeded. Most of the youth of the kingdom betook themselves to mechanical or other illiberal employments, the profession of letters being now supposed to be without support or reward. By the abolition of the religious houses, many towns and their adjacent villages were utterly deprived of their only means of instruction. At the beginning of the reign of Elizabeth, Williams, Speaker of the House of Commons, complained to Her Majesty that more than 100 flourishing schools were destroyed in the demolition of the monasteries, and that ignorance had prevailed ever since. Provincial ignorance at least became universal in consequence of this hasty measure of a rapacious and arbitrary prince. What was taught in the monasteries was not always perhaps of the greatest importance, but still it served to keep up a certain degree of necessary knowledge. The many new grammar schools that arose in different parts of the country after the destruction of the monasteries were partly, no doubt, called into existence by the vacuum thus created, which, however, they did very little to fill up in so far as the rural population was concerned, although they may have sufficed for most of the great towns. Both the old monastic schools and the new foundations, however, being considered to a certain extent as charitable institutions, were principally attended by the children of persons in humble or at least in common life. Among the higher classes it seems to have been the general custom for boys as well as girls to be educated at home, or under the superintendence of private tutors. A notion of the extent and manner of training which youths of rank underwent in their earliest years may be obtained from some letters which have been printed, addressed to Henry's minister Cromwell by the tutor of his son Gregory. This young man, whose capacity is described as rather solid than quick, divided his time under different masters among various studies and exercises, of which English, French, writing, playing at weapons, casting of accounts, and pastimes of instruments are particularly enumerated. One master is stated to be in the habit of daily hearing him to read somewhat in the English tongue, and advertising him of the natural and true kind of pronunciation thereof, expounding also and declaring the etymology and native signification of such words as we have borrowed of the Latins or Frenchmen, not even so commonly used in our quotidian speech. According to a common practice, 2 other youths, probably of inferior station, appear to have been educated along with young Cromwell, and between him and them, the account continues, there is a perpetual contention, strife, and conflict, and in manner of an honest envy, who shall do best not only in the French tongue, where Mr. Valence, after a wondrously compendious, facile, prompt, and ready way, not without painful diligence and laborious industry, doth instruct them, but also in writing, playing at weapons, and all other their exercises. In the end, a confident hope is expressed that, whereas the last summer was spent in the service of the wild goddess Diana, the present shall be consecrated to Apollo and the Muses, to the no small profit of the young man, as well as to his father's good contention and pleasure. This letter is dated in April, another written in September, apparently of the same year, by which time the boy had begun the study of some new branches, especially Latin, and instrumental music enters into some more minute and curious details of how he spent his time. First, says his tutor, after he hath heard mass, he taketh a lecture of a dialogue of Erasmus' colloquium, called Pietas Puellaris, wherein is described a very picture of one that should be virtuously brought up. And for cause it is so necessary for him, I do not only cause him to read it over, but also to practice the precepts of the same, and have also translated it into English, so that he may confer therein both together, whereof, as learned men affirm, cometh no small profect, which translation pleaseth it you to receive by the bringer hereof, that ye may judge how much profitable it is to be learned. From this it may be inferred that the original Latin would have been unintelligible to Cromwell, and that able man was above being flattered by having a knowledge of the learned tongues ascribed to him, which he did not possess. The letter goes on. After that he exerciseth his hand in writing 1 or 2 hours, and readeth upon Fabian's Chronicles as long. The residue of the day he doth spend upon the lute and virginal. Vocal music, at least, it may be observed, if not instrumental, was always one of the branches of education taught at the old monastic cathedral, and other free schools, a circumstance originating no doubt in the connection of those schools with the church, in the services of which singing bore so important a part. Lastly, the tutor gives an account of the out-of-door exercises followed by his pupil, intellectual instruction, however, being by no means disregarded even in some of these. When he writeth, as he doth very oft, I tell him by the way, he says, some history of the Romans or the Greeks, which I cause him to rehearse again in a tale. For his recreation he useth to hawk and hunt and shoot in his long bow, which frameth and succeedeth so well with him, that he seemeth to be thereunto given by nature. This training, so far as it is detailed, appears to have been judiciously contrived, for laying the foundation of a good and solid education, both of the mental and physical faculties. The reforming spirit of the early part of the 16th century was, as always happens, in the shape it took in the popular mind, much more of a destructive than of a constructive character, and even the wisest of the persons in authority, by whom the mighty movement was guided and controlled, were necessarily, to a certain extent, under the influence of the same presumptuous temper, without a share of which, indeed, they would not have been fitted to restrain the more impetuous multitude to the extent they did. But in its application to the universities, as in other cases, this spirit of mere demolition, and contempt for all that was old and established, displayed itself in some things in a very rampant style. The scorn in particular with which it treated the whole mass of the ancient philosophy of the schools was of the most sweeping description. The famous Duns Scotus, so long the lord of opinion, now underwent in full measure the customary fate of deposed sovereigns. A royal visitation of the two universities by commissioners of Cromwell's appointment took place in 1535, when injunctions were issued abolishing altogether the reading of the works of the most subtle doctor. The tone of triumph in which Dr. Leighton, one of the Oxford commissioners, announces this reform to Cromwell is highly characteristic. We have set Dunce, he writes in Bocardo, and have utterly banished him, Oxford for ever, with all his blind glosses. The despised tomes, formerly so much reverenced, Leighton goes on to intimate, were now used by any man for the commonest uses. He had seen them with his own eyes nailed upon posts in the most degrading situations. And the second time we came to New College, he proceeds, after we had declared your injunctions, we found all the great quadrant court full of the leaves of dunce, the wind blowing them into every corner. And there we found one Mr. Greenfield, a gentleman of Buckinghamshire, gathering up part of the same book leaves, as he said, therewith to make him sowers or blanchers to keep the deer within his woods, thereby to have the better cry with his hounds. The scholastic philosophy, however, which was thus banished from the universities, was in fact the whole philosophy, mental and physical, then taught, and its abolition consequently amounted to the ejection for the time of philosophical studies from the academical course altogether. The canon law was another of the old studies hitherto of chief importance that was at the same time put down. Degrees in the canon law were prohibited, and in place of the canon lecture, a civil lecture, that is, a lecture on the civil law, was appointed to be read in every college, hall, and inn. For a short space the excitement of novelty and the exertions of a few eminent instructors made classical learning popular at Oxford and Cambridge, and enabled it in some degree to serve as a substitute for those other abandoned studies to which it ought only to have been introduced as an ally. The learned Ascham boasts in one of his letters that whereas almost the only classics hitherto known at Cambridge had been Plautus, Cicero, Terence, and Livy, all the chief Greek poets, orators, and historians, Homer, Sophocles, Euripides, Demosthenes, Isocrates, Herodotus, Thucydides, and Xenophon, were now universally and critically studied. This prosperous state of Greek scholarship was principally owing to the example and exertions of the two distinguished professors of that language, Thomas Smith and John Cheek. Even the controversy about the proper pronunciation of the language that arose between the latter and Bishop Gardiner, who, as Warton observes, loved learning but hated novelties, contributing its share to excite a general interest about Greek literature, as well as to throw new light upon the particular subject in dispute. But both Cheek and Smith were soon withdrawn from their academic labours to other fields, and with them the spirit of true learning and taste, which they had awakened at Cambridge, seems also to have taken its departure. At Oxford the case was no better. There Ascham remarks that a decline of taste in both the classic tongues was decidedly indicated by a preference of Lucian, Plutarch, Herodian in Greek, and of Seneca, Gellius, and Apuleius in Latin to the writers of the older and purer eras of ancient eloquence. Even divinity itself, as Latimer complains, ceased to be studied. It would pity a man's heart, he says, to hear what I hear of the state of Cambridge. What it is in Oxford I cannot tell. There be few that study divinity, but so many as of necessity must furnish the colleges. So true is it that no one branch of learning or science can long continue to flourish amid the general neglect and decay of the other branches that compose, along with it, the system of human knowledge. The first establishment of the Reformation under Edward VI, instead of effecting the restoration of learning, only contributed to its further discouragement and depression. The rapacious courtiers of this young prince, as Warton observes, were perpetually grasping at the rewards of literature. Avarice and zeal were at once gratified in robbing the clergy of the revenues and in reducing the church to its primitive apostolical state of purity and poverty. The opulent see of Winchester was lowered to a bare title. Its amplest estates were apportioned out to the laity, and the bishop, a creature of the Protector of Somerset, was contented to receive an inconsiderable annual stipend from the exchequer. The bishopric of Durham, almost equally rich, was entirely dissolved. A favourite nobleman in the court occupied the deanery and treasurership of a cathedral with some of its best canonries. In every one of these sacrilegious robberies the interest of learning also suffered. Exhibitions and pensions were in the meantime subtracted from the students in the universities. Ascham, in a letter to the Marquis of Northampton, dated 1550, laments the ruin of grammar schools throughout England, and predicts the speedy extinction of the universities from this growing calamity. At Oxford the public schools were neglected by the professors and pupils, and allotted to the lowest purposes. Academical degrees were abrogated as anti-Christian. Reformation was soon turned into fanaticism. Absurd refinements concerning the inutility of human learning were superadded to the just and rational purgation of Christianity from the papal corruptions. The spiritual reformers of these enlightened days, at a visitation of the last mentioned university, proceeded so far in their ideas of a superior rectitude as totally to strip the public library, established by that munificent patron, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, of all its books and manuscripts. A very curious account of the state of the University of Cambridge in this reign is contained in a sermon preached in 1550 by a Thomas Lever, Fellow of St. John's College, some extracts from which Strype has preserved. Formerly there were, says Lever, in houses belonging to the University of Cambridge, 200 students of divinity, many very well learned, which be now all clean gone home, and many young toward scholars and old fatherly doctors, not one of them left. 100 also of another sort, that having rich friends, or being beneficed men, did live of themselves in hostels and inns, be either gone away, or else fain to creep into colleges and put poor men from bare livings. These both be all gone, and a small number of poor, godly, diligent students, now remaining only in colleges, be not able to tarry and continue their studies for lack of exhibition and help. The description which follows of the studies and mode of living of the poorer and more diligent students is very interesting. There be divers there, which rise daily about 4 or 5 of the clock in the morning, and from 5 till 6 of the clock use common prayer, with an exhortation of God's word in a common chapel, and from 6 until 10 of the clock use ever either private study or common lectures. At 10 of the clock they go to dinner, whereas they be content with a penny piece of beef among 4, having a few pottage made of the broth of the same beef, with salt and oatmeal, and nothing else. After this slender diet they be either teaching or learning until 5 of the clock in the evening, when as they have a supper not much better than their dinner. Immediately after which they go either to reasoning in problems, or to some other study, until it be 9 or 10 of the clock, and then, being without fires, are fain to walk or run up and down half an hour to get a heat on their feet when they go to bed. Latimer, in a sermon preached about the same time, expresses his belief that there were then 10,000 fewer students in the kingdom than there had been 20 years before. In the reign of Mary, who was herself a learned queen, and a considerable benefactress of both universities, classical learning had a distinguished patron in Cardinal Pole, who was as illustrious for his literary acquirements as he was for his birth and station. In his short tenure of power, however, he was not able to accomplish much against the adverse circumstances of the time. It appears that to him Sir Thomas Pope, the founder of Trinity College, Oxford, which was endowed in this reign more especially for the cultivation of classical scholarship, submitted the statutes of his new institution. "My Lord Cardinal's Grace," says Sir Thomas in a letter of his which has been preserved, "has had the overseeing of my statutes. He much likes well that I have therein ordered the Latin tongue to be read to my scholars, but he advises me to order the Greek to be more taught there than I have provided. This purpose I well like, but I fear the times will not bear it now. I remember when I was a young scholar at Eton, the Greek tongue was growing apace, the study of which is now Elyot much decayed." The fact here stated is especially honourable to Pole, seeing that by this time the Greek language, as that of the original text of the New Testament, to which the Reformers made all their appeals, had come to be regarded by the generality of Romanists as a peculiarly Protestant and almost heretical study. The return of the old religion, however, with its persecutions and penal fires, did not prove on the whole more favourable to the interests of learning than to any of the other interests of the national happiness and civilization. Nor did the final establishment of the Reformed Church, nor all the prosperity of the next reign, for a long time bring back good letters to the universities. A few facts will show their state throughout a great part of that reign. In the first place, so few persons now received a university education, that for many years a large proportion of the clergy of the new church were mere artificers and other illiterate persons, some of whom, while they preached on Sundays, worked at their trades on weekdays, and some of whom could hardly write their names. In the year 1563, we are informed by Anthony Wood, there were only 3 divines in the University of Oxford who were considered capable of preaching the public sermons. It has been sometimes alleged that the growing influence of Puritanism was one of the chief causes of the continued neglect and depression in which learning was now left, but it is a remarkable fact that the 3 Oxford preachers were all Puritans, as were also many of the most distinguished ornaments of both universities at a later date. In 1567, so low was still the state of classical literature in the country, that when Archbishop Parker in that year founded 3 scholarships in Cambridge, the holders of which were to be the best and ablest scholars, elected from the most considerable schools in Kent and Norfolk, all the amount of qualification he required in them was that they should be well instructed in the grammar, and if it may be, it was added, such as can make a verse. As one instance of the extreme ignorance of the inferior clergy in the latter part of the 16th century, Warton mentions, on the authority of the Episcopal Register, that in the year 1570, Horne, Bishop of Winchester, enjoined the minor canons of his cathedral to get by memory every week 1 chapter of St. Paul's epistles in Latin. And this formidable task, almost beneath the abilities of an ordinary schoolboy, was actually repeated by some of them before the bishop, dean, and prebendaries at a public episcopal visitation of that church. The anecdote at least presents the bishops and minor canons of those times in a strange light. The accomplished critic we have just quoted is of opinion that the taste for Latin composition in the reign of Elizabeth had much degenerated from what it was in that of Henry VIII. The Latinity of Ascham's prose, he maintains, has no eloquence, and even Buchanan's Latin poetry, although he admits that its versification and phraseology are splendid and sonorous, he will not allow to be marked with the chaste graces and simple ornaments of the Augustan age. One is surprised, he adds, to find the learned Archbishop Grindal in the statutes of a school which he founded and amply endowed in 1583, recommending such barbarous and degenerate classics as Palingenius, Sedulius, and Prudentius to be taught in his new foundation. These indeed were the classics of a reforming bishop, but the well-meaning prelate would have contributed much more to the success of his intended reformation by directing books of better taste and less piety. The whole of the 16th century, however, will deserve the epithet of a learned age, notwithstanding the state of the schools and universities, and of what are called the learned professions, if we look either to the names of eminent scholars, by which every portion of it is adorned, or to the extent to which the study of the learned languages then entered into the education of all persons, women as well as men, who were considered to be well educated. In the earlier part of it, besides Cranmer, Ridley, Tunstall, Gardiner, Pole, and other churchmen of distinguished acquirements, we have Richard Pace, Sir John Cheek, and Sir Thomas Smith, Collet, the founder, and Lillie, the first master of St. Paul's School, all already mentioned. William Grocyn, another of the first and also one of the very greatest of the English Grecians, the equally elegant and industrious John Leland, the father of English antiquities, and the chief preserver in his day of the old knowledge that would otherwise have perished, as well as one of the most successful cultivators of the new. Dr. Thomas Linacre, the first English physician, and as a scholar scarcely second to any of his country or of his age, and the all-accomplished Sir Thomas More, perhaps the happiest genius of his time, the one of its profound scholars, at all events, unless we are to accept his illustrious friend Erasmus, whose natural genius was the least oppressed by his erudition, and whose erudition was the most brightened with wit, and informed by a living spirit better than that of books. Of somewhat later celebrity are the names of Roger Ascham, who is more famous, however, for his English than for his Latin writings, of Dr. Walter Haddon, the most Ciceronian of English Latinists, of Buchanan, perhaps the most of a poet of all the modern writers of Latin verse, not to mention Archbishop Parker, Bishop Andrews, and other eminent churchmen. The number of very great English scholars, however, in the reign of Elizabeth was not so considerable as in that of her father, when classical studies were not only cultivated with perhaps a truer appreciation of the highest models, but afforded besides almost the only field for intellectual exercise and display. Still, this kind of learning continued to be fashionable, and a familiar, if not a profound, acquaintance with both the Latin and the Greek languages was diffused to an unusual extent among persons of the highest rank. Henry VIII was himself a scholar of considerable pretensions. He is said to have, as a younger son, been educated for the church, and to this accident, which gave the country its first pedant king, it may perhaps have been also indebted for its succession of learned princes, which lasted for more than a century. Henry, as it were, setting the fashion, which it afterwards became a matter of course to follow. His son, though born to the throne to which he succeeded, received a schoolmastering fit for a bishop, and so also did both his daughters. Erasmus has commended the Latin letters of Mary, some of which are preserved, as well as others in French and in Spanish. Elizabeth was not only a Latin, French, Spanish, and Italian scholar, but was also a proficient in Greek, in which language her tutor Ascham tells us she used, even after she came to the throne, to read more every day than some prebendaries of the church read of Latin in a whole week. But this was especially the age of learned ladies, and every reader will remember the names of Lady Jane Grey, of whose studies in Plato the same writer we have just mentioned has drawn so interesting a picture, and some of whose Latin epistles are still extant, especially one to her sister written the night before her death in a Greek testament in which she had been reading. Of Mary, Countess of Arundel, her daughter-in-law, Joanna Lady Lumley, and the younger sister of the latter, Mary Duchess of Norfolk, all of whom were the authoresses of various translations from the Greek into Latin and English. Of the two Margarets, the female luminaries of the household of Sir Thomas More, the friend who became the wife of her learned tutor, Dr. John Clement, and who is said to have so delighted in and almost worshipped More that she would sometimes commit a fault purely that she might be chid by him. Such moderation and humanity were there in his anger. The other, his affectionate and favourite daughter, who married his biographer Roper, and who was accounted the most learned woman of her time. And of the four wonderful daughters of Sir Anthony Cook, Mildred the eldest married to Lord Burghley, whose name has been embalmed by the muse of Buchanan. Anne the second, the governess of Edward VI, and afterwards the wife of Sir Nicholas Bacon, and the mother of the illustrious Viscount St. Alban. Elizabeth the third, the wife first of Sir Thomas Hobby, then of Lord Russell, and the youngest, Catherine, who married Sir Henry Killigrew, and is celebrated not only for her Latin and Greek, but even for her Hebrew erudition. It became fashionable in this reign, that of Elizabeth, says Warton, to study Greek at court. The maids of honour indulged their ideas of sentimental affection in the sublime contemplation of Plato's Phaedo. And the Queen, who understood Greek better than the canons of Windsor, and was certainly a much greater pedant than her successor James I, translated Isocrates. But this passion for the Greek language soon ended where it began, nor do we find that it improved the national taste or influenced the writings of the age of Elizabeth. Old Harrison has a curious and characteristic passage on this learned court. This, further, he observes, is not to be omitted to the singular commendation of both sorts and sexes of our courtiers here in England, that there are very few of them which have not the use and skill of sundry speeches, besides an excellent vein of writing, before time not regarded. He does not, however, seem to have a more favourable notion of the moral effect of these novel and showy accomplishments than Warton has expressed respecting their influence on the national literature and taste. Would to God, he exclaims, the rest of their lives and conversations were correspondent to those gifts, for as our common courtiers for the most part are the best learned and endued with excellent gifts, so are many of them the worst men when they come abroad that any man shall either hear or read of. Harrison's words, which are surprisingly bold to have been published at the time, seem here to be gallantly confined to the men of the court, but other contemporary testimonies do not disguise the fact that many of the women were as dissolute as their male associates. The honest old painter of the living manners of his time may be thought perhaps to hint at something of the kind in what follows. Truly it is a rare thing with us now to hear of a courtier which hath but his own language, and to say how many gentlewomen and ladies there are that, beside sound knowledge of the Greek and Latin tongues, are there too no less skilful in Spanish, Italian, and French, or in some one of them, it resteth not in me. Sith I am persuaded that as the noblemen and gentlemen do surmount in this behalf, so these come very little or nothing at all behind them for their parts, which industry God continue and accomplish that which otherwise is wanting. Yet he winds up his description with a very laudatory flourish. Beside these things, he proceeds, I could in like sort set down the ways and means whereby our ancient ladies of the court do shun and avoid idleness, some of them exercising their fingers with the needle, others in caul work, divers in spinning of silk, some in continual reading either of the Holy Scriptures or histories of our own or foreign nations about us, and divers in writing volumes of their own, or translating of other men's into our English and Latin tongue, whilst the youngest sort in the meantime apply their lutes, citherns, pricksong, and all kind of music, which they use only for recreation's sake, when they have leisure, and are free from attendance upon the Queen's Majesty, or such as they belong unto. Many of the elder sort he goes on to celebrate as also skilful in surgery and distillation of waters, besides sundry other artificial practices pertaining to the ornature and commendations of their bodies. And there are none of them, he adds, but when they be at home can help to supply the ordinary want of the kitchen with a number of delicate dishes of their own devising. At last, coming directly to the morals of the court, he declares that whereas some great princes' courts beyond the seas have been likened unto hell on account of the dissipation and debauchery prevailing in them, all such enormities are either utterly expelled out of the court of England, or else so qualified by the diligent endeavour of the chief officers of her Grace's household, that seldom are any of these things apparently seen there without due reprehension, and such severe correction as belongeth to those trespasses. Finally, he concludes to avoid idleness and prevent sundry transgressions otherwise likely to be committed and done. Such order is taken that every office hath either a Bible or the book of the Acts and Monuments of the Church of England, or both, besides some histories and chronicles lying therein, for the exercise of such as come into the same, whereby the stranger that entereth into the court of England upon the sudden shall rather imagine himself to come into some public school of the universities, where many give ear to one that readeth, than into a prince's palace, if you confer the same with those of other nations. This flattering description of the English court is very different from that given by Ascham in his Schoolmaster, who tells us that, although it did indeed contain many fair examples for youth to follow, yet they were like fair marks in the field out of a man's reach, too far off to shoot at well, while the generality of persons to be found there were the worst of characters. Some private letters of the time of Elizabeth also, which have been printed, describe the court as a place where there was little godliness and exercise of religion, and where all enormities reigned in the highest degree. But what it is more important for our present purpose to observe is, that the learning which existed in this age, however remarkably it may have shone forth in particular instances, was by no means generally diffused even among the higher classes, while the generality of the lower and many even of the middle classes remained to the end of the period almost wholly uneducated and illiterate. It is a question whether the father of Shakespeare, an alderman of Stratford, could write his name, and probably throughout the community, for one that was scholar enough to subscribe his signature, there were a dozen who could only make their marks. With all the advancement the country had made, in many respects it may be doubted if popular education was farther extended at the close of the reign of Elizabeth than it was at the commencement of that of her father or her grandfather. Even the length of time that printing had now been at work, and the multiplication of books that must have taken place, had probably but very little, if at all, extended the knowledge and the habit of reading among the mass of the people. The generation that grew up immediately after the discovery of the art of printing, and that first welcomed the Reformation and the translated Bible, perhaps read more than their grandchildren. End of section 37. Section 38 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK. Chapter 4, Part 14. Prose writers: Moore, Elyot, Tyndal, Cranmer, Latimer. The fact most deserving of remark in the progress of English literature for the first half of the 16th century is the cultivation that now came to be bestowed upon the language in the form of prose composition, a form always in the order of time subsequent to that of verse in the natural development of a national language and literature. Long before this date, indeed, Chaucer, in addition to what he did in his proper field, had given proof of how far his genius preceded his age by several examples of composition in prose, in which may be discerned the presence of something of the same high art with which he first elevated our poetry. But besides that, his genius grew him with greatest force to poetry, and that the foreign models upon which he seems chiefly to have formed himself led him in the same direction. The state of the English language at that day perhaps fitted it better for verse than for prose, or rather, it had not yet arrived at the point at which it could be so advantageously employed in prose as in verse. At all events, Chaucer had no worthy successor as a writer of prose, any more than as a writer of poetry, till more than a century after his death. Meanwhile, however, the language, though not receiving much artificial cultivation, was still undergoing a good deal of what in a certain sense might be called application to literary purposes, by its employment both in public proceedings and documents, and also in many popular writings, principally on the subject of the new opinions in religion, both after and previous to the invention of printing. In this more extended use and exercise by persons of some scholarship at least, if not bringing much artistic feeling and skill to the task of composition, it must, as a mere language or system of vocables and grammatical forms, have not only sustained many changes and modifications, but, it is probable, acquired on the whole considerable enlargement of its capacities and powers, and been generally carried forward towards maturity under the impulse of a vigorous principle of growth and expansion. But it is not till some time after the commencement of the 16th century that we can properly date the rise of our classical prose literature. Perhaps the earliest compositions that are entitled to be included under that name are some of those of Sir Thomas More, especially his Life and Reign of King Henry V, which Rastell, his brother-in-law, by whom it was first printed in 1557, from, as he informs us, a copy in More's handwriting, states to have been written by him when he was under Sheriff of London in the year 1513. Most of More's other English writings are of a controversial character, and are occupied about subjects both of very temporary importance, and that called up so much of the eagerness and bitterness of the author's party zeal as considerably to disturb and mar both his naturally gentle and benignant temper and the oily eloquence of his style. But this historic piece is characterized throughout by an easy narrative flow which rivals the sweetness of Herodotus. It is certainly the first English historic composition that can be said to aspire to be more than a mere chronicle. The following is an extract from Sir Thomas More's Dialogue Concerning Heresies, Chapter 14, written in 1528. Some priest, to bring up a pilgrimage in his parish, may devise some false fellow, feigning himself to come seek a saint in his church, and there suddenly say that he hath gotten his sight, then shall ye have the bells ring for a miracle, and the fond folk of the country soon made fools. Then women coming thither with their candles, and the person being of some lame beggar, 3 or 4 pair of their old crutches, with 12 pence spent in men and women of wax thrust thorough divers places, some with arrows and some with rusty knives, will make his offerings for 1 7-year worth twice his tithes. This is, quoth I, very truth that such things may be, and sometimes so be indeed, as I remember me that I have heard my father tell of a beggar, that in King Henry his days the 6th came with his wife to St. Albanus, and there was walking about the town begging, of 5 or 6 days before the king's coming thither, saying that he was born blind and never saw in his life, and was warned in his dream that he should come out of Berwick, where he said he had ever dwelt, to seek St. Alban, and that he had been at his shrine and had not been helping, and therefore he would go seek him at some other place, for he had heard some say, since he came, that St. Albanus' body should be at Cologne, and indeed such a contention hath there been. But of truth, as I am surely informed, he lieth here at St. Albanus, saving some relics of him, which they there show shrined. But to tell you forth, when the king was comen, and the town full, suddenly this blind man at St. Albanus' shrine had his sight again, and a miracle solemnly rangen and Te Deum songen, so that nothing was talked of in all the town but this miracle. So happened it then that Duke Humphrey of Gloucester, a great wise man and very well learned, having great joy to see such a miracle, called the poor man unto him, and first showing himself joyous of God's glory, so showed in the getting of his sight, and exhorting him to meekness, and to none ascribing of any part the worship to himself, nor to be proud of the people's praise, which would call him a good and a godly man thereby. At last he looked well upon his eyen, and asked whether he could never see nothing at all in all his life before, and when as well his wife as himself affirmed fastly no, that he looked advisedly upon his eyen again, and said, I believe you very well, for me thinketh that ye cannot see well yet. Yes, sir, quoth he, I thank God and his holy martyr, I can see now as well as any man. Ye can, quoth the Duke, what colour is my gown? Then anon the beggar told him. What colour, quoth he, is this man's gown? He told him also, and so forth, without any sticking. He told him the names of all the colours that could be, showed him. And when my lord saw that, he bade him walk fader, and made him be set openly in the stocks. For though he could have seen suddenly by miracle the difference between divers colours, yet could he not by the sight so suddenly tell the names of all these colours, but if he had known them before, no more than the names of all the men that he should suddenly see. Lo, therefore, I say, quote your friend, who may be sure of such things, when such pageants be played before all the town. The letter which Sir Thomas More wrote to his wife in 1528, after the burning of his house at Chelsea, affords one of the best specimens of the epistolary style of this period. Mistress Alice, in my most hearty wise I recommend me to you, and whereas I am informed by my son Heron of the loss of our barns, and of our neighbours also, with all the corn that was therein, albeit, saving God's pleasure, it is great pity of so much good corn lost, yet sith it hath liked him to send us such a chance, we must and are bounden not only to be content, but also to be glad of his visitation. He sent us all that we have lost, and sith he hath by such a chance taken it away again, his pleasure be fulfilled. Let us never grudge thereat, but take it in good worth, and heartily thank him, as well for adversity as for prosperity. And peradventure we have more cause to thank him for our loss than for our winning, for his wisdom better seeth what is good for us than we do ourselves. Therefore I pray you be of good cheer, and take all the household with you to church, and there thank God, both for that he hath given us, and for that he hath taken from us, and for that he hath left us, which if it please him, he can increase when he will, and if it please him to leave us yet less, at his pleasure be it. I pray you to make some good in search what my poor neighbours have lost, and bid them take no thought therefore, for, and I should not leave myself a spoon, there shall no poor neighbour of mine be no loss by any chance happened in my house. I pray you be with my children and your household merry in God, and devise somewhat with your friends what way were best to take for provision to be made for corn for our household and for seed this year coming, if ye think it good that we keep the ground still in our hands. And whether ye think it good that we so shall do or not, yet I think it were not best suddenly thus to leave it all up, and to put away our folk of our farm till we have somewhat advised us thereon. Howbeit, if we have more now than ye shall need, and which can get them other masters, ye may then discharge us of them. But I would not that any man were suddenly sent away, he wot ne'er whether. At my coming hither I perceived none other, but that I should tarry still with the king's grace. But now I shall, I think, because of this chance, get leave this next week to come home and see you, and then shall we further devise together upon all things what order shall be best to take, and thus as heartily fare you well with all our children as ye can wish. At Woodstock, the 3rd day of September, by the hand of your loving husband, Thomas More, Knight. Along with More, as one of the earliest writers of classic English prose, may be mentioned his friend Sir Thomas Elyot, the author of the political treatise entitled The Governor, and of various other works, one of which is a Latin and English dictionary, the foundation of most of the compilations of the same kind that were published for a century afterwards. More was executed in 1535, and Elyot also died some years before the middle of the century. William Tyndal's admirable translations of the New Testament and of some portions of the Old, and also numerous tracts by the same early reformer in his native tongue, which he wrote with remarkable correctness as well as with great vigor and eloquence, appeared between 1526 and his death in 1536. Next in the order of time among our more eminent prose writers may be placed some of the distinguished leaders of the Reformation in the latter part of the reign of Henry VIII, and in that of Edward VI, more especially Archbishop Cranmer, whose compositions in his native tongue are of considerable volume, and are characterized, if not by any remarkable strength of expression or weight of matter, yet by a full and even flow both of words and thought. On the whole, Cranmer was the greatest writer among the founders of the English Reformation. His friends and fellow labourers, Ridley and Latimer, were also celebrated in their day for their ready popular elocution. But the few tracts of Ridley's that remain are less eloquent than learned, and Latimer's discourses are rather quaint and curious than either learned or eloquent in any lofty sense of that term. Latimer is stated to have been one of the first English students of the Greek language, but this could hardly be guessed from his sermons, which, except a few scraps of Latin, show scarcely a trace of scholarship or literature of any kind. In addressing the people from the pulpit, this honest, simple-minded bishop, feeling no exaltation either from his position or his subject, expounded the most sublime doctrines of religion in the same familiar and homely language in which the humblest or most rustic of his hearers were accustomed to chaffer with one another in the market-place about the price of a yard of cloth or a pair of shoes. Nor indeed was he more fastidious as to matter than as to manner. All the preachers of that age were accustomed to take a wide range over things in general, but Latimer went beyond everybody else in the miscellaneous assortment of topics he used to bring together from every region of heaven and earth, of the affairs of the world that now is as well as of that which is to come. Without doubt his sermons must have been lively and entertaining far beyond the common run of that kind of compositions. The allusions with which they abounded to public events, and to life in all its colours and grades, from the palace to the cottage, from the prince to the peasant, the anecdotes of his own experience, and the other stories the old man would occasionally intersperse among his strictures and exhortations, the expressiveness of his unscrupulous and often startling phraseology, all this combined with the earnestness, piety, and real goodness and simplicity of heart that breathed from every word he uttered, may well be conceived to have had no little charm for the multitudes that crowded to hear his living voice. Even as to us, after the lapse of 3 centuries, these sermons of Latimer's are still in the highest degree interesting, both for the touches they contain in illustration of the manners and social condition of our forefathers, and as a picture of a very peculiar individual mind. They are also of some curiosity and value as a monument of the language of the period, but to what is properly to be called its literature, as we have said, they can hardly be considered as belonging at all. The following extract from Latimer's third sermon, preached before King Edward VI at Westminster, 22nd March, 1549, was contributed by Sir Henry Ellis to the Pictorial History of England. We copy the original edition, says Sir Henry, with all its spellings and provincialisms, a volume of so great rarity as not to be found in any of the libraries which have been brought together at the British Museum. Sir, what form of preaching would you appoint me to preach before a king? Would you have me for to preach nothing as concerning a king in the king's sermon? Have you any commission to appoint me what I shall preach? Besides this, I asked him divers other questions, and he would make no answer to none of them all. He had nothing to say. Then I turned me to the king, and submitted myself to his grace, and said, I never thought myself worthy, nor I never sued to be a preacher before your grace, but I was called to it, would be willing, if you mislike me, to give place to my betters. For I grant there be a great many more worthy of the room than I am, and if it be your grace's pleasure so to allow them for preachers, I could be content to bear their books after them. But if your grace allow me for a preacher, I would desire your grace to give me leave to discharge my conscience. Give me leave to frame my doctrine according to my audience. I had been a very dolt to have preached so at the borders of your realm, as I preached before your grace. And I thank Almighty God, which hath always been remedy, that my sayings were well accepted of the king, for like a gracious lord he turned into another communication. It is even as the scripture saith, Cor regis in manu domini, the Lord directed the king's heart. Certain of my friends came to me with tears in their eyes, and told me they looked I should have been in the Tower the same night. Thus have I ever more been burdened with the word of sedition. I've offended God grievously, transgressing his law, and but for his remedy and his mercy I would not look to be saved. As for sedition, for aught that I know, methinks I should not need Christ, if I might so say. If I be clear in any thing, I am clear in this. So far as I know mine own heart, there is no man further from sedition than I, which I have declared in all my doings, and yet it hath been ever laid to me. Another time when I gave over mine office, I should have received a certain duty that they call a Pentecostal. It came to the sum of 50 and £5. I sent my commissary to gather it, but he could not be suffered, for it was said a sedition should rise upon it. Thus they burdened me ever with sedition. So this gentleman cometh up now with sedition, and what ye what? I chanced in my last sermon to speak a merry word of the new shilling, to refresh my auditory, how I was like to put away my new shilling for an old groat. I was herein noted to speak seditiously. Yet I comfort myself in one thing, that I am not alone, and that I have a fellow. For it is consolatio miserarum. It is the comfort of the wretched to have company. When I was in trouble, it was objected and said unto me, that I was singular, that no man thought as I thought, that I love a singularity in all that I did, and that I took a way contrary to the king and the whole parliament, and that I was travelled with them that had better wits than I, that I was contrary to them all. Marry, sir, this was a sore thunderbolt. I thought it an irksome thing to be alone, and to have no fellow. I thought it was possible it might not be true that they told me. In the 7th of John, the priests sent out certain of the Jews to bring Christ unto them violently. When they came into the temple and heard him preach, they were so moved with his preaching that they returned home again, and said to them that sent them, Nunquam sic locatus est homo ut hic homo, there was never man spake like this man. Then answered the Pharisees, Num et vos seducti estis, what ye brain-sick fools, ye haughty pecks, ye dotty pools, ye huds, do ye believe him? Are ye seduced also? Nunquis et principibus credidit in eum. Did you see any great man or any great officer take his part? Do ye see any body follow him but beggarly fishers, and such as have nothing to take to? Numquis ex Pharisius. Do ye see any holy man, any perfect man, any learned man take his part? Turba quae ignorat legem execrabilis est. This lay people is accursed. It is they that know not the law that takes his part, and none. Lo, here the Pharisees had nothing to choke the people withal but ignorance. They did as our bishops of England, who upbraided the people always with ignorance, where they were the cause of it themselves. There were, saith St. John, multi ex principibus qui crederant in eum. Many of the chief men believed in him, and that was contrary to the Pharisees, saying, O then by like they belied him, he was not alone. So thought I, there be more of mine opinion than I. I thought I was not alone. I have now gotten one fellow more, a companion of sedition, and wot ye who is my fellow? As say the prophet, I spake but of a little pretty shilling, but he speaketh to Jerusalem after another sort, and was so bold to meddle with their coin. Thou proud, thou covetous, thou haughty city of Jerusalem, argentum tuum versum est in scoriam. Thy silver is turned into what? Into testions. Scoriam into dross. Ah, seditious wretch! What had he to do with the mint? Why should not he have left that matter to some master of policy to reprove? Thy silver is dross, it is not fine, it is counterfeit. Thy silver is turned, thou hadst good silver. What pertained that to essay? Marry, he espied a piece of divinity in that policy. He threateneth them God's vengeance for it. He went to the root of the matter, which was covetousness. He espied 2 points in it, that either it came of covetousness, which became him to reprove, or else that it tended to the hurt of the poor people, for the nothings of the silver was the occasion of dearth of all things in the realm. He imputeth it to them as a great crime. He may be called a master of sedition indeed. Was not this a seditious harlot to tell them this to their beards, to their face? Generally it may be observed, with regard to the English prose of the earlier part of the 16th century, that it is both more simple in its construction, and of a more purely native character in other respects, than the style which came into fashion in the latter years of the Elizabethan period. When first made use of in prose composition, the mother tongue was written as it was spoken. Even such artifices and embellishments as are always prompted by the nature of verse were here scarcely aspired after or thought of. That which was addressed to and especially intended for the instruction of the people was set down as far as possible in the familiar forms and fashions of the popular speech, in genuine native words and direct unencumbered sentences. No painful imitation of any learned or foreign model was attempted, nor any species of elaboration whatever, except what was necessary for mere perspicuity, in a kind of writing which was scarcely regarded as partaking of the character of literary composition at all. The delicacy of a scholarly taste no doubt influenced even the English style of such writers as Moore and his more eminent contemporaries or immediate followers. But whatever eloquence or dignity their compositions thus acquired was not the effect of any professed or conscious endeavor to write in English as they would have written in what were called the learned tongues. The age indeed of the critical cultivation of the language for the purpose of prose composition had already commenced, but at first that object was pursued in the best spirit and after the wisest methods. Erasmus, in one of his letters, mentions that his friend Dean Colet labored to improve his English style by the diligent perusal and study of Chaucer and the other old poets, in whose works alone the popular speech was to be found turned with any taste or skill to a literary use. And doubtless others of our earliest classic prose writers took lessons in their art in the same manner from these true fathers of our vernacular literature. And even the first professed critics and reformers of the language that arose among us proceeded in the main in a right direction and upon sound principles in the task they undertook. The appearance of a race of critical and rhetorical writers in any country is in truth always rather a symptom or indication than, what it has frequently been denounced as being, a cause of the corruption and decline of the national literature. The writings of Dionysius, of Halicarnassus, and of Quintilian, for instance, certainly did not hasten, but probably rather contributed to retard, the decay of the literature of ancient Greece and Rome. The first eminent English writer of this class was the celebrated Roger Ascham, the tutor of Queen Elizabeth, whose treatise, entitled Toxophilus, The School or Partitions of Shooting was published in 1545. The design of Ascham in this performance was not only to recommend to his countrymen the use of their old national weapon, the bow, but to set before them an example and model of a pure and correct English prose style. In his dedication of the work to all the gentlemen and yeomen of England, he recommends to him that would write well in any tongue the counsel of Aristotle, to speak as the common people do, to think as wise men do. From this we may perceive that Ascham had a true feeling of the regard due to the great fountainhead and oracle of the national language, the vocabulary of the common people. He goes on to reprobate the practice of many English writers, who, by introducing into their compositions, in violation of the Aristotelian precept, many words of foreign origin, Latin, French, and Italian, made all things dark and hard. Once he says, I communed with a man which reasoned the English tongue to be enriched and increased thereby, saying, who will not praise that feast where a man shall drink at a dinner both wine, ale, and beer? Truly, quoth I, they be all good, every one taken by himself alone. But if you put malmsey and sack, red wine and white, ale and beer, and all in one pot, if you shall make a drink neither easy to be known, nor yet wholesome for the body. The English language, however, it may be observed, had even already become too thoroughly and essentially a mixed tongue for this doctrine of purism to be admitted to the letter, nor indeed, to take up Ascham's illustration, is it universally true even in regard to liquids that a salutary and palatable beverage can never be made by the interfusion of two or more different kinds. Our tongue is now, and was many centuries ago, not indeed in its grammatical structure, but in its vocabulary, as substantially and to as great an extent Neo-Latin as Gothic. It would be as completely torn in pieces and left the mere tattered rag of a language, useless for all the purposes of speaking as well as of writing, by having the foreign as by having the native element taken out of it. Ascham in his own writings uses many words of French and Latin origin, the latter mostly derived through the medium of the French. Nay, the common people themselves of necessity did in his day, as they do still, use many such foreign words, or words not of English origin, and could scarcely have held communication with one another on the most ordinary occasions without so doing. It is another question whether it might not have been more fortunate if the original form of the national speech had remained in a state of celibacy and virgin purity. By the course of events, the Gothic part of the language has, in point of fact, been married to the Latin part of it, and what God or nature has thus joined together, it is now beyond the competency of man to put asunder. The language, while it subsists, must continue to be the product of that union, and nothing else. As for Ascham's own style, both in his Toxophilus and in his Schoolmaster, published in 1571, 3 years after the author's death, it is not only clear and correct, but idiomatic and muscular. That it is not rich or picturesque is the consequence of the character of the writer's mind, which was rather rhetorical than poetical. The publication of Ascham's Toxophilus was soon followed by an elaborate treatise, expressly dedicated to the subject of English composition, the art of rhetoric, for the use of all such as are studious of eloquence, set forth in English by Thomas Wilson. Wilson, whose work appeared in 1553, takes pains to impress the same principles that Ascham had laid down before him with regard to purity of style and the general rule of writing well. But the very solicitude thus shown by the ablest and most distinguished of those who now assume the guardianship of the vernacular tongue to protect it from having its native character overlaid and debased by an intermixture of terms borrowed from other languages may be taken as evidence that such debasement was actually at this time going on, that our ancient English was beginning to be oppressed and half suffocated by additions from foreign sources brought in upon it faster than it could absorb and assimilate them. Wilson indeed proceeds to complain that this was the case. While some powdered their talk with oversea language, others whom he designates as the unlearned or foolish fantastical that smell but of learning, were wont, he says, so to Latin their tongues, that simple persons could not but wonder at their talk, and think they surely spake by some revelation from heaven. It may be suspected, however, that this affectation of unnecessary terms, formed from the ancient languages, was not confined to mere pretenders to learning. Another well-known critical writer of this period, Webster Putnam, in his Art of English Poesy, published in 1582, but believed to have been written a good many years earlier, in like manner advises the avoidance in writing of such words and modes of expression as are used in the marches and frontiers, or in port towns where strangers haunt for traffic's sake, or yet in universities where scholars use much peevish affectation of words out of the primitive languages. And he warns his readers that in some books were already to be found many inkhorn terms so ill affected, brought in by men of learning as preachers and schoolmasters, and many strange terms of other languages by secretaries and merchants and travellers, and many dark words and not usual nor well sounding, though they be daily spoken at court. On the whole, however, Puttenham considers the best standard both for speaking and writing to be the usual speech of the court, and that of London and the shires lying about London within 60 miles, and not much above. This judgment is probably correct, although the writer was a gentleman pensioner, and perhaps also a Cockney by birth. End of section 38. Section 39 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK. Chapter 4, Part 15. Scottish Prose Writers. Before the middle of the 16th century, a few prose writers had also appeared in the Scottish dialect. A digest of practical theology, composed for the use of King James IV in his native tongue by a priest called John de Arlandia in the year 1490, still exists in manuscript, apparently an autograph of the author, in the Advocates' Library at Edinburgh. This work, says Leyden, who has given an account of it, with some extracts in the preliminary dissertation prefixed to his edition of the Complaint of Scotland, exhibits a curious specimen of the Scottish language at that period, and the style as well as the orthography are more uniform, and approach nearer the modern standard than those of some writers who lived almost a century later. A moral treatise entitled the Porteus, that is, the Vade Mecum, or Manual of Nobleness, translated from the French by Andrew Cadieux, was printed at Edinburgh in 1508. The conclusion of it, the only portion that is known to have been preserved, is reprinted by Leyden in his dissertation, pages 203 to 208, and also by Mr. David Lang in his collection entitled The Knightly Tale of Gaulegruce and Gawain, etc., Edinburgh, 1827. The Scottish History of Hector Boethius, or Boetius, Boece or Boyce, translated from the Latin by John Belladon, was printed at Edinburgh in 1537, and a translation by the same person of the first 5 books of Livy remained in manuscript till it was published at Edinburgh in quarto in 1829. A second edition of the translation of Boetius having also been brought out there in 2 volumes quarto the same year. But the most remarkable composition in Scottish prose of this era is the Complaint of Scotland, printed at St. Andrews in 1548, which has been variously assigned to Sir James Inglis, knight, a country gentleman of Fife, who died in 1554, to Wedderburn, the supposed author of the compendious book of godly and spiritual sayings and ballats, reprinted from the edition of 1621 by Sir John Graham Dalzell, 8vo, Edinburgh, 1801, and by its modern editor, the late John Leyden, in the elaborate and ingenious dissertation prefixed to his reprint of the work, 8vo, Edinburgh, 1801, to the famous poet Sir David Lindsay. This is a very extraordinary piece of writing, as a short extract or two will show, for the better comparison of the language in all respects with that spoken and written in England at the same date. We shall, in our first specimen, preserve the original spelling. The following is from a long episode. which occurs in the middle of the work, entitled Anna Monologue of the Actor. Thereafter I heard the rumour of Ramashafal and of Beastus that made grit bear quilk past beside Burness and Bogus on green banks to seek their sustentantione. Their brutal sounded redound to the high skies, while the depa hu cavernus of Clenchus and Rochus Cragus and Certvit high not of that same sound as they beast head blauen. It appeared be presuming and presupposing that Blabberan echo had been hidden and whole cried, and her half answer quaen Narcissus Rixor sought for his Sarandis queen. He bussen and our forest far from many folk, and there after for love of echo he drowned in his own drowvel, not to tell truth of the beastus that made such bear, and of the din that the fowls did their sundry sounds had nother temperance nor tune, for firth on the fresh field the nault made noise fifth money loud low. Bait horse and Maius did fast knee, and the foalus necker. The bullus began to buller quayan, the ship began to blate, because the calves began to mow quayan, the doggus burkit. Then the soon began to quayan thy herd, the ass tear quilk gart, the hennis keckle, quen the cocus crew, the chuckens began to purr, quen the gled guhillicit, the fox followeth the fed guys, and gart them cry clake, the gay lingus criet quilk, quilk, and the duckus cry quack, the ropen of the rainus gart the crass crope, the hotted quaeus criet varet varet, quayan the sonus murnit, because the grey ghoul ma pronosticat ana storm, the turtle began for to grate, coen the cushet zulit, the tudelin follow it, the gulk anda gart her sing gook gook, the dew quoted her sad song that soundeth like sorrow, Robin and the little Varn var hamely, and inventor the Aragolin of the Salu gart the Ile Ingol. Then Maius made mirth for to mock the merle, the Larak made melody up in the skies. The nightingale at the nick sang suet nodus, the tucatus criet chucus nequayan, the pietus claritrit, the garling of the sterling gart the sparrow cheap, the lint quick hit sang counterpart quayan, the ozzel selpit, the green serene sang suet quian, the gold spink chanted, a reed shank cried my foot, and oxy cried to it, the herons gaff and geveld skurach, as the kel led bena in her fear kulhilgart, the quahapis for flay its nest for far from home. A still more ostentatious display of the wealth of the writer's native dialogue follows in a description of a sea scene ending in a fight. Into this he has poured a complete dictionary of naval terms, some of which set translation or explanation at defiance, but many of which are still in familiar use among the fishing population of the sea coast of Fife, from whom either Lindsay or Inglis would be likely enough to learn them. Leyden describes them generally as in part of Norman, in part of Flemish origin. We will pass on and select for our next extract a portion of the author's natural philosophy, and here we shall strip his clear and expressive style of the cumbrous and capricious old spelling, which makes it look as if it were all over bespattered with mud to the eye of a modern reader. Now to speak of the generation of the dew. It is ane humid vapour, generate in the second region of the air, in ane fair calm night, and sign descends in ane temperate coldness on the green herbs in small drops. The hair rime in ane called dew, the wilk falls in misty vapours, and sign it freezes on the aird. The mist, it is the excrement or the superfluity of the clouds. The wilk falls frae the air in ane sweet rain. Wilk rain can naught be per savit be the sight of men. Hailstones is ane congealate rain. Wilk falls on the ear be grit. vehemence, and it falls rather on the daylight nor on the night. The snaw is ane congealate rain, frozen and congealate in the second region of the air, and congeals in divers massive clouds. Whilk stops and empeshes the operation of the planets to exerce their natural course, then the vehemence of the planets bracks they clouds. Frae the force of the whilk there comes fire, and ane grit sound. Whilk is terrible to be hard, and that terrible sound is the thing that we call the thunder. But or we hear the thunder, we see first the fire, howbeit that they proceed at ane instant time. The cause that we see the fire or we hear the thunder is be reason that the sight and clearness of anything is mair swift toward us, nor is the sound. The evil that the thunder does on the ear, it is none, or we hear the crack of it. Ofttimes we will see fire slaught, howbeit there be nae thunder hard. The thunder slays mony beasts on the fields, and when it slays ane man that is sleepend, he shall be funden dead and his een apen. The thunder is maist dangerous for man and beast when there comes nae rain with it. The fire slaught will consume the wine within ane pipe in ane deep cave, and the pipe will resave nae scathe. The fire slaught slew ane man on the fields, and it melted the gold that was in his bag, and it melted not the wax of ane seal that was in that same bag. In Rome there was ane noble princess, called Marcia, grit with child. She was on the fields for her recreation, where that the fire slaught strake her, and slew her not, but yet it slew the child in her womb. There is three things that are never in danger of thunder nor fire slaught, that is to say, the laurel tree, the second is the selch whilk, some men calls the sea wolf, the third thing is the iron that flees so high. The historiographers rehearses that Tiberius Caesar, emperor of Rome, had ever ane hat of laurel tree on his head, and alls he gar mak his pavilions and tents on the fields of selch skins, to that effect that he might be firth of the danger of the thunder and fire slaught. The best remedy contraire thunder and fire slaught is to men and women to pass in how caverns under the air, or in deep caves, because the thunder does maist damage till high places. It is worthy of remark that although we have here unquestionably the Scottish dialect distinctly marked by various peculiarities, indeed the author in his prologue or preface expressly and repeatedly states that he is written in Scotch, in our Scottish language, as he calls it, yet one chief characteristic of the modern Scotch is still wanting, the suppression of the final L after a vowel, or diphthong, just as it is in Barber and Blind Harry. This change, as we before remarked, is probably very modern. It has taken place in all likelihood since Scotch ceased to be generally used in writing. The principle of growth, which after a language passes under the government of the pen, is to a great extent suspended, having recovered its activity on the dialect being abandoned again to the comparatively lawless liberty, or at least looser guardianship of the lips. English poets, Hawes, Barklay. The English poetical literature of the first half of the 16th century may be fairly described as the dawn of a new day. Two poetic names of some note belong to the reign of Henry VII, Stephen Hawes and Alexander Barklay. Hawes is the author of many pieces, but is chiefly remembered for his Pastime of Pleasure, or History of Grand Armour, and La Belle Pucelle, first printed by Wynkyn de Worde in 1517, but written about 2 years earlier. Wynton holds this performance to be almost the only effort of imagination and invention which had appeared in our poetry since Chaucer, and eulogizes it as containing no common touches of romantic and allegoric fiction. Hawes was both a scholar and a traveller, and was perfectly familiar with the French and Italian poetry, as well as with that of his own country. It speaks very little, however, for his taste, that among the preceding English poets he has evidently made Lydgate his model, even if it should be admitted that, as Warton affirms, he has added some new graces to the manner of that cold and wordy versifier. Lydgate and Hawes may stand together as perhaps the two writers who, in the century and a half that followed the death of Chaucer, contributed most to carry forward the regulation and modernization of the language which he began. Barklay, who did not die till 1552, when he had attained a great age, employed his pen principally in translations, in which line his most celebrated performance is his Ship of Fools from the German of Sebastian Brandt, which was printed in 1508. Barklay, however, besides consulting both a French and a Latin version of Brandt's poem, has enlarged his original with the enumeration and description of a considerable variety of follies, which he found flourishing among his own countrymen. This gives the work some value as a record of the English manners of the time, but both its poetical and its satirical pretensions are of the very humblest order. At this date most of our writers of what was called poetry seem to have been occupied with the words in which they were to clothe their ideas, almost to the exclusion of all the higher objects of the poetic art. And that perhaps is what of necessity happens at a particular stage in the progress of a nation's literature, at the stage corresponding to the transition state in the growth of the human being between the termination of free, rejoicing boyhood and the full assurance of manhood begun, which is peculiarly the season, not of achievement, but of preparation, not of accomplishing ends, but of acquiring the use of means and instruments, and also, it may be added, of the aptitude to mistake the one of these things for the other. Skelton. But the poetry with the truest life in it, produced in the reign of Henry VII and the earlier part of that of his son, is undoubtedly that of Skelton. John Skelton may have been born about or soon after 1460. He studied at Cambridge, if not at both universities, began to write and publish compositions in verse between 1480 and 1490, was graduated as poet laureate, a degree in grammar, including versification and rhetoric, at Oxford before 1490, was admitted ad eundem at Cambridge in 1493, in 1498 took holy orders, was probably about the same time appointed tutor to the young Prince Henry, afterwards Henry VIII, was eventually promoted to be rector of Diss in Norfolk, and died in 1529 in the sanctuary at Westminster Abbey, where he had taken refuge to escape the vengeance of Cardinal Wolsey, originally his patron, but latterly the chief butt at which he had been wont to shoot his satiric shafts. As a scholar, Skelton had a European reputation in his own day, and the great Erasmus has styled him Britannicarum Literarum Decus et Lumen, the light and ornament of English letters. His Latin verses are distinguished by their purity and classical spirit. As for his English poetry, it is generally more of a mingled yarn, and of a much coarser fabric, and many of his effusions, indeed, poured forth in sympathy with or in aid of some popular cry of the day. He is little better than a rhyming buffoon. Much of his ribaldry is now nearly unintelligible, and it may be doubted if a considerable portion of his grotesque and apparently incoherent jingle ever had much more than the sort of half-meaning with which a half-tipsy writer may satisfy readers as far gone as himself. Even in the most reckless of these compositions, however, he rattles along through sense and nonsense with a vivacity that had been a stranger to our poetry for many a weary day, and his freedom and spirit, even where most unrefined, must have been exhilarating after the long fit of somnolency in which the English muse had dozed away the last 100 years. But much even of Skelton's satiric verse is instinct with genuine poetical vigor, and a fancy alert, sparkling, and various to a wonderful degree. It is impossible where the style and manner are, if not so discursive, at least so rushing and river-like, to give any complete idea of the effect by extracts, but we will transcribe a small portion of the bitterest of his attacks upon Wolsey, his satire, or little book, as he designates it, entitled Why Come Ye Not to Court, extending in all to nearly 1300 lines. Our barons be so bold, into a mouse hole they wold, rin away and creep like a miney of sheep, dare not look out at Dur, for dread of the mastiff cur, for dread of the butcher's dog, would weary them like an hog. For an this cur do gnar, they must stand all afar, to hold up their hand at the bar. For all their noble blood, he plucks them by the hood, and shakes them by the ear, and brings them in such fear. He baiteth them like a bear, like an ox or a bull. Their wits, he saith, are dull. He saith they have no brain, their estate to maintain, and maketh them to bow their knee before his majesty. In the chancery where he sits, but such as he admits, none so hearty as to speak, he saith, thou huddy peak, thy learning is too lewd, thy tongue is not well thewed, to seek before our grace, and openly in that place he rages, and he raves, and calls them cankered knaves. Thus royally doth he deal, under the king's broad seal, and in the chequer he them checks, in the star chamber he nods and becks, and beareth him there so stout, that no man dare rout duke, earl, baron, nor lord, but to his sentence must accord, whether he be knight or squire, all men must follow his desire. But this mad Amalek, like to a Mamalek, he regardeth lords no more than post hordes. He is in such elation of his exaltation, and the supportation of our sovereign lord, that God to record, he ruleth all at will, without reason or skill, howbeit the primordial of his wretched original, and his base progeny, and his greasy genealogy, he came to the Cinque Royale, that was cast out of a butcher's stall. He would dry up the streams of 9 kings' reams, all rivers and wells, all water that swells, for with us he so mells, that within England dwells, I would he were somewhere else. For else by and by he will drink us so dry, and suck us so nigh, that men shall scantly have penny or halfpenny. God save his noble grace, and grant him a place endless to dwell with the devil of hell. For an he were there, we need never fear of the fiend's blake. For I undertake he wold so brag and crake, that he would wold than make the devils to quake, to shudder and to shake, like a fire drake, and with a cold rake bruise them on a brake, and bind them to a stake, and set hell on fire at his own desire. He is such a grim sire, and such a potestolate, and such a potestate, that he would break the brains of Lucifer in his chains, and rule them each one in Lucifer's throne. I would he were gone, for among us is none that ruleth but he alone, without all good reason, and all out of season, etc. Another of Skelton's satirical invectives, his bouge of court, that is, bouche à cour, diet allowed at court, which is written in the common stanza of 7 decasyllabic lines, and altogether with much more sobriety, has some strong allegorical painting, but in a hard and heavy style, and the force is also more conspicuous than the invention. Another of his productions is a drama entitled Magnificence, a goodly interlude and a merry in rhyme, and running to nearly 2600 long lines, the characters being felicity, liberty, measure, counterfeit, countenance, crafty, conveyance, cloaked, collusion, courtly abusion, and other such shadowy personages. But Skelton's brightest and in all respects happiest poetry is surely what of it is neither allegorical nor satirical. The charm of his writing lies in its natural ease and freedom, its inexhaustible and untiring vivacity, and these qualities are found both in their greatest abundance and their greatest purity, where his subject is suggestive of the simplest emotions and has most of a universal interest. His book of Philip Sparrow, for instance, an elegy on the sparrow of fair Jane Scroop, slain by a cat in the nunnery of Carew, near Norwich, extending with the commendation of the goodly maid to nearly 1400 lines, is unrivalled in the language for elegant and elastic playfulness, and a spirit of whim that only kindles into the higher blaze the longer it is kept up. The second part of commendation in particular is throughout animated and hilarious to a wonderful degree. The refrain, for this most goodly flower, this blossom of fresh colour, so Jupiter me succour, she flourisheth new and new, in beauty and virtue, hac caritate gemina, o glorioso femina, etc., recurring often so suddenly and unexpectedly, yet always so naturally, has an effect like that of the harmonious evolutions of some lively and graceful dance. Have we not in this poem, by the by, the true origin of Skelton's peculiar dancing verse? Is it not anacreontic, as the spirit also of the best of his poetry undoubtedly is? Roy John Heywood. Along with Skelton, viewed as he commonly has been only as a satirist, is usually classed William Roy, a writer who assisted Tyndal in his translation of the New Testament, and who is asserted by Bayle to be the author of a singular work entitled Read Me and Be Not Wroth, for I say nothing but troth, which is supposed to have been first printed abroad about 1525. This is also a satire upon Wolsey and the clergy in general, and is as bitter as might be expected from the supposed author, who, having begun his life as a friar, spent the best part of it in the service of the Reformation, and finished it at the stake. Among the buffoon poets of this age is also to be reckoned John Heywood, styled the epigrammatist, from the 6 centuries of epigrams or versified jokes, which form a remarkable portion of his works. Heywood's conversational jocularity has the equivocal credit of having been exceedingly consoling, both to the old age of Henry VIII and to his daughter Queen Mary. It must have been strong jesting that could stir the sense of the ludicrous in either of these terrible personages. Besides a number of plays, which are the most important of his productions, Heywood also wrote a long burlesque allegory, which fills a thick quarto volume on the dispute between the old and the new religions, under the title of A Parable of the Spider and the Fly, where it appears that by the spider is intended the Protestant party, by the fly the Catholic, but in which, according to the judgment of old Henryson, he dealeth so profoundly and beyond all measure of skill, that neither he himself that made it, neither any one that readeth it, can reach unto the meaning thereof. Scottish poets: Gawain, Douglas, Dunbar, Lindsay. But while in England the new life to which poetry had awakened had thus as yet produced so little except ribaldry and buffoonery, it is remarkable that in Scotland, where general social civilization was much less advanced, the art had continued to be cultivated in its highest departments with great success, and the language had already been enriched with some compositions worthy of any age. Perhaps the Scottish poetry of the earlier part of the 16th century may be regarded as the same spring which had visited England in the latter part of the 14th. The impulse originally given by the poetry of Chaucer only now come to its height in that northern clime. Gawain Douglas, Bishop of Dunkeld, who flourished in the first quarter of the 16th century, and who is famous for his translation of the Aeneid, the first metrical version of any ancient classic that had yet appeared in the dialect of either kingdom, affects great anxiety to eschew Southron or English, and to write his native tongue in all its breadth and plainness. But it does not follow from his avoidance of English words that he may not have formed himself to a great extent on the study of English models. At the same time it may be admitted that neither in his translation nor in his original works of King Hart and the Palace of Honour, which are two long allegories, full, the latter especially, of passages of great descriptive beauty, does Douglas convict himself of belonging to the school of Chaucer. He is rather, if not the founder, at least the chief representative of a style of poetry which was attempted to be formed in Scotland by enriching and elevating the simplicity of Barber and his immediate followers with an infusion of something of what was deemed a classic manner, drawn in part directly from the Latin writers, but more from those of the worst than those of the best age, in part from the French poetry, which now began in like manner to aspire towards a classic tone. This preference by the Scottish poets of Latin and French to Southron as a source from which to supply the deficiencies of their native dialect had probably no more reasonable origin than the political circumstances and feelings of the nation. The spirit of the national genius was antagonistic to it, and it therefore never could become more than a temporary fashion. Yet it infected more or less all the writers of this age, and amongst the rest, to a considerable extent, by far the greatest of them all, William Dunbar. This admirable master alike of serious and of comic song may justly be styled the Chaucer of Scotland, whether we look to the wide range of his genius, or to his eminence in every style over all the poets of his country who preceded, and all who for ages came after him. That of Burns is certainly the only name among the Scottish poets that can yet be placed on the same line with that of Dunbar, and even the Inspired Ploughman, though the equal of Dunbar in comic power, and his superior in depth of passion, is not to be compared with the elder poet either in strength or in general fertility of imagination. Finally, to close the list, comes another eminent name, that of Sir David Lindsay, whose productions are not indeed characterized by any high imaginative power, but yet display infinite wit, spirit, and variety in all the forms of the more familiar poetry. Lindsay was the favourite throughout his brief reign and life of the accomplished and unfortunate James V, and survived to do perhaps as good service as any in the war against the ancient church, by the tales, plays, and other products of his abounding satiric vein, with which he fed and excited and lashed up the popular contempt for the now crazy and tumbling fabric once so imposing and so venerated. Perhaps he also did no harm by thus taking off a little of the acrid edge of mere resentment and indignation with the infusion of a dash of merriment, and keeping alive a genial sense of the ludicrous in the midst of such serious work. If Dunbar is to be compared to Burns, Lindsay may be said to have his best representative among the more recent Scottish poets in Allan Ramsay, who does not, however, come so near to Lindsay by a long way as Burns does to Dunbar. Surrey, Wyatt. Lindsay is supposed to have survived till about the year 1567. Before that date a revival of the higher poetry had come upon England like the rising of a new day. Two names are commonly placed together at the head of our new poetical literature, Lord Surrey and Sir Thomas Wyatt. Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey, memorable in our history as the last victim of the capricious and sanguinary tyranny of Henry VIII, had already in his short life, which was terminated by the axe of the executioner in his 27th year, carried away from all his countrymen the laurels both of knighthood and of song. The superior polish alone of the best of Surrey's verses would place him at an immeasurable distance in advance of all his immediate predecessors. So remarkable indeed is the contrast in this respect which his poetry presents to theirs, that in modern times there has been claimed for Surrey, as we have seen, the honour of having been the first to introduce our existing system of rhythm into the language. The true merit of Surrey is that, proceeding upon the same system of versification which had been introduced by Chaucer, and which indeed had in principle been followed by all the writers after Chaucer, however rudely or imperfectly some of them may have succeeded in the practice of it, he restored to our poetry a correctness, polish, and general spirit of refinement, such as it had not known since Chaucer's time, and of which, therefore, in the language as now spoken, there was no previous example whatever. To this it may be added that he appears to have been the first, at least in this age, who sought to modulate his strains after that elder poetry of Italy, which thenceforward became one of the chief fountainheads of inspiration to that of England throughout the whole space of time over which is shed the golden light of the names of Spenser, of Shakespeare, and of Milton. Surrey's own imagination was neither rich nor soaring, and the highest qualities of his poetry, in addition to the facility and general mechanical perfection of the versification, are delicacy and tenderness. It is altogether a very light and bland Favonian breeze. The poetry of his friend Wyatt is of a different character, neither so flowing in form nor so uniformly gentle in spirit, but perhaps making up for its greater ruggedness by a force and a depth of sentiment occasionally which Surrey does not reach. The poems of Lord Surrey and Sir Thomas Wyatt were first published together in 1557. We give one of Surrey's sonnets in praise of his mistress, the fair Geraldine, from Dr. Nott's edition of his poems. The spelling is modernized. Give place, ye lovers, here before, that spent your boasts and brags in vain. My lady's beauty passeth more, the best of yours, I dare well sain, than doth the sun, the candlelight, or brightest day, the darkest night. And thereto hath a troth as just as had Penelope the fair, for what she saith ye may it trust, as it by writing sealed were. And virtues hath she many mo, than I with pen have skill to show. I could rehearse, if that I would, the whole effect of nature's plaint, when she had lost the perfect mould, the like to whom she could not paint. With wringing hands how she did cry, and what she said, I know it, I know she swore with raging mind, her kingdom only set apart, there was no loss by law of kind, that could have gone so near her heart. And this was chiefly all her pain, she could not make the like again. Sith nature thus gave her the praise, to be the chiefest work she wrought, in faith methinks some better ways on your behalf might well be sought, than to compare, as ye have done, to match the candle with the sun. To Surrey we owe the introduction into the language of our present form of blank verse, the suggestion of which he probably took from the earliest Italian example of that form of poetry, a translation of the first and fourth books of the Aeneid by the Cardinal Hippolito de' Medici, or as some say by Francesco Maria Molza, which was published at Venice in 1541. A translation of the same two books into English blank verse appeared in the collection of Surrey's poems, published by Tottle in 1557. Dr. Nott has shown that this translation was founded upon the metrical Scottish version of Gowan Douglas, which, although not published till 1553, had been finished, as the author himself informs us, in 1513. But it ought not to be forgotten that, as already remarked, we have one example at least of another form of blank verse in the Ormulum, centuries before Surrey's day. The following earnestly passionate lines by Wyatt are supposed to have been addressed to Anne Boleyn. Forget not yet the tried intent of such a truth as I have meant, my great travail so gladly spent. Forget not yet. Forget not yet, when first began the weary life, ye know since when, the suit, the service, none tell can. Forget not yet. Forget not yet the great assays, the cruel wrong, the scornful ways, the painful patience in delays. Forget not yet. Forget not, oh, forget not this, how long ago hath been and is the mind that never meant amiss. Forget not yet. Forget not then thine own approved, the which so long hath thee saluted, whose steadfast faith yet never moved. Forget not this. End of section 39. Section 40 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK. Chapter 4, Part 16. The Elizabethan Literature. Of what is commonly called our Elizabethan literature, the greater portion appertains to the reign, not of Elizabeth, but of James, to the 17th, not to the 16th century. The common name, nevertheless, is the fair and proper one. It sprung up in the age of Elizabeth, and was mainly the product of influences which belonged to that age, although their effect extended into another. It was born of and ripened by that sunny morning of a new day, great Eliza's golden time, when a general sense of security had given men ease of mind and disposed them to freedom of thought, while the economical advancement of the country put life and spirit into everything, and its growing power and renown filled and elevated the national heart. But such periods of quiet and prosperity seem only to be intellectually productive when they have been preceded and ushered in by a time of uncertainty and struggle which has tried men's spirits. The contrast seems to be wanted to make the favorable influences be felt and tell, or the faculty required must come in part out of the strife and contention. The literature of our Elizabethan age more emphatically may be said to have had this double parentage. If that brilliant day was its mother, the previous night of storm was its father. The Mirror for Magistrates. Our classical Elizabethan poetry and other literature dates only from about the middle of the reign. Most of what was produced in the earlier half of it, constrained, harsh, and immature, still bears upon it the impress of the preceding barbarism. Nearly coincident with its commencement is the first appearance of a singular work, The Mirror for Magistrates. It is a collection of narratives of the lives of various remarkable English historical personages, taken in general with little more embellishment than their reduction to a metrical form from the common popular chronicles. And the idea of it appears to have been borrowed from a Latin work of Boccaccio's, which had been translated and versified many years before by Lydgate under the title of The Fall of Princes. It was planned and begun, it is supposed, about the year 1557 by Thomas Sackville, afterwards distinguished as a statesman and ennobled by the titles of Lord Buckhurst and Earl of Dorset. But Sackville soon found himself obliged to relinquish the execution of his extensive design, which contemplated a survey of the whole range of English history from William the Conqueror to the end of the War of the Roses, to other hands. The two writers to whom he recommended the carrying on of the work were Richard Baldwin, who was in orders and had already published a metrical version of the Song of Solomon, and George Ferrers, who was a person of some rank, having sat in Parliament in the time of Henry VIII, but who had latterly been chiefly known as a composer of occasional interludes for the diversion of the court. It is a trait of the times that although a member of Lincoln's Inn, and known both as a legal and an historical author, Ferrers was in 1552-3 appointed by Edward VI to preside over the Christmas revels at the Royal Palace of Greenwich in the office of Lord of Misrule. Stowe tells us that upon this occasion he so pleasantly and wisely behaved himself that the king had great delight in his pastimes. Baldwin and Ferrers called other writers to their assistance, among whom were Thomas Churchyard, Phayer, the translator of Virgil, etc., and the book in its first form and extent was published in a quarto volume in 1559. The work, says Baldwin in his dedication to the nobility of a subsequent and enlarged edition of it in 1563, was begun and part of it printed in Queen Mary's time, but hindered by the Lord Chancellor that then was. Nevertheless, through the means of my Lord Stafford, the first part was licensed and imprinted the first year of the reign of this our most noble and virtuous Queen, and dedicated then to your honours with this preface. Since which time, although I have been called to another trade of life, yet my good Lord Stafford hath not ceased to call upon me to publish so much as I had gotten at other men's hands, so that through his lordship's earnest means I have now set forth another part, containing as little of mine own as the first part doth of other men's. The Mirror for Magistrates immediately acquired, and for a considerable time retained, great popularity. A third edition of it was published in 1571, a fourth with the addition of a series of new lives from the fabulous history of the early Britons by John Higgins in 1574, a fifth in 1587, a sixth with further additions in 1610 by Richard Nichols, assisted by Thomas Blennerhassett, whose contributions, however, had been separately printed in 1578. The copiousness of the plan into which any narrative might be inserted belonging to either the historical or legendary part of the national annals, and that without any trouble in the way of connection or adaptation, had made the work a receptacle for the contributions of all the ready versifiers of the day, a common or parish green, as it were, on which a fair was held to which any one who chose might bring his wares, or rather a sort of continually growing monument or cairn, to which every man added his stone or little separate specimen of brick and mortar, who conceived himself to have any skill in building the lofty rhyme. There were scarcely any limits to the size to which the book might have grown, except the mutability of the public taste, which will permit no one thing, good or bad, to go on for ever. The Mirror for Magistrates, however, for all its many authors, is of note in the history of our poetry for nothing else which it contains except the portions contributed by its contriver Sackville, consisting only of one legend, that of Henry, Duke of Buckingham, Richard III's famous accomplice and victim, and grandfather of Lord Stafford, the great patron of the work, and the introduction, or induction as it is called, prefixed to that narrative, which, however, is said to have been originally intended to stand at the head of the whole work. The induction begins with a picture of winter, which is drawn with vivid colours and a powerful pencil, then follows some brief reflections, suggested by the faded fields and scattered summer flowers, on the instability of all things here below. But suddenly the poet perceives that the night is drawing on faster, and thereupon redoubles his pace, when he continues: In black all clad there fell before my face a piteous wight, whom woe had all forwast. Forth from her eyen the crystal tears outbrast, and sighing sore her hands she wrong and fold, tearing her hair that Ruth was to behold. Her body small, forwithered and forspent, as is the stalk with summer's drought oppressed. Her wilked face with woeful tears besprent, her colour pale and as it seemed her best, in woe and plaint reposed was her rest, and as the stone that drops of water wears, so dented were her cheeks with fall of tears. I stood aghast, beholding all her plight, 'tween dread and dolour, so distrained in heart, that while my knees upstarted with the sight, the tears outstreamed for sorrow of her smart. But when I saw no end that could apart the deadly dole which she so sore did make, with doleful voice then thus to her I spake: Unwrap thy woes, whatever wight thou be, and stint betime to spill thyself with plaint. Tell what thou art, and whence, for well I see thou canst not dure with sorrow thus attaint. And with that word of sorrow all for faint, she looked up, and prostrate as she lay, with piteous sound low thus she 'gan to say: Alas, I wretch, whom thus thou seest distrained with wasting woes that never shall aslake, sorrow I am, in endless torments pained, among the furies in the infernal lake, where Pluto, god of hell, so grisly blake, doth hold his throne, and Lethe's deadly taste doth reave remembrance of each thing for past. Whence come I am, the dreary destiny and luckless lot for to bemoan of those whom fortune in this maze of misery, of wretched chance most woeful mirrors chose, that when thou seest how lightly they did lose their pomp, their power, and that they thought most sure, thou mayest soon deem no earthly joy may dure. Sorrow conducts the poet to the region of departed spirits, and then follows a long succession of allegoric pictures, including remorse, dread or fear, revenge, misery, that is avarice, care, sleep, old age, malady, famine, death, war, debate or strife, etc., all drawn with extraordinary strength of imagination, and with a command of expressive, picturesque, and melodious language, nothing equal or approaching to which had till now been seen in our poetry, except only in Chaucer, and he can scarcely be said to have written in the same English, the capabilities of which were thus brought out by Sackville. Both for his poetical genius and in the history of the language, Sackville and his two poems in the Mirror for Magistrates, more especially this induction, must be considered as forming the connecting link or bridge between Chaucer and Spenser, between the Canterbury Tales and the Faery Queen. For the sake of affording a means of comparison with the style and manner of the extracts we shall presently have to give from the latter work, we will add here another of Sackville's delineations. And next in order, sad old age we found, his beard all hoar, his eyes hollow and blind, with drooping cheer still pouring on the ground, as on the place where nature him assigned to rest, when that the sisters had untwined his vital thread, and ended with their knife the fleeting course of fast declining life. There heard we him with broken hollow plaint, rue with himself his end approaching fast, and all for naught his wretched mind torment, with sweet remembrance of his pleasures past, and fresh delights of lusty youth forwast, recounting which, how would he sob and shriek, and to be young again of Jove beseek. But an the cruel fate so fixed be, that time forepast cannot return again, this one request of Jove yet prayed he, that in such withered plight and wretched pain, as Eld, accompanied with her loathsome train, had brought on him, all were it woe and grief, he might awhile yet linger forth his leaf, and not so soon descend into the pit, where death, when he the mortal corpse hath slain, with reckless hand in grave doth ever cover it, thereafter never to enjoy again the gladsome light, but in the ground elaine, in depth of darkness waste and wear to naught, as he had ne'er into the world been brought. But who had seen him sobbing, how he stood unto himself, and how he would bemoan his youth forepast, as though it wrought him good to talk of youth, all were his youth foregone. He would have mused and marvelled much, whereon this wretched age should life desire so fain, and knows full well life doth but length his pain. Crook-backed he was, tooth shaken and blear-eyed, went on 3 feet, and sometime crept on 4, with old lame bones that rattled by his side, his scalp all piled, and he with eld forlore, his withered fist still knocking at death's door, fumbling and drivelling as he draws his breath for brief, the shape and messenger of death. Nothing is wanting to Sackville that belongs to force, either of conception or of expression. In his own world of the sombre and sad, also, he is almost as great an inventor as he is a colourist, and Spenser has been indebted to him for many hints, as well as for example and inspiration in a general sense. What most marks the immaturity of his style is a certain operose and constrained air, a stiffness and hardness of manner, like what we find in the works of the earliest school of the Italian painters, before Raphael and Michelangelo arose to convert the art from a painful repetition or mimicry of reality into a process of creation, from the timid slave of nature into her glorified rival. Of the flow and variety, the genuine spirit of light in life, that we have in Spenser and Shakespeare, there is little in Sackville. His poetry, ponderous, gloomy, and monotonous, is still oppressed by the shadows of night, and we see that, although the darkness is retiring, the sun has not yet risen. Origin of the regular drama. From the first introduction of dramatic representations in England, probably as early at least as the beginning of the 12th century down to the beginning of the 15th, or perhaps somewhat later, the only species of drama known was that styled the miracle or miracle play. The subject of the miracle plays were all taken from the histories of the Old and New Testament, or from the legends of saints and martyrs, and indeed it is probable that their original design was chiefly to instruct the people in religious knowledge. They were often acted as well as written by clergymen, and were exhibited in abbeys, in churches, and in churchyards on Sundays or other holidays. It appears to have been not till some time after their first introduction that miracle plays came to be annually represented under the direction and at the expense of the guilds or trading companies of towns, as at Chester and elsewhere. The characters or dramatis personae of the miracle plays, though sometimes supernatural or legendary, were always actual personages, historical or imaginary, and in that respect these primitive plays approach nearer to the regular drama than those by which they were succeeded, the morals or moral plays, in which not a history but an apologue was represented, and in which the characters were all allegorical. The moral plays are traced back to the early part of the reign of Henry VI, and they appear to have gradually arisen out of the miracle plays, in which, of course, characters very nearly approaching in their nature to the impersonated vices and virtues of the new species of drama must have occasionally appeared. The devil of the miracles, for example, would very naturally suggest the vice of the morals, which latter, however, it is to be observed, also retained the devil of their predecessors, who was too amusing and popular a character to be discarded. Nor did the moral plays altogether put down the miracle plays. In many of the provincial towns at least, the latter continued to be represented almost to as late a date as the former. Finally, by a process of natural transition very similar to that by which the sacred and supernatural characters of the religious drama had been converted into the allegorical personifications of the moral plays, these last gradually becoming less and less vague and shadowy, at length about the middle of the 16th century, boldly assumed life and reality, giving birth to the first examples of regular tragedy and comedy. Both moral plays, however, and even the more ancient miracle plays, continued to be occasionally performed down to the very end of the 16th century. One of the last dramatic representations at which Elizabeth was present was a moral play entitled The Contention between Liberality and Prodigality, which was performed before Her Majesty in 1600 or 1601. This production was printed in 1602 and was probably written not long before that time. It has been said to have been the joint production of Thomas Lodge and Robert Greene, the last of whom died in 1592. The only 3 manuscripts of the Chester miracle plays now extant were written in 1600, 1604, and 1607, most probably while the plays still continued to be acted. There is evidence that the ancient annual miracle plays were acted at Tewkesbury, at least till 1585, at Coventry till 1591, at Newcastle till 1598, and at Kendal down even to the year 1603. As has been observed, however, by Mr. Collier, the latest and best historian of the English drama, the moral plays were enabled to keep possession of the stage so long as they did, partly by means of the approaches they had for some time been making to a more improved species of composition, and partly because, under the form of allegorical fiction and abstract character, the writers introduced matter which covertly touched upon public events, popular prejudices, and temporary opinions. He mentions in particular the moral entitled The Three Ladies of London, printed in 1584, and its continuation, The Three Lords and Three Ladies of London, which appeared in 1590, both by R.W., as belonging to this class. Interludes of John Heywood. Meanwhile, long before the earliest of these dates, the ancient drama had in other hands assumed wholly a new form. Mr. Collier appears to consider the Interludes of John Heywood, the earliest of which must have been written before 1521, as first exhibiting the moral play in a state of transition to the regular tragedy and comedy. John Heywood's dramatic productions, he says, almost form a class by themselves. They are neither miracle plays nor moral plays, but what may be properly and strictly called interludes, a species of writing of which he has a claim to be considered the inventor, although the term interlude was applied generally to theatrical productions in the reign of Edward IV. A notion of the nature of these compositions may be collected from the plot of one of them. A merry play between the pardoner and the friar, the curate and neighbour Pratt, printed in 1533, of which Mr. Collier gives the following account. A pardoner and a friar have each obtained leave of the curate to use his church, the one for the exhibition of his relics, and the other for the delivery of a sermon, the object of both being the same, that of procuring money. The friar arrives first, and is about to commence his discourse, when the pardoner enters and disturbs him. Each is desirous of being heard, and after many vain attempts by force of lungs, they proceed to force of arms, kicking and cuffing each other unmercifully. The curate, called by the disturbance in his church, endeavours without avail to part the combatants. He therefore calls in neighbour Pratt to his assistance, and while the curate seizes the friar, Pratt undertakes to deal with the pardoner, in order that they may set them in the stocks. It turns out that both the friar and the pardoner are too much for their assailants, and the latter, after a sound drubbing, are glad to come to a composition by which the former are allowed quietly to depart. Here then we have a dramatic fable, or incident at least, conducted not by allegorical personifications, but by characters of real life, which is the essential difference that distinguishes the true tragedy or comedy from the mere moral. Heywood's interludes, however, of which there are two or three more of the same description with this, besides others partaking more of the allegorical character, are all only single acts, or more properly scenes, and exhibit therefore nothing more than the mere rudiments or embryo of the regular comedy. Udall's Ralph Royster Doyster. The earliest English comedy, properly so called, that has yet been discovered, is commonly considered to be that of Ralph Royster Doyster, the production of Nicholas Udall, an eminent classical scholar, in the earlier part of the 16th century, and one of the masters, first at Eton and afterwards at Westminster. Its existence was unknown till a copy was discovered in 1818, which perhaps, for the title page is gone, was not printed earlier than 1566, in which year Thomas Hackett is recorded in the register of the Stationers' Company to have had a license for printing a play entitled Ralph Royster Duster, but the play is quoted in Thomas Wilson's Rule of Reason, first printed in 1551, so that it must have been written at least 15 or 16 years before. This hypothesis would carry it back to about the same date with the earliest of Heywood's interludes, and it certainly was produced while that writer was still alive, and in the height of his popularity. It may be observed that Wilson calls Udall's play an interlude, which would therefore seem to have been, at this time, the common name for any dramatic composition, as indeed it appears to have been for nearly a century preceding. The author himself, however, in his prologue announces it as a comedy or interlude, and as an imitation of the classical models of Plautus and Terence. And in truth, both in character and in plot, Ralph Royster Doyster has every right to be regarded as a true comedy, showing indeed in its execution the rudeness of the age, but in its plan, and in reference to the principle upon which it is constructed, as regular and as complete as any comedy in the language. It is divided into acts and scenes, which very few of the moral plays are, and according to Mr. Collier's estimate, the performance could not have been concluded in less time than about 2 hours and a half, while few of the morals would require more than about an hour for their representation. The dramatis personae are 13 in all, 9 male and 4 female, and the 2 principal ones, at least, Ralph himself, a vain, thoughtless, blustering fellow, whose ultimately baffled pursuit of the gay and rich widow Custance forms the action of the piece, and his servant Matthew Mary Greek, a kind of flesh and blood representative of the vice of the old moral plays, are strongly discriminated and drawn altogether with much force and spirit. The story is not very ingeniously involved, but it moves forward through its gradual development and onwards to the catastrophe in a sufficiently bustling, lively manner, and some of the situations, though the humour is rather farcical than comic, are very cleverly conceived and managed. The language also may be said to be on the whole racy and characteristic, if not very polished. A few lines from a speech of one of the widow's handmaidens, Tibbet talk apace in a conversation with her fellow servants on the approaching marriage of their masters, may be quoted as a specimen. And I heard our nurse speak of an husband to-day, ready for our mistress, a rich man and a gay, and we shall go in our French hoods every day, in our silk cassocks, I warrant, true, fresh, and gay, in our trick furtigoes and billaments of gold, brave in our suits of change 7 double fold. Then shall ye see Tibet sires tread the moss so trim. Nay, why said I tread? Ye shall see her glide and swim, not clumperdy like our spaniel rig. End of section 40. Section 41 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK. Chapter 4, Part 17. Gammer Gurton's Needle. Ralph Royster Doyster is in every way a very superior production to Gammer Gurton's Needle, which, before the discovery of Udall's piece, had the credit of being the first regular English comedy. At the same time, it must be admitted that the superior antiquity assigned to Ralph Royster Doyster is not very conclusively made out. All that we know with certainty with regard to the date of the play is that it was in existence in 1551. The oldest edition of Gammer Gurton's Needle is dated 1575. But how long the play may have been composed before that year is uncertain. The title page of the 1575 edition describes it as played on the stage not long ago in Christ's College in Cambridge, and Wharton, on the authority of a manuscript memorandum by Oldys, the eminent antiquary of the early part of the last century, says that it was written and first printed in 1551. Wright also, in his Historia Histrionica, first printed in 1669, states it as his opinion that it was written in the reign of Edward VI. In refutation of all this, it is alleged that it could not have been produced so early, because John Still, afterwards Bishop of Bath and Wells, the author of it, was not born until 1543, and consequently, in 1552, taking Wharton's latest date, would only have been 9 years old. But the evidence that Bishop Still was the author of Gammer Gurton's Needle is exceedingly slight. The play is merely stated on the title page to have been made by Mr. S., Master of Arts, and even if there was, as is asserted, no other Master of Arts of Christ's College whose name began with S. at the time when this title page was printed, the author of the play is not stated to have been of that college, nor, if he were, is it necessary to assume that he was living in 1575. On the whole, therefore, while there is no proof that Ralph Royster Doyster is older than the year 1551, it is by no means certain that Gammer Gurton's Needle was not written in that same year. This right pithy, pleasant, and merry comedy, as it is designated on the title page, is, like Udall's play, regularly divided into acts and scenes, and, like it too, is written in rhyme, the language and versification being, on the whole, perhaps rather more easy than flowing, a circumstance which, more than any external evidence that has been produced, would incline us to assign it to a somewhat later date. But it is in all respects a very tame and poor performance. The plot, if so it can be called, meagre to insipidity and silliness, the characters only a few slightly distinguished varieties of the lowest life, and the dialogue, in general, as feeble and undramatic as the merest monotony can make it. Its merriment is of the coarsest and most boisterous description, even where it is not otherwise offensive, but the principal ornament wherewith the author endeavours to enliven his style is a brutal filth and grossness of expression, which is the more astounding when we consider that the piece was the production, in all probability, of a clergyman at least, if not of one who afterwards became a bishop, and that it was certainly represented before a learned and grave university. There is nothing of the same high seasoning in Ralph Royster Doyster, though that play seems to have been intended only for the amusement of a common London audience. The second act of Gammer Gurton's Needle is introduced by a song, I cannot eat but little meat, my stomach is not good, etc., which is the best thing in the whole play, and which is well known from having been quoted by Warton, who describes it as the earliest chanson à boire, or drinking ballad, of any merit in the language, and observes that it has a vein of ease and humour which we should not expect to have been inspired by the simple beverage of those times. But this song is most probably not by the author of the play. It appears to be merely a portion of a popular song of the time, which is found elsewhere complete, and has recently been so printed from a manuscript of the 16th century by Dr. Dyce in his edition of Skelton. We will give, as a specimen of the language of Gammer Gurton's Needle, the introductory speech to the first act, which is put into the mouth of a character called Dickon, the Bedlam, that is, one of those mendicants who affected a sort of half madness, and were known by the name of Bedlam beggars. Many a mile have I walked, divers and sundry ways, and many a good man's house have I been at in my days. Many a gossip's cup in my time have I tasted, and many a broach and spite have I both turned and basted. Many a piece of bacon have I had out of their baulks, in running over the country with long and were walks. Yet came my foot never within those door cheeks, to seek flesh or fish, garlic, onions, or leeks, that ever I saw a sword in such a plight, as here within this house appeareth to my sight. There is howling and scowling, all cast in a dump, with wooling and puling, as though they had lost a trump. Sighing and sobbing, they weep and they wail. I marvel in my mind what the devil they ail. The old trot sits groaning with alas and alas, and Tib wrings her hands and takes on in worse case. With poor Cock, their boy, they be driven in such fits, I fear me the folks be not well in their wits. Ask them what they ail, or who brought them in this state. They answer not at all, but alack and well away. When I saw it booted not out at doors, I hied me, and caught a slip of bacon when I saw none spied me, which I intend not far hence, unless my purpose fail, shall serve for a shoeing horn to draw on 2 pots of ale. Misogynist. Probably of earlier date than Gammer Gurton's Needle is another example of the regular drama, which, like Ralph Royster Doyster, has been but lately recovered, a play entitled Misogynist, the only copy of which is in manuscript, and is dated 1577. An allusion, however, in the course of the dialogue would seem to prove that the play must have been composed about the year 1560. To the prologue is appended the name of Thomas Richards, who has therefore been assumed to be the author. The play, as contained in the manuscript, consists only of the unusual number of 4 acts, but the story nevertheless appears to be completed. For a further account of Misogynist, we must refer the reader to Mr. Collier's very elaborate analysis. only remarking that the piece is written throughout in rhyming quatrains, not couplets, and that the language would indicate it to be of about the same date with Gammer Gurton's Needle. It contains a song, which for fluency and spirit may very well bear to be compared with the drinking song in that drama. Neither in the contrivance and conduct of the plot, however, nor in the force with which the characters are exhibited, does it evince the same free and skilful hand with Ralph Royster Doyster, although it is interesting for some of the illustrations which it affords of the manners of the time. One of the dramatis personae in particular, who is seldom absent from the stage, Curgus, the buffoon or fool kept by the family, whose fortunes form the subject of the piece, must, as Mr. Collier remarks, have been a very amusing character in his double capacity of rustic simpleton and artful mischief-maker. There are few pieces, Mr. Collier adds, in the whole range of our ancient drama, which display the important character of the domestic fool in anything like so full and clear a light. Chronicle histories, Bale's King John, etc. If the regular drama thus made its first appearance among us in the form of comedy, the tragic muse was at least not far behind. There is some ground for supposing, indeed, that one species of the graver drama of real life may have begun to emerge rather sooner than comedy out of the shadowy world of the old allegorical representations; that, namely, which was long distinguished from both comedy and tragedy by the name of history or chronicle history, consisting, to adopt Mr. Collier's definition, of certain passages or events detailed by annalists put into a dramatic form, often without regard to the course in which they happened, the author sacrificing chronology, situation, and circumstance to the superior object of producing an attractive play. Of what may be called at least the transition from the moral play to the history, we have an example in Bale's lately recovered drama of King John, written in all probability some years before the middle of the 16th century, in which, while many of the characters are still allegorical abstractions, others are real personages: King John himself, Pope Innocent, Cardinal Pandolfus, Stephen Langton, and other historical figures, moving about in odd intermixture with such mere notional spectres as the widowed Britannia, imperial majesty, nobility, clergy, civil order, treason, verity, and sedition. The play is accordingly described by Mr. Collier, the editor, as occupying an intermediate place between moralities and historical plays, and it is, he adds, the only known existing specimen of that species of composition of so early a date. The other productions that are extant of the same mixed character are all of the latter half of the century, such as that entitled Tom Tyler and his Wife, supposed to have been first printed about 1578, although the oldest known edition is a reprint dated 1661, The Conflict of Conscience, called a comedy, by Nathaniel Woods, minister of Norwich, 1581, etc. Tragedy of Gorboduc, blank verse. But the era of genuine tragedies and historical plays had already commenced some years before these last mentioned pieces saw the light. On the 18th of January, 1562, was shown before the Queen's most excellent Majesty, as the old title pages of the printed play inform us, in her Highness' Court of Whitehall, by the gentlemen of the Inner Temple, the tragedy of Gorboduc, otherwise entitled the tragedy of Ferrex and Porrex, the production of the same Thomas Sackville, who has already engaged our attention as by far the most remarkable writer in the Mirror for Magistrates, and of Thomas Norton, who is said to have been a Puritan clergyman, and who had already acquired a poetic reputation, though in a different province of the land of song, as one of the coadjutors of Sternhold and Hopkins in their metrical version of the Psalms. On the title page of the first edition, printed in 1565, which, however, was surreptitious, it is stated that the 3 first acts were written by Norton, and the 2 last by Sackville. And although this announcement was afterwards withdrawn, it was never expressly contradicted, and it is not improbable that it may have a general foundation of truth. It must be confessed, however, that no change of style gives any indication which it is easy to detect of a succession of hands, and that, judging by this criterion, we should rather be led to infer that in whatever way the 2 writers contrived to combine their labours, whether by the one retouching and improving what the other had rough sketched, or by the one taking the quieter and humbler, the other the more impassioned scenes or portions of the dialogue, they pursued the same method throughout the piece. Charles Lamb expresses himself willing to believe that Lord Buckhurst supplied the more vital parts. At the same time he observes that the style of this old play is stiff and cumbersome, like the dresses of its times, and that though there may be flesh and blood underneath, we cannot get at it. In truth, Gorboduc is a drama only in form. In spirit and manner, it is wholly undramatic. The story has no dramatic capabilities, no evolution either of action or of character, although it affords some opportunities for description and eloquent declamation. Neither was there anything of specially dramatic aptitude in the genius of Sackville, to whom we may safely attribute whatever is most meritorious in the composition, any more than there would appear to have been in Spenser or in Milton, illustrious as they both stand in the front line of the poets of their country and of the world. Gorboduc, accordingly, is a most unaffecting and uninteresting tragedy, as would also be the noblest book of the Fairy Queen or of Paradise Lost. The portion of either poem that soars the highest, if it were to be attempted to be transformed into a drama, by merely being divided into acts and scenes, and cut up into the outward semblance of dialogue. In whatever abundance all else of poetry might be outpoured, the spirit of dialogue and of dramatic action would not be there. Gorboduc, however, though a dull play, is in some other respects a remarkable production for the time. The language is not dramatic, but it is throughout singularly correct, easy, and perspicuous. In many parts it is even elevated and poetical, and there are some passages of strong painting not unworthy of the hand to which we owe the induction to the legend of the Duke of Buckingham in the Mirror for Magistrates. The piece has accordingly won much applause in quarters where there was little feeling of the true spirit of dramatic writing, as the exposition of passion in action, and where the chief thing demanded in a tragedy was a certain orderly pomp of expression and monotonous respectability of sentiment to fill the ear and tranquilize rather than excite and disturb the mind. Sir Philip Sidney, while he finds fault with Gorboduc for its violation of the unities of time and place, declares it to be full of stately speeches and well-sounding phrases, climbing to the height of Seneca in his style, and as full of notable morality, which it doth most delightfully teach, and so obtain the very end of poesy. It grieves him, he adds, that it is so very defectuous in the circumstances, that is, the unities, because that must prevent it from remaining forever as an exact model of all tragedies. Rymer terms it a fable better turned for tragedy than any on this side the Alps, and affirms that it might have been a better direction to Shakespeare and Ben Jonson than any guide they have had the luck to follow. Pope has delivered his opinion to the like effect, telling us that the writers of the succeeding age might have improved by copying from this drama a propriety in the sentiments and dignity in the sentences, and an unaffected perspicuity of style, which are essential to tragedy. One peculiarity of the more ancient national drama retained in Gorboduc is the introduction, before every act, of a piece of machinery called the dumb show, in which was shadowed forth by a sort of allegorical exhibition the part of the story that was immediately to follow. This custom survived on the English stage down to a considerably later date. The reader may remember that Shakespeare, though he rejected it in his own dramas, has introduced the play acted before the King and Queen in Hamlet by such a prefigurative dumb show. Another expedient which Shakespeare has also on 2 occasions made use of, namely, the assistance of a chorus, is also adopted in Gorboduc, but rather by way of mere decoration, and to keep the stage from being at any time empty, as in the old Greek drama, than to carry forward, or even to explain the action, as in Henry V and Pericles. It consists, to quote the description given by Warton, of 4 ancient and sage men of Britain, who regularly close every act, the last excepted, with an ode in long line stanzas, drawing back the attention of the audience to the substance of what has just passed, and illustrating it by recapitulatory moral reflections on poetical or historical allusions. These effusions of the chorus are all in rhyme, as being intended to be of the same lyrical character with those in the Greek plays, but the dialogue in the rest of the piece is in blank verse, of the employment of which in dramatic composition it affords the earliest known instance in the language. The first modern experiment in this strange metre, as it was then called, had, as has already been noticed, been made only a few years before by Lord Surrey in his translation of the 2nd and 4th books of the Aeneid, which was published in 1557, but must have been written more than 10 years before, Surrey having been put to death in January 1547. In the meantime, the new species of verse had been cultivated in several original compositions by Nicholas Grimoald, from whom, in the opinion of Warton, the rude model exhibited by Surrey received new strength, elegance, and modulation. Grimald's pieces in blank verse were first printed in 1557, along with Surrey's translation and Toddle's collection, entitled Songs and Sonnets of Uncertain Authors, and we are not aware that there was any more English blank verse written or given to the world till the production of Gorboduc. In that case, Sackville would stand as our third writer in this species of verse, in the use of which also he may be admitted to have surpassed Grimoald fully as much as the latter improved upon Surrey. Indeed, it may be said to have been Gorboduc that really established blank verse in the language, for its employment from the time of the appearance of that tragedy became common in dramatic composition, while in other kinds of poetry, notwithstanding 2 or 3 early attempts, such as Gascoigne's Steel Glass in 1576, Aske's Elizabetha Triumphans in 1588, and Valanze's Tale of 2 Swans in 1590, it never made head against rhyme, nor acquired any popularity till it was brought into repute by the Paradise Lost, published a full century after Sackville's play. It is remarkable that blank verse is never mentioned or alluded to by Sir Philip Sidney in his defence of poesy, which could not have been written more than a few years before 1586, the date of Sidney's death, at the age of 32. Yet he was acquainted with Gorboduc, as it appears, and in one part of his tract he treats expressly on the subject of versification, of which he says, there are 2 sorts, the one ancient, the other modern. The ancient marked the quantity of each syllable, and according to that framed his verse. The modern, observing only number, with some regard to the accent, the chief life of it standeth in that like sounding of the words which we call rhyme. Even in dramatic composition, the use of blank verse appears to have been, for some time, confined to pieces not intended for popular representation. Gorboduc, as we have seen, was brought out before the Queen at Whitehall, and although, after that example, Mr. Collier observes, blank verse was not unfrequently employed in performances written expressly for the court, and for representation before select audiences, many years elapsed before this heroic measure, without rhyme, was adopted on the public stages of London. Other early dramas. Within a fortnight after the first performance of Gorboduc, it is recorded that another historical play, entitled Julius Caesar, was acted at court, but of this piece, affording the earliest instance on record, Mr. Collier apprehends, in which events from the Roman history were dramatized in English, nothing is known beyond the name. To about the same time, or it may be even a year or 2 earlier, is probably to be assigned another early drama, founded on the story of Romeo and Juliet, as is inferred from the assertion of Arthur Brooke in an advertisement prefixed to his poem upon that subject, printed in 1562, that he had seen the same argument lately set forth on the stage. But whether this was a regular tragedy, or only a moral play, we have no data for conjecturing. From about this date, says Mr. Collier, until shortly after the year 1570, the field, as far as we have the means of judging, seems to have been pretty equally divided between the later morals and the earlier attempts in tragedy, comedy, and history. In some pieces of this date, as well as subsequently, we see endeavours made to reconcile or combine the 2 different modes of writing, but morals afterwards generally gave way, and yielded the victory to a more popular and more intelligible species of performance. The license to James Burbage and others in 1574 mentions comedies, tragedies, interludes, and stage plays. And in the Act of Common Council against their performance in the city in the following year, theatrical performances are designated as interludes, tragedies, comedies, and shows, including much more than the old miracle plays or more recent moral plays, which would be embraced by the words interludes, shows, and even stage plays, but to which the terms tragedies and comedies, found in both instruments, could not be so properly applicable. We may add, in order to finish the subject here, that in the license granted by James I in 1603 to Burbage, Shakespeare, and their associates, they are authorized to play comedies, tragedies, histories, interludes, morals, pastorals, stage plays, and such other like. And that exactly the same enumeration is found in the patent granted to the Prince Palatine's players in 1612, in a new patent granted to Burbage's company in 1620, and also in Charles I's patent to Hemmings and Condell in 1625. Morals, properly so called, however, had disappeared from the stage long before this last date, though something of their peculiar character still survived in the pageant or masque. It may be observed that there is no mention of morals any more than of miracle plays in the catalogue of the several species of dramatic entertainments which Shakespeare has put into the mouth of Polonius and Hamlet, and in which he seems to glance slyly at the almost equally extended string of distinctions in the royal patents. Of the greater number of the plays that are recorded to have been produced in the first 20 years after the appearance of Gorboduc, only the names have been preserved, from which it cannot in all cases be certainly determined to what class the piece belonged. From the lists extracted from the accounts of the Master of the Revels, of those represented before the court between 1568 and 1580, and which no doubt were mostly the same that were exhibited in the common playhouses, it appears probable that out of 52, about 18 were founded upon subjects of ancient history or fable, 21 upon modern history, romances, and stories of a more general kind, and that of the remainder, 7 were comedies and 6 morals. Of these 52 dramatic productions, Mr. Collier observes, not one can be said to have survived, although there may be reason to believe that some of them formed the foundation of plays acted at a later period. Among the very few original plays of this period that have come down to us is one entitled Damon and Pythias, which was acted before the Queen at Christ Church, Oxford, in September 1566, and was the production of Richard Edwards, who in the general estimation of his contemporaries seems to have been accounted the greatest dramatic genius of his day, at least in the comic style. His Damon and Pythias does not justify their laudation to a modern taste. It is a mixture of comedy and tragedy, between which it would be hard to decide whether the grave writing or the gay is the rudest and dullest. The play is in rhyme, but some variety is produced by the measure or length of the line being occasionally changed. Mr. Collier thinks that the notoriety Edwards attained may probably have been in great part owing to the novelty of his subjects, Damon and Pythias being one of the earliest attempts to bring stories from profane history upon the English stage. Edwards, however, besides his plays, wrote many other things in verse, some of which have an ease and even an elegance that neither Surrey himself nor any other writer of that age has excelled. Most of these shorter compositions are contained in the miscellany called the Paradise of Dainty Devices, which indeed is stated on the title page to have been devised and written for the most part by Edwards, who had, however, been dead 10 years when the first edition appeared in 1576. Among them are the very beautiful and tender lines, which have been often reprinted in illustration of Terence's Apothegm: Amantium ire amoris redintegratio est, or, as it is here rendered in the burden of each stanza, the falling out of faithful friends renewing is of love. Edwards, who towards the end of his life was appointed one of the gentlemen of the chapel royal and master of the Queen's singing boys, united, says Warton, all those arts and accomplishments which ministered to popular pleasantry. He was the first fiddle, the most fashionable sonneteer, the readiest rhymer, and the most facetious mimic of the court. Another surviving play produced during this interval is the tragedy of Tancred and Grismond, founded upon Boccaccio's well-known story, which was presented before Elizabeth at the Inner Temple in 1568, the 5 acts of which it consists being severally written by 5 gentlemen of the society, of whom one, the author of the 3rd act, was Christopher Hatton, afterwards the celebrated dancing Lord Chancellor. The play, however, was not printed until 1592, when Robert Wilmot, the writer of the 5th act, gave it to the world, as the title page declares, newly revived and polished according to the decorum of these days. The meaning of this announcement Mr. Collier conceives to be that the piece was in the first instance composed in rhyme, but rhymed plays having by the year 1592 gone out of fashion, even on the public stage, Wilmot's reviving and polishing consisted chiefly in cutting off many of the tags to the lines, or turning them differently. The tragedy of Tancred and Gismond, which, like Gorboduc, has a dumb show at the commencement and a chorus at the close of every act, is, he observes, the earliest English play extant, the plot of which is known to be derived from an Italian novel. To this earliest stage in the history of the regular drama belong, finally, some plays translated or adapted from the ancient and from foreign languages, which doubtless also contributed to excite and give an impulse to the national taste and genius in this department. There is extant an old English printed version in rhyme of the Andrea of Terence, which, although without date, is believed to have been published before 1530, and the moral or interlude called Jack Juggler, which is founded upon the Amphitryo of Plautus, appears from internal evidence to have been written in the reign of Edward VI, or Mary, though not printed till after the accession of Elizabeth. These early and very rude attempts were followed by a series of translations of the tragedies of Seneca, all likewise in rhyme. The first of which, the Troas, by Jasper Heywood, son of the celebrated John Heywood, was published in 1559. The second, the Thyestes, also by Heywood in 1560, the third, the Hercules Furens, by the same hand in 1561, the fourth, the Oedipus, by Alexander Neville in 1563, the fifth and sixth, the Medea and the Agamemnon, by John Studley in 1566, the Octavia, by Thomas Noose, was entered on the Stationer's books in the same year, but no copy of that date is now known to exist. Versions of the Hippolytus and the Hercules Aetius by Studley and of the Thebaius by Thomas Newton were added when the whole were republished together in 1581 under the title of Seneca, his 10 tragedies translated into English. Of the authors of these translations, Heywood and Studley in particular have some claim, as Mr. Collier remarks, to be viewed in the light of original dramatic poets. They added whole scenes and choruses wherever they thought them necessary, but Heywood and his coadjutors in this undertaking do not appear to have had any view of bringing Seneca upon the English stage, nor is it probable that any of their translated dramas were ever acted. In 1566, however, the Supposies, a prose translation of George Gascoigne from Glai Suppositi of Ariosto, and another play in blank verse entitled Jocasta, taken from the Phoenici of Euripides by Gascoigne and Francis Kinwell Marsh, were both represented at Gray's Inn. The Jocasta was therefore the second English play written in blank verse. It is, says Warton, partly a paraphrase and partly an abridgment of the Greek tragedy. There are many omissions, retrenchments, and transpositions. The chorus, the characters, and the substance of the story are entirely retained, and the tenor of the dialogue is often preserved through whole scenes. Some of the beautiful odes of the Greek chorus are neglected, and others substituted in their places, newly written by the translators. These substitutions, however, sometimes display considerable poetic talent, and the versification throughout the piece, both in the old metre in which the choral passages are written, and in the new, flows with a facility and smoothness which, as contrasted with any English verse written 20 years before, indicates a rate of progress during that space in the subsidence of the language into comparative regularity of grammatical and syntactical forms, which is very surprising. Warton remarks, as a proof of the rapidity with which the work of refinement or change went on in the language at this time, that in the second edition of this play, printed again with Gascoigne's poems in 1587, it was thought necessary to affix marginal explanations of many words, not long before in common use, but now become obsolete and unintelligible. In the present instance this was done, as the author tells us, at the request of a lady who did not understand poetical words or terms. But it was a practice occasionally followed down to a much later date. To all the quarto editions, for example, of Joshua Sylvester's metrical translation of Du Bartas, 1605, 1608, 1613, there is appended a brief index explaining most of the hardest words scattered throughout this whole work for ease of such as are least exercised in those kind of readings. It consists of 30 double-column pages and may contain about 600 words. Second stage of the regular drama, Peel at Green. It thus appears that numerous pieces entitled by their form to be accounted as belonging to the regular drama had been produced before the year 1580, but nevertheless no dramatic work had yet been written which can be said to have taken its place in our literature, or to have almost any interest for succeeding generations on account of its intrinsic merits, and apart from its mere antiquity. The next 10 years disclose a new scene. Within that space a crowd of dramatists arose, whose writings still form a portion of our living poetry, and present the regular drama, no longer only painfully struggling into the outward shape proper to that species of composition, but having the breath of life breathed into it, and beginning to throb and stir with the pulsations of genuine passion. We can only here shortly notice some of the chief names in this numerous company of our early dramatists, properly so called. One to whom much attention has been recently directed is George Peele, the first of whose dramatic productions, The Arraignment of Paris, a sort of masque or pageant, which had been represented before the Queen, was printed anonymously in 1584. But Peele's most celebrated drama is his Love of King David, and Fair Bethsabe, first published in 1599. 2 or 3 years after the author's death, this play Mr. Campbell has called the earliest fountain of pathos and harmony that can be traced in our dramatic poetry, and he adds, there is no such sweetness of versification and imagery to be found in our blank verse anterior to Shakespeare. David and Bathsheba was, in all probability, written not anterior to Shakespeare, but after he had been at least 6 or 7 years a writer for the stage, and had produced perhaps 10 or 12 of his plays, including some of those in which, to pass over all other and higher things, the music of the verse has ever been accounted the most perfect and delicious. We know at least that the Midsummer Night's Dream, Romeo and Juliet, The Merchant of Venice, Richard II, King John and Richard III were all written and acted, if not all printed, before Peele's play was given to the world. But independently of this consideration, it must be admitted that the best of Peele's blank verse, though smooth and flowing and sometimes tastefully decorated with the embellishments of a learned and imitative fancy, is both deficient in richness or even variety of modulation, and without any pretensions to the force and fire of original poetic genius. It may be true, nevertheless, as is conceded by Mr. Collier, one of the modern critics with whom Peele has not found so much favour as with Mr. Campbell and with Mr. Dyce, to whom we are indebted for the first collected edition of his plays, that he had an elegance of fancy, a gracefulness of expression, and a melody of versification, which in the earlier part of his career was scarcely approached. Another of Peele's pieces, entitled The Old Wives' Tale, a pleasant conceited comedy, printed in 1595, has excited some curiosity from a resemblance it bears in the story, though in little or nothing else, to Milton's Masque of Comus. Contemporary with Peele was Robert Greene, the author of 5 plays, besides one written in conjunction with a friend. Greene died in 1592, and he appears only to have begun to write for the stage about 1587. Mr. Collier thinks that in facility of expression and in the flow of his blank verse he is not to be placed below Peele. But Greene's most characteristic attribute is his turn for merriment, of which Peele in his dramatic production shows little or nothing. His comedy, or farce rather, is no doubt usually coarse enough, but the turbid stream flows at least freely and abundantly. Among his plays is a curious one on the subject of the history of Friar Benken and Friar Bungay, which is supposed to have been written in 1588 or 1589, though first published in 1594. This, however, is not so much a story of diablerie or as of mere legerdemain, mixed like all the rest of Greene's pieces with a good deal of farcical incident and dialogue, even the catastrophe in which one of the characters is carried off to hell being so managed as to impart no supernatural interest to the drama. End of section 41. Section 42 of A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK. Chapter 4, Part 18. Marlowe. Of a different and far higher order of poetical and dramatic character is another play of this date upon a similar subject, the tragical history of the life and death of Dr. Faustus by Christopher Marlowe. Marlowe died at an early age, in 1593, the year after Greene, and 3 or 4 years before Peele. He had been a writer for the stage at least since 1586, in which year or before was brought out the play of Tamburlaine the Great, his claim to the authorship of which has been conclusively established by Mr. Collier, who has further shown that this was the first play written in blank verse that was exhibited on the public stage. Marlowe's mighty line has been celebrated by Ben Jonson in his famous verses on Shakespeare, but Drayton, the author of the Palobion, has extolled him in the most glowing description, in words the most worthy of the theme. Next Marlowe, bathed in the Thespian springs, had in him those brave translunary things that the first poets had. His raptures were all air and fire, which made his verses clear, for that fine madness still he did retain, which rightly should possess a poet's brain. Marlowe is, by nearly universal admission, our greatest dramatic writer before Shakespeare. He is frequently indeed turgid and bombastic, especially in his earliest play, Tamburlaine the Great, which has just been mentioned, where his fire, it must be confessed, sometimes blazes out of all bounds, and becomes a mere wasting conflagration, sometimes only raves in a furious storm of sound, filling the ear without any other effect. But in his fits of truer inspiration, all the magic of terror, pathos, and beauty flashes from him in streams. The gradual accumulation of the agonies of Faustus in the concluding scene of that play, as the moment of his awful fate comes nearer and nearer, powerfully drawn as it is far from being one of those coarse pictures of wretchedness that merely oppress us with horror. The most admirable skill is applied throughout in balancing that emotion by sympathy and even respect for the sufferer. For he was a scholar once admired for wondrous knowledge in our German schools. And yet without disturbing our acquiescence in the justice of his doom, till we close the book, saddened indeed but not dissatisfied, with the pitying but still tributary and almost consoling words of the chorus on our hearts. Cut is the branch that might have grown full straight, and burned is Apollo's laurel bough, that sometime grew within this learned man. Still finer, perhaps, is the conclusion of another of Marlowe's dramas, his tragedy of Edward II. The reluctant pangs of abdicating royalty in Edward, says Charles Lamb, furnished hints which Shakespeare scarce improved in his Richard II, and the death scene of Marlowe's king moves pity and terror beyond any scene, ancient or modern, with which I am acquainted. Much splendour of poetry also is expended upon the delineation of Barabbas in The Rich Jew of Malta. The Marlowe's Jew, as Lamb has observed, does not approach so near to Shakespeare's in The Merchant of Venice as his Edward II. We are more reminded of some of Barabbas's speeches by the magnificent declamation of Mammon in Johnson's Alchemist. Lillie, Kidd, Lodge. Marlowe, Greene, and Peele are the most noted names among those of our dramatists who belong exclusively to the age of Elizabeth, but some others that have less modern celebrity may perhaps be placed at least on the same line with the two latter. John Lillie, the Euphuist, as he is called from one of his prose works, which will be noticed presently, is, as a poet in his happiest efforts, elegant and fanciful, but his genius was better suited for the lighter kinds of lyric poetry than for the drama. He is the author of 9 dramatic pieces, but of these 7 are in prose, and only 1 in rhyme, and 1 in blank verse. All of them, according to Mr. Collier, seem to have been written for court entertainments, although they were also performed at theatres, most usually by the children of St. Paul's and the revels. They were fitter, it might be added, for beguiling the listlessness of courts than for the entertainment of a popular audience, a thirst for action and passion, and very indifferent to mere ingenuities of style. All poetical readers, however, remember some songs and other short pieces of verse with which some of them are interspersed, particularly a delicate little Anacreontic in that entitled Alexander and Campaspe, beginning, Cupid and my Campaspe played at cards for kisses, etc. Mr. Collier observes that Malone must have spoken from a very superficial acquaintance with Lillie's works when he contends that his plays are comparatively free from those affected conceits and remote allusions that characterize most of his other productions. Thomas Kidd, the author of the 2 plays of Geronimo and the Spanish Tragedy, which is a continuation of the former, besides a translation of another piece from the French, appears to be called Sporting Kidd by Johnson in his verses on Shakespeare, in allusion merely to his name. There is, at least, nothing particularly sportive in the little that has come down to us from his pen. Kidd was a considerable master of language, but his rank as a dramatist is not very easily settled, seeing that there is much doubt as to his claims to the authorship of by far the most striking passages in the Spanish Tragedy, the best of his 2 plays. Lamb, quoting the scenes in question, describes them as the very salt of the old play, which without them, he adds, is but a caput mortuum. It has been generally assumed that they were added by Ben Jonson, who certainly was employed to make some additions to this play, and Mr. Collier attributes them to him as if the point did not admit of a doubt. acknowledging, however, that they represent Johnson in a new light, and that certainly there is nothing in his own entire plays equalling in pathetic beauty some of his contributions to the Spanish tragedy. Nevertheless, it does not seem to be perfectly clear that the supposed contributions by another hand might not have been the work of Kidd himself. Lamb says there is nothing in the undoubted plays of Johnson which would authorize us to suppose that he could have supplied the scenes in question. I should suspect the agency of some more potent spirit. Webster might have furnished them. They are full of that wild, solemn, preternatural cast of grief which bewilders us in the Duchess of Malfi. The last of these early dramatists we shall notice, Thomas Lodge, who was born about 1556 and began to write for the stage about 1580, is placed by Mr. Collier in a rank superior to Green, but in some respects inferior to Kidd. His principal dramatic work is entitled The Wounds of Civil War, lively set forth in the true tragedies of Marius and Sylla, and is written in blank verse with a mixture of rhyme. It shows him, Mr. Collier thinks, to have unquestionably the advantage over Kidd as a drawer of character, though not equalling that writer in general vigour and boldness of poetic conception. His blank verse is also much more monotonous than that of Kidd. Another strange drama in rhyme, written by Lodge in conjunction with Green, is entitled A Looking Glass for London and England, and has for its object to put down the puritanical outcry against the immorality of the stage, which it attempts to accomplish by a grotesque application to the city of London of the scriptural story of Nineveh. The whole performance, in Mr. Collier's opinion, is wearisomely dull, although the authors have endeavoured to lighten the weight by the introduction of scenes of drunken buffoonery between a clown and his crew of ruffians, and between the same clown and a person disguised as the devil, in order to frighten him, but who is detected and well beaten. Mr. Hallam, however, pronounces that there is great talent shown in this play, though upon a very strange canvas. Lodge, who was an eminent physician, has left a considerable quantity of other poetry besides his plays, partly in the form of novels or tales, partly in shorter pieces, many of which may be found in the miscellany called England's Helicon, from which a few of them have been extracted by Mr. Ellis in his Specimens. They are, perhaps, on the whole, more creditable to his poetical powers than his dramatic performances. He is also the author of several short works in prose, sometimes interspersed with verse. One of his prose tales, first printed in 1590 under the title of Rosalind, Euphues' golden legacy, found in his cell at Selextra, for Lodge was one of Lillie's imitators, is famous as the source from which Shakespeare appears to have taken the story of his As You Like It. Of this production it may be said, observes Mr. Collier, that our admiration of many portions of it will not be diminished by a comparison with the work of our great dramatist. It is worthy of remark that all these founders and first builders up of the regular drama in England were, nearly if not absolutely without an exception, classical scholars and men who had received a university education. Nicholas Udall was of Corpus Christi College, Oxford. John Still, if he is to be considered the author of Gammer Gurton's Needle, was of Christ's College, Cambridge. Sackville was educated at both universities. So was Gascoigne. Richard Edwards was of Corpus Christi, Oxford. Marlowe was of Bennett College, Cambridge. Green of St. John's, Cambridge. Peel of Christ Church, Oxford. Lillie of Magdalen College, and Lodge of Trinity College in the same university. Kidd was also probably a university man, though we know nothing of his private history. To the training received by these writers, the drama that arose among us after the middle of the 16th century may be considered to owe not only its form, but in part also its spirit, which had a learned and classical tinge from the first, that never entirely wore out. The diction of the works of all these dramatists betrays their scholarship, and they have left upon the language of our higher drama, and indeed of our blank verse in general, of which they were the main creators, an impress of Latinity which, it can scarcely be doubted, our vigorous but still homely and unsonorous Gothic speech needed to fit it for the requirements of that species of composition. Fortunately, however, the greatest and most influential of them were not mere men of books and readers of Greek and Latin. Green and Peel and Marlowe all spent the noon of their days, none of them saw any afternoon, in the busiest haunts of social life, sounding in their reckless course all the depths of human experience, and drinking the cup of passion, and also of suffering, to the dregs. And of their great successors, those who carried the drama to its height among us in the next age, while some were also accomplished scholars, all were men of the world, men who knew their brother men by an actual and intimate intercourse with them, in their most natural and open-hearted moods, and over a remarkably extended range of conditions. We know from even the scanty fragments of their history that have come down to us, that Shakespeare and Johnson and Beaumont and Fletcher all lived much in the open air of society, and mingled with all ranks from the highest to the lowest, some of them indeed having known what it was actually to belong to classes very far removed from each other at different periods of their lives. But we should have gathered, though no other record or tradition had told us, that they must have been men of this genuine and manifold experience from the drama alone, which they have bequeathed to us, various, rich, and glowing, as that is, even as life itself. Earlier Elizabethan prose, Lillie, Sidney, Spenser, Nash, etc. Before leaving the earlier part of the reign of Elizabeth, a few of the more remarkable writers in prose who had risen into notice before the year 1590 may be mentioned. The singular affectation known by the name of Euphuism was, like some other celebrated absurdities, the invention of a man of true genius, John Lillie, noticed above as a dramatist and poet, the first part of whose prose romance of Euphues appeared in 1578 or 1579. Our nation, says Sir Henry Blunt, in the preface to a collection of some of Lillie's dramatic pieces, which he published in 1632, are in his debt for a new English which he taught them. Euphues and his England began first that language. All our ladies were then his scholars, and that beauty in court which could not parley Euphuism, that is to say, who was unable to converse in that pure and reformed English which he had formed his work to be the standard of, was as little regarded as she which now there speaks not French. Some notion of this pure and reformed English has been made familiar to the reader of our day by the great modern pen that has called back to life so much of the long-vanished past, though the discourse of Sir Piercy Shafton in the Monastery is rather a caricature than a fair sample of Euphuism. Doubtless it often became a purely silly and pitiable affair in the mouths of the courtiers, male and female, but in Lillie's own writings, and in those of his lettered imitators, of whom he had several, and some of no common talent, it was only fantastic and extravagant, and opposed to truth, nature, good sense, and manliness. Pedantic and far-fetched allusion, elaborate indirectness, a cloying smoothness and drowsy monotony of diction, alliteration, punning, and other such puerilities, these are the main ingredients of Euphuism, which do not, however, exclude a good deal of wit, fancy, and prettiness occasionally, both in the expression and the thought. Although Lillie, in his verse as well as in his prose, is always artificial to excess, his ingenuity and finished elegance are frequently very captivating. Perhaps, indeed, our language is, after all, indebted to this writer and his Euphuism for not a little of its present euphony. From the strictures Shakespeare in Love's Labour's Lost makes Holofernes pass on the mode of speaking of his Euphuist, Don Adriano de Armado, a man of fire, new words, fashion's own knight, that hath a mint of phrases in his brain, one whom the music of his own vain tongue doth ravish like enchanting harmony. It should almost seem that the now universally adopted pronunciation of many of our words was first introduced by such persons at this refining child of fancy. I abhor such fanatical phantasms, such insociable and point-device companions, such rackers of orthography as to speak doubt fine when he should say debit, det when he should pronounce debit, D-E-B-T, not D-E-T. He cleppeth a calf, cough, half, hoff, neighbor, vacatur, nabur, nay, abbreviated ne. This is abominable. which he would call abominable. It insinuateth me of insani. Here, however, the all-seeing poet laughs rather at the pedantic schoolmaster than at the fantastic knight, and the euphuistic pronunciation which he makes Holofernes so indignantly criticize was most probably his own, and that of the generality of his educated contemporaries. A renowned English prose classic of this age, who made Lillie's affectations the subject of his ridicule some years before Shakespeare, but who also perhaps was not blind to his better qualities, and did not disdain to adopt some of his reforms in the language, if not to imitate even some of the peculiarities of his style, was Sir Philip Sidney, the illustrious author of the Arcadia. Sidney, who was born in 1554, does not appear to have sent anything to the press during his short and brilliant life, which was terminated by the wound he received at the battle of Zutphen in 1586, but he was probably well known, nevertheless, at least as a writer of poetry, some years before his lamented death. Putnam, whose Art of English Poesy, at whatever time it may have been written, was published before any work of Sidney's had been printed, so far as can now be discovered, mentions him as one of the best and most famous writers of the age for eclogue and pastoral poesy. The Countess of Pembroke's Arcadia, as Sidney's principal work, had been affectionately designated by himself in compliment to his sister, to whom it was inscribed, the fair and good and learned lady, afterwards celebrated by Ben Jonson as the subject of all verse, was not given to the world, even in part, till 1590, nor completely till 1593. His collection of sonnets and songs entitled Astrophel and Stella first appeared in 1591, and his other most celebrated piece in prose, The Defence of Poesy, in 1595. The production in which he satirizes the affectation and pedantry of the modern corrupters of the vernacular tongue is a sort of masque, supposed to pass before Queen Elizabeth in Wanstead Garden, in which, among other characters, a village schoolmaster called Rhombus appears, and declaims in a jargon not unlike that of Shakespeare's Holofernes. Sidney's own prose is the most flowing and poetical that had yet been written in English, but its graces are rather those of artful elaboration than of a vivid natural expressiveness. The thought, in fact, is generally more poetical than the language. It is a spirit of poetry, encased in a rhetorical form. Yet notwithstanding the conceits into which it frequently runs, and which, after all, are mostly rather the frolics of a nimble wit, somewhat too solicitous of display, than the sickly perversities of a coxcombical or effeminate taste, and notwithstanding also some want of animation and variety, Sidney's is a wonderful style, always flexible, harmonious, and luminous, and on fit occasions rising to great stateliness and splendour, while a breath of beauty and noble feeling lives in and exhales from the whole of his great work, like the fragrance from a garden of flowers. Among the most active occasional writers in prose also about this time were others of the poets and dramatists of the day, besides Lodge, who has been already mentioned as one of Lillie's imitators. Another of his productions, besides his Tale of Rosalind, which has lately attracted much attention, is a defence of stage plays, which he published probably in 1579 in answer to Stephen Gossen's School of Abuse, and of which only 2 copies are known to exist, both wanting the title page. Green was an incessant pamphleteer upon all sorts of subjects. The list of his prose publications, so far as they are known, given by Mr. Dyce, extends to between 30 and 40 articles, the earliest being dated 1584, or 8 years before his death. Morality, fiction, satire, blackguardism, are all mingled together in the stream that thus appears to have flowed without pause from his ready pen. In a night and a day, says his friend Nash, would he have yarked up a pamphlet as well as in 7 years, and glad was that printer that might be so blessed to pay him dear for the very dregs of his wit. His wit, indeed, often enough appears to have run to the dregs, nor is it very sparkling at the best. But Green's prose, though not in general very animated, is more concise and perspicuous than his habits of composition might lead us to expect. He is generally written from a well-informed or full mind, and the matter is interesting even when there is no particular attraction in the manner. Among his most curious pamphlets are his several tracts on the rogueries of London, which he describes under the name of coney catching, a favourite subject also with other popular writers of that day. But the most remarkable of all Green's contributions to our literature are his various publications, which either directly relate or are understood to shadow forth the history of his own wild and unhappy life. His tale entitled Never Too Late, or A Powder of Experience, 1590. The second part entitled Francesco's Fortunes, the same year. His Groat's Worth of Wit, bought with a million of Repentance, and the Repentance of Robert Greene, Master of Arts, which both appeared after his death in 1592. Greene, as well as Lodge, we may remark, is to be reckoned among the Euphuists. A tale which he published in 1587, and which was no less than 5 times reprinted in the course of the next half-century, is entitled Menaphon. Camilla's alarm to slumbering Euphues, in his melancholy cell at Silexidra, etc., and the same year he produced Euphues, his Censure to Phalantus, wherein is presented a philosophical combat between Hector and Achilles, etc. But he does not appear to have persisted in this fashion of style. It may be noticed, as curiously illustrating the spirit and manner of our fictitious literature at this time, that in his Pandosto, or History of Derastus and Faunia, Greene, a scholar and a Master of Arts of Cambridge, does not hesitate to make Bohemia an island, just as is done by Shakespeare in treating the same story in his Winter's Tale. The critics have been accustomed to instance this as one of the evidences of Shakespeare's ignorance, and Ben Jonson is recorded to have, in his conversation with Drummond of Hawthornden, quoted it as a proof that his great brother dramatist wanted art, and sometimes sense. The truth is, as has been observed, such deviations from fact and other incongruities of the same character were not minded or attempted to be avoided, either in the romantic drama or in the legends out of which it was formed. They are not blunders, but part and parcel of the fiction. The making Bohemia an island is not nearly so great a violation of geographical truth as other things in the same play are of all the proprieties and possibilities of chronology and history. For instance, the coexistence of a kingdom of Bohemia at all, or of that modern barbaric name, with anything so entirely belonging to the old classic world as the Oracle of Delphi. The story, though no earlier record of it has yet been discovered, is not improbably much older than either Shakespeare or Greene. The latter no doubt expanded and adorned it, and mainly gave it its present shape, but it is most likely that he had for his groundwork some rude popular legend or tradition, the characteristic middle-aged geography and chronology of which he most properly did not disturb. But the most brilliant pamphleteer of this age was Thomas Nash. Nash is the author of one slight dramatic piece, mostly in blank verse, but partly in prose, and having also some lyrical poetry interspersed, called Summer's Last Will and Testament, which was exhibited before Queen Elizabeth at Nonsuch in 1592, and he also assisted Marlowe in his tragedy of Dido, Queen of Carthage, which, although not printed till 1594, is supposed to have been written before 1590. But his satiric was of a much higher order than his dramatic talent. There never perhaps was poured forth such a rushing and roaring torrent of wit, ridicule, and invective, as in the rapid succession of pamphlets which he published in the course of the year 1589 against the Puritans and their famous champion, or rather knot of champions, taking the name of Martin Mar Prelate, and less in those in which he began 2 years after to assail poor Gabriel Harvey, his persecution of and controversy with whom lasted a much longer time, till indeed the Archbishop of Canterbury, Whitgift, interfered in 1597 to restore the peace of the realm by an order that all Harvey's and Nash's books should be taken wherever they might be found, and that none of the said books be ever printed hereafter. Mr. Disraeli has made both these controversies familiar to modern readers by his lively accounts of the one in his quarrels, of the other in his calamities of authors, and ample specimens of the criminations and recriminations hurled at one another by Nash and Harvey have also been given by Mr. Dyce in the Life of Greene, prefixed to his edition of that writer's dramatic and poetical works. Harvey, too, was a man of eminent talent, but it was of a kind very different from that of Nash. Nash's style is remarkable for its airiness and facility, clear it of its old spelling, and unless it be for a few words and idioms which have now dropped out of the popular speech, it has quite a modern air. This may show, by the by, that the language has not altered so much since the latter part of the 16th century as the ordinary prose of that day would lead us to suppose. The difference is rather that the generality of writers were more pedantic then than now, and sought in a way that is no longer the fashion to brocade their composition with what were called inkhorn terms and outlandish phrases, never used except in books. If they had been satisfied to write as they spoke, the style of that day, as we may perceive from the example of Nash, would have in its general character considerably more resembled that of the present. Gabriel Harvey's mode of writing exhibits all the peculiarities of his age in their most exaggerated form. He was a great scholar, and his composition is inspired by the very genius of pedantry, full of matter, full often of good sense, not unfrequently rising to a tone of dignity and even eloquence, but always stiff, artificial, and elaborately unnatural, to a degree which was even then unusual. We may conceive what sort of chance such a heavy-armed combatant, encumbered and oppressed by the very weapons he carried, would have in a war of wit with the quick, elastic, inexhaustible Nash, and the showering jokes and sarcasms that flashed from his easy, natural pen. Harvey, too, with all his merits, was both vain and envious, and he had some absurdities which afforded tempting game for satire. In particular, he plumed himself on having reformed the barbarism of English verse by setting the example of modelling it after the Latin hexameter. "If I never deserve any better remembrance," he exclaims in one of his pamphlets, "let me be epitaphed, the inventor of the English hexameter." Nash again profanely characterizes the said hexameter as "that drunken staggering kind of verse which is all uphill and downhill, like the way betwixt Stamford and Beachfield, and goes like a horse plunging through the mire in the deep of winter, now soused up to the saddle, and straight aloft on his tiptoes." In these last words, we suppose, exemplifying the thing he describes and derides. English hexameter verse. Harvey, however, did not want imitators in his crotchet, and among them were some of high name. He boasts in the same place where he claims the credit of the invention of being able to reckon among his disciples not only learned Mr. Stanihurst, that is, Richard Stanihurst, who in 1583 produced a most extraordinary performance, which he called a translation of the first 4 books of the Aeneid in this reformed verse, but excellent Sir Philip Sidney, who, he observes, had not disdained to follow him in his Arcadia and elsewhere. This is stated in his 4 letters and certain sonnets, especially touching Robert Greene, 1582. But from a preceding publication entitled 3 Proper and Witty Familiar Letters, lately passed between 2 university men, touching the earthquake in April last in our English Reformed versifying, which were given to the world in 1580, we learned that Edmund Spenser, too, seemed or professed himself for a short time half inclined to enlist himself among the practitioners of the new method. The 2 university men between whom the letters had passed are Spenser, who is designated Emerito, and Harvey, with whom he had become intimate at Cambridge. They were both of Pembroke Hall, and by whom he is supposed to have been introduced to Sidney a short time before this correspondence began. The letters are in fact 5 in number, the original 3 before the pamphlet was published, having had 2 others added to them, of the same men's writing, both touching the foresaid artificial versifying, and certain other particulars more lately delivered unto the printer. The publication is introduced by a preface from a well-willer to both writers, who professes to have come by the letters at 4th or 5th hand, through a friend, who with much entreaty had procured the copying of them out at Emerito's hands. He had not, he declares, made the writers privy to the publication. The merits of Harvey's letters in particular, which form indeed the principal part of the pamphlet, and to which the only one by Spenser originally designed to be given is merely introductory, are trumpeted forth in this preface in a very confident style. "But show me, or Emerito," exclaims the well-willer, "2 English letters in print in all points equal to the other 2, both for the matter itself and also for the manner of handling, and say we never saw good English letters in our lives." And yet he adds, "I am credibly informed by the foresaid faithful and honest friend, that himself, the writer of the said 2 letters, hath written many of the same stamp both to courtiers and others, and some of them discoursing upon matters of great weight and importance, wherein he is said to be fully as sufficient and habile as in those scholarly points of learning." Nevertheless, this well-wisher, or his faithful and honest friend, was strongly suspected at the time to be no other than Harvey himself. Nash declares in one of his pamphlets that the compositor by whom the well-willer's epistle or preface was set up swore to him that it came under Harvey's own hand to be printed. And in another place, addressing Harvey, he says, "You were young in years when you privately wrote the letters that afterward were publicly divulged by no other but yourself." Signor Amarito was counterfeitly brought in to play a part in that his interlude of epistles. I durst on my credit undertake Spencer was in no way privy to the committing of them to print. Committing, I will call it, for in my opinion G.H. should not have reaped so much discredit by being committed to Newgate as by committing that misbelieving prose to the press. Nash's authority, however, is none of the best, and it is fair to add that Harvey himself, in one of his 4 letters, published in 1592, speaks of the present letters as having been sent to the press, either by some malicious enemy or some indiscreet friend. It can hardly be supposed that he designed to conceal himself under the latter description. But to return to what Spencer tells us of his studies and experiments in English hexameters and pentameters. In one letter, written from Leicester House, Westminster, in October 1579, he says, "As for the 2 worthy gentlemen, Mr. Sidney and Mr. Dyer, afterwards Sir Edward Dyer, and greatly esteemed as a writer of verse in his day, they have me, I thank them, in some use and familiarity, of whom and to whom what speech passeth, to your credit and estimation I leave yourself to conceive, having always so well conceived of my unfeigned affection and zeal towards you." And now they have proclaimed in their Areopalo a general surceasing and silence of bald rhymers, and also of the very best too, instead whereof they have, by authority of their whole senate, prescribed certain rules and laws of quantities of English syllables for English verse, having had thereof already great practice, and almost drawn me into their faction. Afterwards he goes farther. "I am more in love," he says, "with English versifying," that was the name by which Harvey and his friends distinguished the new invention, "than with rhyming, which I should have done with long since, if I would then have followed your counsel." And he concludes, "I received your letter sent me the last week, whereby I perceive you continued your old exercise of versifying in English, which glory I had now thought should have been ours at London and the court. Trust me," he adds, your verses I like passingly well, and envy your hidden pains in this kind, or rather malign and grudge at yourself that would not once impart so much to me." He remarks, however, that Harvey has once or twice made a breach in the rules laid down for this new mode of versifying by Master Drant, that is, Thomas Drant, chiefly known as the author of 2 collections of Latin poetry entitled Silva and Poemata Varia, but also the author of some verse translations from the Latin and Greek. "You shall see," says Spencer in conclusion, "when we meet in London, and when it shall be, certify us, how fast I have followed after you in that course. Beware lest in time I overtake you." And as a sample of what he had been doing, he subjoins a few English iambics. 6 months later we find him still occupied with the new method. Writing to Harvey again in the beginning of April 1580, he says, "I like your late English hexameters so exceedingly well, that I also inure my pen sometimes in that kind, which I find indeed, as I have often heard you defend in word, neither so hard nor so harsh, but that it will easily and fairly yield itself to our mother tongue." Yet from what follows it almost looks as if he were all the while making sport of his solemn friend and his preposterous invention. "The only or chiefest hardness which seemeth," he goes on, "is in the accent, which sometime gapeth, and as it were yawneth ill-favouredly, coming short of that it should, and sometime exceeding the measure of the number, as in Carpenter, the middle syllable being used short in speech, when it shall be read long in verse, seemeth like a lame gosling, that draweth one leg after her, and heaven being used short as one syllable, when it is in verse stretched out with a diastole, is like a lame dog that holds up one leg." Nash's ridicule is hardly so unmerciful as this. Spencer, however, adds, by way of consolation, "But it is to be won with custom, and rough words must be subdued with use." Afterwards he sets down 4 lines of English elegiac verse, asking, "Seem they comparable to those 2 which I translated you extempore in bed the last time we lay together in Westminster? That which I eat did I joy, and that which I greedily gorged. As for those many goodly matters left I for others." This can hardly have been written, or even, one would think, have been intended to be taken seriously. "I would heartily wish," he concludes, "you would either send me the rules and precepts of art which you observe in quantities, or else follow mine, that Monsieur Philip Sidney gave me, being the very name which Monsieur Drant devised, but enlarged with Monsieur Sidney's own judgment, and augmented with my observations, that we might both agree and accord in one, lest we overthrow one another, and be overthrown of the rest." From this it would appear that after all Drant, whose era was between 1560 and 1570, was, in this matter of English hexameters, before Harvey. But indeed, long before this, Sir Thomas More had amused himself with the same fancy, and the attempt to mould English verse into the form of Latin, which long afterwards exercised the ingenuity of Milton, and which has been revived in our own day, continued to engage some attention down to the close of the 16th century. In 1602 was published a small pamphlet entitled Observations on the Art of English Poesy by Thomas Campion, wherein it is demonstratively proved and by example confirmed that the English tune will receive 8 several kinds of numbers proper to itself, which are all in this book set forth, and were never before this time by any man attempted. Thomas Campion, or Champion, was a poet of some celebrity in his day. His name occurs along with those of Spenser and Shakespeare. The others are Sidney, John Owen, Daniel, Hugh, Holland, Ben Jonson, Drayton, Chapman, and Marston. In Camden's enumeration in his Remains concerning Britain, first published in 1604, of the most pregnant poetical wits then flourishing, his tract was answered the next year by his brother poet Samuel Daniel in a defence of rhyme against a pamphlet entitled Observations in the Art of English Poesy, wherein is demonstratively proved that rhyme is the fittest harmony of words that comports with our language. This reply appears to have terminated the controversy for the present. And indeed, although Milton in a later day, in addition to imitating or attempting to imitate the metres of Horace, also, like Campion, denounced the Gothic barbarism and bondage of rhyme, it never was again seriously proposed, we believe, to reform our poetry by the entire abolition of the natural prosody of the language and the substitution of the Greek or Latin. End of section 42. Section 43 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK. Chapter 4, Part 19. Edmund Spenser. If Harvey had seriously infected Spenser with the madness of his hexameters and pentameters, the reformed versifying might have been brought for a short time into more credit, although Spenser's actual performances in it, as has been remarked, are bad enough to countenance even those of his friend the inventor. But besides that, to change, as this system appears to have required, the entire pronunciation and musical character of a language is as much beyond the power of any writer or host of writers as to change the direction of the winds, the two cases being alike governed by laws of nature above human control. Spenser was, of all writers, the one least likely to be permanently enthralled by the pursuit of such an absurdity. Of all our great poets, he is the one whose natural tastes were most opposed to such outlandish innovations upon and harsh perversions of his native tongue, whose genius was essentially the most musical, the most English, and the most reverential of antiquity. Edmund Spenser has been supposed to have come before the world as a poet so early as the year 1569, when some sonnets translated from Petrarch, which long afterwards were reprinted with his name, appeared in Vander Noot's Theatre of Worldlings. On the 20th of May in that year he was entered a sizar of Pembroke Hall, Cambridge, and in that same year also an entry in the books of the Treasurer of the Queen's Chamber Records that there was paid upon a bill signed by Mr. Secretary, dated at Windsor, 18th Octoberus, to Edmund Spenser, that brought letters to the Queen's Majesty from Sir Henry Norris, Knight, Her Majesty's Ambassador in France, being at 2R in the said realm, for his charges the sum of £6 13 shillings 4d, over and besides £9 prested to him by Sir Henry Norris. It has been supposed that this entry refers to the poet. The date, 1510, given as that of the year of his birth, upon his monument in Westminster Abbey, erected long after his death, is out of the question, but the above-mentioned facts make it probable that he was born some years before 1553, the date commonly assigned. He has himself commemorated the place of his birth. At length he says in his Prothalamion, or poem on the marriages of the two daughters of the Earl of Worcester, "At length they all to merry London came, to merry London, my most kindly nurse, that to me gave this life's first native source, though from another place I take my name, and house of ancient fame." It is commonly said on the authority of Oldys that he was born in East Smithfield by the Tower. It appears from the register of the University that he took his degree of Bachelor of Arts in 1572, and that of Master of Arts in 1576. On leaving Cambridge he retired for some time to the north of England. Here he appears to have written the greater part of his Shepherd's Calendar, which, having previously come up to London, he published in 1579. And he had already, as we learn from his correspondence with Harvey, finished two works entitled His Dreams and Dying Pelican, of which nothing is now known, unless the former, as has been conjectured, be the same afterwards published under the titles of The Visions of Petrarch, The Visions of Belay, and Visions of the World's Vanity. And he had begun his Fairy Queen, as well as at least designed, and perhaps made some progress in, a poem in Harvey's new mode of versifying, to be entitled Epithalamion Tamesis, which book, he says, I dare undertake will be profitable for the knowledge, and new for the invention and manner of handling. The subject was to be treated in the same manner as it is in the fourth book of the Fairy Queen. He also speaks of another work, which he calls his Stomata Dudleyana, probably a poem in honour of the family of his patron, the Earl of Leicester, uncle of Sir Philip Sidney, of which he says that it must not lightly be sent abroad without more advisement, adding, however, but trust me, though I never do well, yet in my own fancy I never did better. And Harvey congratulates him on 9 comedies, which he had either written or was engaged with. I am void of all judgment, if your 9 comedies, whereunto, in imitation of Herodotus, you give the names of the 9 muses, come not as near Ariosto's comedies, either for the fineness of plausible elocution, or the rareness of poetical, as the Fairy Queen doth to his Orlando. But he published nothing more for some years. In his letter to Harvey, written from Leicester House in October 1579, and more especially in a long Latin valedictory poem included in it, he speaks of being immediately about to proceed across the seas in the service of Leicester to France, as it would appear, if not farther. I go thither, he writes, as sent by him, and maintained most what of him, and there am to employ my time, my body, my mind, in his honour's service. But whether he actually went upon this mission is unknown. In the beginning of August 1580, on the appointment of Arthur Lord Grey of Wilton as Lord Deputy of Ireland, Spencer accompanied his lordship to that country as his secretary. In March the year following, he was appointed to the office of clerk in the Irish Court of Chancery, but on Lord Grey being recalled in 1582, Spencer probably returned with him to England. It has been conjectured that he may have been the person mentioned in a letter to Queen Elizabeth from James VI of Scotland, dated at St. Andrews, the 2nd of July, 1583, the original of which is preserved among the Cotton manuscripts, where James says in the postscript, Madam, I have stayed Master Spencer upon the letter Quilk is written with my awin hand. Quilk shall be ready within 2 days. Of how he was employed for the next 3 or 4 years nothing is known, but in 1586 he obtained from the Crown a grant of above 3,000 acres of forfeited lands in Ireland. The grant is dated the 27th of July, and if it was procured, as is not improbable, through Sir Philip Sidney, it was the last kindness of that friend and patron whose death took place in October of this year. Spencer proceeded to Ireland to take possession of his estate, which was a portion of the former domain of the Earl of Desmond in the county of Cork, and here he remained, residing in what had been the Earl's castle of Kilcolman, till he returned to England in 1590, and published at London in quarto the first 3 books of his Faerie Queen. If he had published anything else since the Shepherd's Calendar appeared 11 years before, it could only have been a poem of between 400 and 500 lines, entitled Muopotmus, or The Fate of the Butterfly, which he dedicated to the Lady Carey. He has himself related in his Colin Clout's Come Home Again how he had been visited in his exile by the Shepherd of the Ocean, by which designation he means Sir Walter Raleigh, and persuaded by him to make this visit to England for the purpose of having his poem printed. Raleigh introduced him to Elizabeth, to whom the Faerie Queen was dedicated, and who in February 1591 bestowed on the author a pension of £50. This great work immediately raised Spenser to such celebrity that the publisher hastened to collect whatever of his other poems he could find, and under the general title of Complaints, containing sundry small poems of the world's vanity, printed together in a quarto volume, The Ruins of Time, The Tears of the Muses, Virgil's Gnat, Mother Hubbard's Tale, The Ruins of Rome, from the French of Belay, Muopotmus, which is stated to be the only one of the pieces that had previously appeared, and the Visions of Petrarch, etc., already mentioned. Many more, it is declared, which the author had written in former years, were not to be found. Spenser appears to have remained in England till the beginning of the year 1592. His Daphnaida, an elegy on the death of Douglas Howard, daughter of Lord Howard and wife of Arthur Gorges, Esquire, is dedicated to the Marchioness of Northampton in an address dated the 1st of January in that year, and it was published soon after. He then returned to Ireland, and probably in the course of 1592 and 1593 there composed the series of 88 sonnets, in which he relates his courtship of the lady whom he at last married, celebrating the event by a splendid epithalamion. But it appears from the 80th sonnet that he had already finished 6 books of his Faerie Queen. His next publication was another quarto volume, which appeared in 1595, containing his Colin Clout's Come Home Again, the dedication of which to Raleigh is dated from my house at Kilcolman, December the 27th, 1591, no doubt a misprint for 1594, and also his Astrophel, an elegy upon Sir Philip Sidney, dedicated to his widow, now the Countess of Essex, together with the Morning Muse of Vestillus, another poem on the same subject. The same year appeared in octavo his sonnets under the title of Amoretti, accompanied by the epithalamion. In 1596 he paid another visit to England, bringing with him the 4th, 5th, and 6th books of his Faerie Queen, which were published along with a new edition of the preceding 3 books in quarto at London in that year. In the latter part of the same year appeared in a volume of the same form a reprint of his Daphnaida, together with his Prothalamion, or Spouls of Verse on the marriages of the Ladies Elizabeth and Catherine Somerset, and his 4 hymns in honour of love, of beauty, of heavenly love, and of heavenly beauty, dedicated to the Countesses of Cumberland and Warwick, in an address dated Greenwich, the 1st of September, 1596. The first 2 of these hymns, he states, had been composed in the greener times of his youth, and although he had been moved by one of the 2 ladies to call in the same, as having too much pleased those of like age and disposition, which being too vehemently carried with that kind of affection, do rather suck out poison to their strong passion than honey to their honest delight, he had been unable so to do, by reason that many copies thereof were formerly scattered abroad. At this time it was still common for literary compositions of all kinds to be extensively circulated in manuscript, as used to be the mode of publication before the invention of printing. These hymns were the last of his productions that he sent to the press. It was during this visit to England that he presented to Elizabeth, and probably wrote, his prose treatise entitled A View of the State of Ireland, written dialogue-wise between Eudoxus and Irenaeus, but the work remained unprinted till it was published at Dublin by Sir James Ware in 1633. Spenser returned to Ireland probably early in 1597, and was the next year recommended by the Queen to be Sheriff of Cork, but soon after the breaking out of Tyrone's rebellion in October 1598, his house of Kilcolman was attacked and burned by the rebels, and one child having perished in the flames, it was with difficulty that he made his escape with his wife and 2 sons. He arrived in England in a state of destitution, but it seems unlikely that, with his talents and great reputation, his powerful friends, his pension, and the rights he still retained, although deprived of the enjoyment of his Irish property for the moment, he could have been left to perish, as has been commonly said, of want. The breaking up of his constitution was a natural consequence of the sufferings he had lately gone through. All that we know, however, is that, after having been ill for some time, he died at an inn in King Street, Westminster, on the 16th of January, 1599. 2 cantos, undoubtedly genuine, of a subsequent book of the Faerie Queen, and 2 stanzas of a 3rd canto entitled Of Mutability, and forming part of the Legend of Constancy, were published in an edition of his collected works in a folio volume in 1609. And it may be doubted if much more of the poem was ever written. As for the poem called Britten's Ida, in 6 short cantos, which also appeared in this volume, it is certainly not by Spenser. Besides the works that have been enumerated, however, the following compositions by Spenser, now all lost, are mentioned by himself or his friends: his Pageants, the Canticles paraphrased, a poetical version of Ecclesiastes, another of the 7 penitential Psalms, the Hours of our Lord, the Sacrifice of a Sinner, Purgatory, a Senight's Slumber, the Court of Cupid, and the Hell of Lovers. He is also said to have written a treatise in prose called The English Poet. The most remarkable of Spenser's poems, written before his great work, The Faerie Queen, are his Shepherd's Calendar and his Mother Hubbard's Tale. Both of these pieces are full of the spirit of poetry, and his genius displays itself in each in a variety of styles. The Shepherd's Calendar, though consisting of 12 distinct poems denominated eclogues, is less of a pastoral in the ordinary acceptation than it is of a piece of polemical or party divinity. Spenser's shepherds are, for the most part, pastors of the church, or clergymen with only pious parishioners for sheep. One is a good shepherd, such as Algrind, that is, the puritanical Archbishop of Canterbury, Grindal. Another, represented in a much less favourable light, is Morel, that is, his famous antagonist Elmore, or Aylmer, Bishop of London. Spenser's religious character and opinions make a curious subject, which has not received much attention from his biographers. His connection with Sidney and Leicester, and afterwards with Essex, made him, no doubt, be regarded throughout his life as belonging to the puritanical party, but only to the more moderate section of it, which, although not unwilling to encourage a little grumbling at some things in the conduct of the dominant section of the hierarchy, and even professing to see much reason in the objections made to certain outworks or appendages of the established system, stood still or drew back as soon as the opposition to the church became really a war of principles. Spenser's Puritanism seems almost as unnatural as his hexameters and pentameters. It was probably for the greater part the product of circumstances rather than of conviction or any strong feeling, even while it lasted, and it never appears afterwards in such prominence as in his Shepherd's Calendar, the first work that he published. It has even been asserted that his blatant beast, in the 6th book of the Faerie Queen, is meant for a personification of Puritanism. At any rate, it is evident that in his later years his Christianity had taken the form rather of Platonism than of Puritanism. The puritanical spirit of some parts of the Shepherd's Calendar, however, probably contributed to the popularity which the poem long retained. It was reprinted 4 times during the author's lifetime, in 1581, 1586, 1591, and 1597, yet it is not only a very unequal composition, but is, in its best executed or most striking parts, far below the height to which Spenser afterwards learned to rise. We may gather from it that one thing which had helped to give him his church-reforming notions had been his study and admiration of the old poetry of Chaucer and the visions of Piers Plowman. One of his personages, who in one of the eclogues discourses much in the style of the principal figure in Langland's poem, is called Piers, and Chaucer is not only in various passages affectionately commemorated under the name of Tityrus, but several of the eclogues are written in a peculiar versification, which appears to be intended as an imitation of that of Chaucer's poetry. So far as Spenser, at this time of his life, can be accounted any authority in such a matter, it may be admitted that he seems to have regarded the verse of his great predecessors only accentually, not syllabically regular, but it is still more evident at the same time that these intended imitations of Chaucer in the Shepherd's Calendar do not really give a true representation of his prosody. according to any theory of it that may be adopted. The flow of the verse is rather that of the vision of Piers Plowman, only without the regular alliteration and with the addition of rhyme. As a specimen of the Shepherd's Calendar, we will give, from the second eclogue, which is one of those composed in this peculiar measure, the tale of the oak and the briar, as told by the old shepherd Thenot, who says he conned it of Tityrus in his youth. There grew an aged tree on the green, a goodly oak sometime had it been, with arms full strong and largely displayed, but of their leaves they were disarrayed. The body big and mightily pight, throughly rooted and of wondrous height, whilome he had been the king of the field, and muckle mass to the husband did yield, and with his nuts larded many swine, but now the grey moss marred his rhyme. His bared boughs were beaten with storms, his top was bald and wasted with worms, his honour decayed, his branches sere. Hard by his side grew a bragging brier, which proudly thrust into th' element, and seemed to threat the firmament. It was embellished with blossoms fair, and thereto I wanted to repair. The shepherd's daughters to gather flowers, to paint their garlands with his colours, and in his small bushes used to shroud the sweet nightingale singing so loud, which made this foolish brer wex so bold, that on a time he cast him to scold, and snebbed the good oak, for he was old. Why stand'st there, quoth he, thou brutish block? Nor for fruit nor for shadow serves thy stock. Seest how fresh my flowers been spread, dyed in lily white and crimson red, with leaves ingrained in lusty green, colours meet to clothe a maiden queen. Thy waste bigness but cumbers the ground, and dirks the beauty of my blossoms round. The mouldy moss which thee accloyeth, my cinnamon smell too much annoyeth. Wherefore soon I rede thee, hence remove, lest thou the price of my displeasure prove. So spake this bold brer with great disdain. Little him answered the oak again, but yielded with shame and grief adawed, that of a weed he was overcrawed. It chanced after upon a day the husbandman's self to come that way, of custom to surview his ground, and his trees of state encompass round. Him when the spiteful brer had espied, he causeless complained, and loudly cried unto his lord, stirring up stern strife. O my liege lord, the god of my life, please of you pond your suppliant's plaint, caused of wrong and cruel constraint, which I, your poor vassal, daily endure, and but your goodness the same secure, am like for desperate dole to die, through felonious force of mine enemy. Greatly aghast with this piteous plea, him rested the goodman on the lea, and bade the brer in his plaint proceed. With painted words, though gan this proud weed, as most usen ambitious folk, his coloured crime with craft to cloak. Ah, my sovereign, lord of creatures all, thou placer of plants, both humble and tall, was not I planted of thine own hand, to be the primrose of all thy land, with flowering blossoms to furnish the prime, and scarlet berries in summer time? How falls it then that this faded oak, whose body is sere, whose branches broke, whose naked arms stretched unto the fire, unto such tyranny doth aspire, hindering with his shade my lovely light, and robbing me of the sweet sun's sight? So beat his old boughs my tender side, that oft the blood springeth from woundes wide. Untimely my flowers forced to fall, that been the honour of your coronal. And oft he lets his canker worms light upon my branches, to work me more spite. And oft his hoary locks down doth cast, wherewith my fresh flowerets been defast. For this and many more such outrage, crave I your goodly head to assuage the rancorous rigour of his might. Naught ask I, but only to hold my right, submitting me to your good sufferance, and praying to be guarded from grievance. To this the oak cast him to reply, well as he couth, but his enemy had kindled such coals of displeasure, that the goodman nold stay his leisure, but home him hasted with furious heat, increasing his wrath with many a threat. His harmful hatchet he hent in hand, Alas, that it so ready should stand! And to the field alone he speedeth, I little help to harm there needeth. Anger nulled, let him speak to the tree, and onter his rage mought cooled be, but to the root bent his sturdy stroke, and made many wounds in the wasted oak. The axe's edge did oft turn again, as half unwilling to cut the grain, seemed the senseless iron did fear, or to wrong holy eld did forbear. For it had been an ancient tree, sacred with many a mystery, and often crossed with the priest's crew, and often hallowed with holy water dew. But like fancies were in foolery, and broughten this oak to this misery. For naught mought they quitten him from decay, for fiercely the goodman at him did lay. The block oft groaned under his blow, and sighed to see his near overthrow. In fine the steel had pierced his pith, though down to the ground he fell therewith. His wondrous weight made the ground to quake, the earth shrunk under him, and seemed to shake. There lieth the oak, pitied of none. Now stands the Brer like a lord alone, puffed up with pride and vain pleasaunce. But all this glee had no continuance, for eftsoons winter gan to approach. The blustering Boreas did encroach, and beat upon the solitary Brer. For now no succour was seen him near. Now gan he repent his pride too late, for naked left and disconsolate, the biting frost nipped his stalk dead, the watery wet weighed down his head, and heaped snow burthened him so sore, that now upright he can stand no more, and being down is trod in the dirt of cattle, and browsed and sorely hurt. Such was the end of this ambitious Brer, for scorning eld. The story is admirably told, certainly, with wonderful facility of expression, as well as with a fancy and invention at once the most just and spirited, and the most easy and copious, altogether so as to betoken a poet, such as had not yet arisen in the language since it had settled down into its existing form. This earliest work of Spenser's, however, betrays his study of our elder poetry as much by its diction as by the other indications already mentioned. He has thickly sprinkled it with words and phrases which had generally ceased to be used at the time when it was written. This he seems to have done, not so much that the antiquated style might give the dialogue an air of rusticity proper to the speech of shepherds, but rather in the same spirit and design, though he has carried the practice much farther, in which Virgil has done the same thing in his heroic poetry, that his verse might thereby be the more distinguished from common discourse, that it might fall upon the ears of men with something of the impressiveness and authority of a voice from other times, and that it might seem to echo, and as it were continue and prolong, the strain of the old national minstrelsy, thus at once expressing his love and admiration of the preceding poets who had been his examples, and in part his instructors and inspirers, and making their compositions reflect additional light and beauty upon his own. This is almost the only advantage which the later poets in any language have over the earlier, and Spenser has availed himself of it more or less in most of his writings, though not in any later work to the same extent as in this first publication. End of section 43. Section 44 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK. Chapter 4, Part 20. Perhaps also there may be discovered in the Shepherd's Calendar some other traces of his studies in experimental versification at this time, to which his attention may have been awakened by his friend Harvey's lucubrations, besides his attempts to imitate the metre of Chaucer or Piers Plowman. The work is at least remarkable for the variety of measures in which it is composed. The most spirited of its lyric passages is a panegyric upon Elizabeth in the fourth eclogue, of which, as the work is not much read, we may transcribe a few verses. It is recited by Hobbinall, Gabriel Harvey, who, on the request of Thenot that he would repeat to him one of his friend Colin's songs, framed before his love for Rosalind had made him break his pipe, replies, "Contented I, then will I sing his lay of fair Eliza, queen of shepherds all, which once he made as by a spring he lay, and tuned it unto the water's fall. See where she sits upon the grassy green, O seemly sight! Y-clad in scarlet, like a maiden queen, and ermines white. Upon her head a crimson coronet, with damask roses and daffodillies set, bay leaves between, and primroses green, embellish the sweet violet. I see Calliope speed to the place where my goddess shines, and after her the other muses trace with their violines. Bin they not bay branches which they do bear, all for Eliza in her hand to wear? So sweetly they play, and sing all the way, that it heaven is to hear. Lo, how finely the Graces can it foot to the instrument. They dancen deftly, and singen soot in their merriment. Wants not a fourth Grace to make the dance even. Let that room to my lady be even. She shall be a Grace to fill the fourth place, and reign with the rest in heaven. And whither rends this bevy of ladies bright, ranged in a row? They bin all ladies of the lake behight, that unter her go. Chloris, that is the chiefest nymph of all, of olive branches bears a coronal. Olives bin for peace, when wars do surcease, such for a princess bin principal. Ye shepherds' daughters, that dwell on the green, hie you there apace, let none come there but that virgins been, to adorn her grace. And when you come whereas she is in place, see that your rudeness do not you disgrace. Bind your fillets fast, and gird in your waist, for more fineness with a tawdry lace. Bring hither the pink and purple columbine, with gilly flowers. Bring coronations and sops in wine, worn of paramours. Strow me the ground with daffodowndillies, and cowslips in kingcups, and loved lilies. The pretty pants and the chevisance shall match with the fair flower de lis. Now rise up, Eliza, decked as thou art in royal ray, and now ye dainty damsels may depart, each one her way. I fear I've troubled your troops too long. Let Dame Eliza thank you for her song, and if you come hither, when damsons I gather, I will part them all you among. Executed in a firmer and more matured style, and though with more regularity of manner, yet also with more true boldness and freedom, is the admirable prosopopoia, as it is designated, of the adventures of the fox and the ape, or Mother Hubbard's tale, notwithstanding that this too is stated to have been an early production. Long Scythians composed, says the author in his dedication of it to the Lady Compton and Monteagle, in the raw conceit of my youth. Perhaps, however, this was partly said to avert the offence that might be taken at the audacity of the satire. It has not much the appearance, either in manner or in matter, of the production of a very young writer, although it may have been written before any part of the Faery Queen, at least in the matured form of that poem, for we can hardly believe that the work spoken of under that name as in hand in 1579, was the same, the first part of which was not published till 11 years afterwards. We should say that Mother Hubbard's tale represents the middle age of Spenser's genius, if not of his life, the stage in his mental and poetical progress when his relish and power of the energetic had attained perfection, but the higher sense of the beautiful had not yet been fully developed. Such appears to be the natural progress of every mind that is capable of the highest things in both these directions. The feeling of force is first awakened, or at least is first matured. The feeling of beauty is of later growth. With even poetical minds, of a subordinate class indeed, it may sometimes happen that a perception of the beautiful and a faculty of embodying it in words acquire a considerable development without the love and capacity of the energetic having ever shown themselves in any unusual degree. Such may be said to have been the case with Petrarch, to quote a remarkable example. But the greatest poets have all been complete men, with a sense of beauty indeed strong and exquisite, and crowning all their other endowments, which is what makes them the greatest, but also with all other passions and powers correspondingly vigorous and active. Homer, Dante, Chaucer, Spenser, Shakespeare, Milton, Goethe, were all of them manifestly capable of achieving any degree of success in any other field as well as in poetry. They were not only poetically, but in all other respects, the most gifted intelligences of their times, men of the largest sense, of the most penetrating insight, of the most general research and information, nay, even in the most worldly arts and dexterities, able to cope with the ablest whenever they chose to throw themselves into that game. They may not any of them have attained the highest degree of what is called worldly success. Some of them may have even been crushed by the force of circumstances or evil days. Milton may have died in obscurity, Dante in exile. The vision and the faculty divine may have been all the light that cheered, all the estate that sustained the old age of Homer. But no one can suppose that in any of these cases it was want of the requisite skill or talent that denied a different fortune. As for Spenser, we shall certainly much mistake his character if we suppose, from the romantic and unworldly strain of much, and that doubtless the best and highest of his poetry, that he was anything resembling a mere dreamer. In the first place, the vast extent of his knowledge, comprehending all the learning of his age, and his voluminous writings, sufficiently prove that his days were not spent in idleness. Then even in the matter of securing a livelihood and a position in the world, want of activity or eagerness is a fault of which he can hardly be accused. Bred, for whatever reason, to no profession, it may be doubted if he had any other course to take in that age, upon the whole so little objectionable as the one he adopted. The scheme of life with which he set out seems to have been to endeavour first of all to procure for himself by any honourable means the leisure necessary to enable him to cultivate and employ his poetical powers. With this view he addressed himself to Sidney, the chief professed patron of letters in that day, when as yet letters really depended to a great extent for encouragement and support upon the patronage of the great, hoping through his interest to obtain such a provision as he required from the bounty of the crown. In thus seeking to be supported at the public expense, and to withdraw a small portion of a fund, pretty sure to be otherwise wasted upon worse objects, for the modest maintenance of one poet, can we say that Spenser, being what he was much or at all to blame? Would it have been wiser, or more high-minded, or in any sense better, for him to have thrown himself like Green and Nash and the rest of that crew upon the town, and like them wasted his fine genius in pamphleteering and blackguardism? He knew that he would not eat that public bread without returning to his country what she gave him 100 and 1,000-fold, he who must have felt and known well that no man had yet uttered himself in the English tongue, so endowed for conferring upon the land, the language, and the people what all future generations would prize as their best inheritance, and what would contribute more than laws or victories or any other glory to maintain the name of England in honour and renown so long as it should be heard of among men. But he did not immediately succeed in his object. It is probably true, as has been commonly stated, that Burleigh looked with but small regard upon the poet and his claims. However, he at last contrived to overcome this obstacle, and eventually, as we have seen, he obtained from the crown both lands, offices, and a considerable pension. It is not at all likely that, circumstanced as he was at the commencement of his career, Spenser could in any other way have attained so soon to the same comparative affluence that he thus acquired. Probably the only respect in which he felt much dissatisfied or disappointed was in being obliged to take up his residence in Ireland, without which, it may have been, he would have derived little or no benefit from his grant of land. Mother Hubbard's tale must be supposed to have been written before he obtained that grant. It is a sharp and shrewd satire upon the common modes of rising in the church and state. Not at all passionate or declamatory. On the contrary, pervaded by a spirit of quiet humour, which only occasionally gives place to a tone of greater elevation and solemnity, but assuredly, with all its high-minded and even severe morality, evincing in the author anything rather than either ignorance of the world or indifference to the ordinary objects of human ambition. No one will rise from its perusal with the notion that Spenser was a mere rhyming visionary or singing somnambulist. No, like every other greatest poet, he was an eminently wise man, exercised in every field of thought, and rich in all knowledge, above all in knowledge of mankind, the proper study of man. In this poem of Mother Hubbard's tale we still find also both his Puritanism and his imitation of Chaucer, two things which disappear altogether from his later poetry. Indeed, he has written nothing else so much in Chaucer's manner and spirit, nor have we nearly so true a reflection, or rather revival, of the Chaucerian narrative style, at once easy and natural, clear and direct, firm and economical, various and always spirited, in any other modern verse. We will pass over the description of the brave and honourable courtier intended for Sidney, which is probably known to most of our readers, and the still more famous passage in which the miserable state of a suitor for court favour, supposed to be the author's own case at the time, is depicted with such indignant force and bitterness of expression. What a fulness of matter and driving sleet of words there is in the following description of the moral anarchy wrought by the ape and the fox, after the former had stolen the lion's hide and other royal emblems, and seated himself on the throne with his companion and instigator for his chief counsellor and minister. First, to his gate he pointed a strong guard, that none might enter but with issue hard. Then for the safeguard of his personage he did appoint a warlike equipage of foreign beasts, not in the forest bred, but part by land and part by water fed. For tyranny is with strange aids supported. Then unto him all monstrous beasts resorted, bred of two kinds, as griffins, minotaurs, crocodiles, dragons, beavers, and centaurs. With those himself he strengthened mightily, that fear he need no force of enemy. Then 'gan he rule and tyrannize at will, like as the fox did guide his graceless skill, and all wild beasts made vassals of his pleasures, and with their spoils enlarged his private treasures. No care of justice, nor no rule of reason, no temperance, nor no regard of season, did thenceforth ever enter in his mind, but cruelty, the sign of courage, kind and stainful pride, and wilful arrogance, such fellows, those whom fortune doth advance. But the false fox most kindly played his part, for whatsoever mother wit or art could work he put in proof, no practice sly, no counterpoint of cunning policy, no reach, no breach that might him profit bring, but he the same did to his purpose wring. Naught suffered he the ape to give or grant, but through his hand alone must pass the fiat. All offices, all leases by him leapt, and of them all whatso he liked he kept. Justice he sold, injustice for to buy, and for to purchase for his progeny. Ill might it prosper that ill gotten was, but so he got it, little did he pass. He fed his cubs with fat of all the soil, and with the sweet of others' sweating toil. He crammed them with crumbs of benefices, and filled their mouths with meads of malefices. He clothed them with all colours save white, and loaded them with lordships and with might, so much as they were able well to bear, that with the weight their backs nigh broken were. He chaffered chairs in which churchmen were set, and breach of laws to privy farm did let. No statute so established might be, nor ordinance so needful, but that he would violate, though not with violence, yet under colour of the confidence the which the ape reposed in him alone, and reckoned him the kingdom's cornerstone. And ever when he aught would bring to pass his long experience, the platform was, and when he aught not pleasing would put by, the cloak was care of thrift and husbandry, for to increase the common treasure's store, but his own treasure he increased more, and lifted up his lofty towers thereby, that they began to threat the neighbour sky, the whiles the princes' palaces fell fast to ruin, for what thing can ever last? And whilst the other peers for poverty were forced their ancient houses to let lie, and their old castles to the ground to fall, which their forefathers famous over all had founded for the kingdom's ornament, and for their memories long monument. But he no count made of nobility, nor the wild beasts whom arms did glorify, the realm's chief strength and girland of the crown, all these through feigned crimes he thrust adown, or made them dwell in darkness of disgrace, for none but whom he list might come in place of men of arms. He had but small regard, but kept them low, and straitened very hard. For men of learning little he esteemed, his wisdom he above their learning deemed. As for the rascal commons, least he cared, for not so common was his bounty shared. Let God, said he, if please, care for the many, I for myself must care before else any. So did he good to none, to many ill, so did he all the kingdom rob and pill. Yet none durst speak, nor none durst of him blame, so great he was in grace, and rich through gain. Nay, would he any let to have access unto the prince, but by his own address, for all that else did come were sure to fail, yet would he further none but for avail. For on a time the sheep to whom of yore the fox had promised of friendship store, what time the ape the kingdom first did gain, came to the court her case thereto complain, how that the wolf her mortal enemy had sithen slain her lamb most cruelly, and therefore craved to come unto the king to let him know the order of the thing. Soft, goody sheep, then said the fox, not so, unto the king so rash ye may not go. He is with greater matter busied than a lamb, or the lamb's own mother's head. Nay, certes, may I take it well in part, that ye my cousin wolf so foully thwart, and seek with slander his good name to blot, for there was cause, else do it he would not. Therefore surcease, good dame, and hence depart. So went the sheep away with heavy heart. So many mo, so every one was used, that to give largely to the box refused. We must add the winding up of the story as a sample of the more descriptive portions of the poem, What is going on at last attracts the notice of the powers above. Now when high Jove, in whose almighty hand the care of kings and power of empires stand, sitting one day within his turret high, from whence he views with his black-lidded eye whatso the heaven in his wide vault contains, and all that in the deepest earth remains, the troubled kingdom of wild beasts beheld, whom not their kindly sovereign did weld, but an usurping ape, with guile suborned, had all subversed, he disdainfully it scorned in his great heart, and hardly did refrain, but that with thunderbolts he had him slain. Jove forthwith calls Mercury to him, and dispatches him to the earth. The son of Maia, soon as he received that word, straight with his azure wings he cleaved the liquid clouds and lucid firmament, nay, stayed till that he came with steep descent unto the place where his prescript did show. There, stooping like an arrow from a bow, he soft arrived on the grassy plain, and fairly paced forth with easy pain, till that unto the palace nigh he came. Then 'gan he to himself new shape to frame, and that fair face, and that ambrosial hue, which wants to deck the gods' immortal crew, and beautify the shiny firmament, he doffed, unfit for that rude rabblement. Mercury puts on his hat of invisibility, and taking his caduceus in his hand, makes a survey of the scene of extortion, oppression, and lawlessness. He sees on all sides more of ill of all kinds than can be told, which when he did with loathful eyes behold, he would no more endure, but came his way, and cast to seek the lion where he may, that he might work the avengement for his shame on those two caitiffs which had bred him blame, and seeking all the forest busily, at last he found where sleeping he did lie. The wicked weed which there the fox did lay, from underneath his head he took away, and then him waking forced up to rise. The lion looking up 'gan him avise, as one late in a trance, what had of long become of him, for fantasy is strong. Arise, said Mercury, thou sluggish beast, that here lies senseless like the corpse deceased, the whilst thy kingdom from thy head is rent, and thy throne royal with dishonour blent. Arise, and do thyself redeem from shame, and be avenged on those that breed thy blame. Thereat enraged, soon he 'gan upstart, grinding his teeth and grating his great heart, and rousing up himself for his rough hide, he 'gan to reach, but nowhere it espied. Therewith he 'gan full terrible to roar, and chafed at that indignity right sore. But when his crown and sceptre both he wanted, Lord, how he fumed and swelled and raged and panted, and threatened death and 1,000 deadly dolours to them that had purloined his princely honours. With that, in haste, disrobed as he was, he towards his own palace forth did pass, and all the way he roared as he went, that all the forest with astonishment thereof did tremble, and the beasts therein fled fast away from that so dreadful din. At last he came into his mansion, where all the gates he found fast locked anon, and many warders round about them stood. With that he roared aloud as he were wood, that all the palace quaked at the sound, as if it quite were riven from the ground, and all within were dead and heartless left, and the ape himself, as one whose wits were reft, fled here and there, and every corner sought to hide himself from his own feared thought. But the false fox, when he the lion heard, fled closely forth, straightway of death afeard, and to the lion came full lonely creeping, with fainted face and watery eyne half weeping, to excuse his former treason and abusion, and turning all into the ape's confusion. Nathless the royal beast forbore believing, but bade him stay at ease till further preeving. Then, when he saw no interest to him granted, roaring yet louder, that all the hearts it daunted, upon those gates with force he fiercely flew, and rending them in pieces felly slew those warders strange, and all that else he met. But the ape still flying, he nowhere might get, from room to room, from beam to beam he fled, all breathless and for fear now almost dead. Yet him at last the lion spied and caught, and forth with shame unto his judgment brought. Then all the beasts he caused assembled be, to hear their doom, and sad example see. The fox, first author of that treachery, he did uncase, and then away let fly, but the ape's long tail, which then he quite cut off, and both ears pared of their height, since which all apes but half their ears have left, and of their tails are utterly bereft. It would not have been possible to take the apologue of the ape and the fox for any covert representation of the state of the English court or government at the time when this poem appeared, or even perhaps to discover the veiled likeness of an existing minister or courtier in any of its delineations. But the satire was certainly not without some strokes that were likely enough to be felt by powerful individuals, and the entire exposition was not calculated to be agreeable to those at the head of affairs. It was probably, therefore, just as fortunate for Spenser that in whatever humour or with whatever view it was written, it did not see the light till after he had obtained both his grant of land and his pension. The Faery Queen was designed by its author to be taken as an allegory, a continued allegory, or dark conceit, as he calls it in his preliminary letter to Raleigh, expounding his whole intention in the course of this work. The allegory was even artificial, and involved to an unusual degree, for not only was the Faery Queen, by whom the knights are sent forth upon their adventures, to be understood as meaning glory in the general intention, but in a more particular sense she was to stand for the most excellent and glorious person of Queen Elizabeth. And some other eminent individual of the day appears in like manner to have been shadowed forth in each of the other figures. The most interesting allegory that was ever written carries us along chiefly by making us forget that it is an allegory at all. The charm of Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress is that all the persons and all the places in it seem real. That Christian and Evangelist and Mr. Worldly Wise Man and Mr. Greatheart and the Giant Despair and all the rest are to our apprehension not shadows but beings of flesh and blood. And the Slough of Despond, Vanity Fair, Doubting Castle, the Valley of Humiliation, and the Enchanted Ground, all so many actual scenes or localities which we have as we read before us or around us. For the moral lessons that are to be got out of the parable, it must no doubt be considered in another manner, but we speak of the delight it yields as a work of imagination, that it is not increased but impaired or destroyed by regarding it as an allegory, just as would be the humour of Don Quixote or the marvels of the Arabian Nights entertainments, by either work being so regarded. In the same manner, whoever would enjoy the Faery Queen as a poem must forget that it is an allegory, either single or double, either compound or simple, nor in truth is it even much of a story. Neither the personages that move in it, nor the adventures they meet with, interests us much. For that matter, the most ordinary novel, or a police report in a newspaper, may often be much more entertaining. One fortunate consequence of all this is, that the poem scarcely loses anything by the design of the author never having been completed, or its completion at least not having come down to us. What we have of it is not injured in any material respect by the want of the rest. This Spenser himself no doubt felt when he originally gave it to the world in successive portions, and it would not have mattered much, although of the 6 books he had published, the 3 last before the 3 first. These peculiarities, the absence of an interesting story, a concatenation of incidents, and the want of human character and passion in the personages that carry on the story, such as it is, are no defects in the Faery Queen. On the contrary, the poetry is only left thereby so much the purer. Without calling Spenser the greatest of poets, we may still say that his poetry is the most poetical of all poetry. Other poets are all of them something else as well as poets, and deal in reflection, or reasoning, or humour, or wit almost as largely as in the proper product of the imaginative faculty. His strains alone in the Faery Queen are poetry, all poetry, nothing but poetry. It is vision unrolled after vision, to the sound of endlessly varying music, the shaping spirit of imagination, considered apart from moral sensibility, from intensity of passion on the one hand, and grandeur of conception on the other, certainly never was possessed in the like degree by any other writer, nor has any other evinced a deeper feeling of all forms of the beautiful, nor have words ever been made by any other to embody thought with more wonderful art. On the one hand, invention and fancy in the creation or conception of his thoughts, and on the other the most exquisite sense of beauty, united with the command over all the resources of language, in their vivid and musical expression. These are the great distinguishing characteristics of Spenser's poetry. What of passion is in it lies mostly in the melody of the verse, but that is often thrilling and subduing in the highest degree. Its moral tone also is very captivating. A soul of nobleness, gentle and tender as the spirit of its own chivalry, modulates every cadence. End of section 44. Section 45 of a Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie CRAIK, Chapter 4, Part 21. Spenser's extraordinary faculty of vision, seeing, and picture drawing can fail to strike none of his readers, but he will not be adequately appreciated or enjoyed by those who regard verse either as a non-essential or as a very subordinate element of poetry. Such minds, however, must miss half the charm of all poetry. Not only all that is purely sensuous in poetry must escape them, but likewise all the pleasurable excitement that lies in the harmonious accordance of the musical expression with the informing idea or feeling, and in the additional force or brilliancy that in such interunion is communicated by the one to the other. All beauty is dependent upon form. Other things may often enter into the beautiful, but this is the one thing that can never be dispensed with. All other ingredients, as they must be contained by, so must be controlled by this, and the only thing that standing alone may constitute the beautiful is form or outline. Accordingly, whatever addresses itself to, or is suited to gratify the imagination, takes this character. It falls into more or less of regularity and measure. Mere passion is of all things the most unmeasured and irregular, naturally the most opposed of all things to form. But in that state it is also wholly unfitted for the purposes of art. Before it can become imaginative in any artistic sense, it must have put off its original, merely volcanic character, and worn itself into something of measure and music. Thus all impassioned composition is essentially melodious, in a higher or lower degree. Measured language is the appropriate and natural expression of passion or deep feeling, operating artistically in writing or speech. The highest and most perfect kind of measured language is verse, and passion expressing itself in verse is what is properly called poetry. Take away the verse, and in most cases you take away half the poetry, sometimes much more. The verse, in truth, is only one of several things by the aid of which the passion seeks to give itself effective expression, or by which the thought is endowed with additional animation or beauty. Nay, it is only one ingredient of the musical expression of the thought or passion. If the verse may be dispensed with, so likewise upon the same principle may every decoration of the sentiment or statement, everything else that would do more than convey the bare fact. Let the experiment be tried, and see how it will answer. Take a single instance. Immediately through the obscurity a great number of flags were seen to be raised, all richly colored. Out of these words, no doubt, the reader or hearer might, after some meditation, extract the conception of a very imposing scene. But although they intimate with sufficient exactness and distinctness the same literal fact, they are nevertheless the deadest prose compared with Milton's glorious words. All in a moment through the gloom were seen 10,000 banners rise into the air, with orient colours waving. And so it would happen in every other case in which true poetry was divested of its musical expression. A part, and it might be the greater part, of its life, beauty, and effect would always be lost, and it would in truth cease to be what is distinctly called poetry or song, of which verse is as much one of the necessary constituents as passion or imagination itself. Those who dispute this will never be able to prove more than that their own enjoyment of the sensuous part of poetry, which is really that in which its peculiar character resides, is limited or feeble, which it may very well be in minds otherwise highly gifted and even endowed with considerable imaginative power. The feeling of the merely beautiful, however, or of beauty unimpregnated by something of a moral spirit or meaning, is not likely in such minds to be very deep or strong. High art, therefore, is not their proper region in any of its departments. In poetry they will probably not very greatly admire or enjoy either Spenser or Milton, and perhaps would prefer Paradise Lost in the prose version, which Osborne, the bookseller in the last century, got a gentleman of Oxford to execute for the use of readers to whom the sense was rather obscured by the verse. Passing over several of the great passages towards the commencement of the poem, such as the description of Queen Lucifera and her 6 counsellors in the 4th canto of the 1st book, that of the visit of the witch Duessa to hell in the 5th, and that of the cave of despair in the 9th, which are probably more familiarly known to the generality of readers, we will give as our first specimen of the Fairy Queen the escape of the enchanter Archimage from Braggadocio and his men Trompart, and the introduction and description of Belphoebe in the 3rd canto of book 2nd. He stayed not for more bidding, but away was sudden vanished out of his sight. The northern wind his wings did broad display at his command, and reared him up light from off the earth to take his airy flight. They looked about, but nowhere could espy track of his foot. Then, dead through great affright, they both nigh were, and each bade other fly. Both fled at once, nor ever back returned till that they come unto a forest green, in which they shrowed themselves from causeless fear. Yet fear them follow still whereso they been. Each trembling leaf and whistling wind they hear, as ghastly bug does greatly them afear. Yet both do strive their fearfulness to feign. At last they heard a horn that shrilled clear throughout the wood, that echoed again, and made the forest ring as it would rive in twain. Eft through the thick they heard one rudely rush, with noise whereof he from his lofty steed down fell to ground, and crept into a bush, to hide his coward head from dying dreed. But Trompart stoutly stayed to taken heed of what might hap. Eftsoon there stepped forth a goodly lady, clad in hunter's weed, that seemed to be a woman of great worth, and by her stately portents born of heavenly birth. Her face so fair as flesh it seemed not, but heavenly portrait of bright angel's hue, clear as the sky, withouten blame or blot, through goodly mixture of complexions due. And in her cheeks the vermeil red did show, like roses in a bed of lilies shed, the which ambrosial odours from them threw, and gazers' sense with double pleasure fed, able to heal the sick and to revive the dead. In her fair eyes 2 living lamps did flame, kindled above at the heavenly Maker's light, and darted fiery beams out of the same, so passing persant and so wondrous bright, that quite bereaved the rash beholder's sight. In them the blinded god his lustful fire to kindle oft essayed, but had no might, for with dread majesty and awful ire she broke his wanton darts, and quenched base desire. Her ivory forehead full of bounty brave, like a broad table did itself dispread, for love his lofty triumphs to engrave, and write the battles of his great Godhead. All good and honour might therein be read, for there their dwelling was, and when she spake, sweet words like dropping honey she did shed, and twixt the pearls and Rubens softly break a silver sound that heavenly music seemed to make. Upon her eyelids many graces sat, under the shadow of her even brows, working bell guards and amorous retrait, and every one her with a grace endows, and every one with meekness to her bows. So glorious mirror of celestial grace and sovereign monument of mortal vows, how shall frail pen describe her heavenly face, for fear through want of skill her beauty to disgrace? So fair, and thousand times more fair, she seemed, when she presented was to sight, and was yclad for heat of scorching air, all in a silken camas lily white, her flight upon with many a folded plight, which all above besprinkled was throughout with golden aigulets that glistened bright like twinkling stars, and all the skirt about was hemmed with golden fringe. Below her ham her weed did somewhat train, and her straight legs most bravely were embailed in gilden buskins of costly cordwain, all barred with golden bends, which were entailed with curious antics, and full fair amailed. Before they fastened were under her knee in a rich jewel, and therein entrailed the ends of all the knots, that none might see how they within their foldings close enwrapped be. Like two fair marble pillars they were seen, which do the temple of the gods support, whom all the people deck with guirlands green, and honour in their festival resort. Those same, with stately grace and princely port, she taught to tread, when she herself would grace, but with the woody nymphs when she did sport, or when the flying liberd she did chase, she could them nimbly move, and after fly apace. And in her hand a sharp boar spear she held, and at her back a bow and quiver gay, stuffed with steel-headed darts, wherewith she quelled the savage beasts in her victorious play, knit with a golden baldric, which forelay athwart her snowy breast, and did divide her dainty paps, which like young fruit in May, now little gan to swell, and being tied through her thin weed, their places only signified. Her yellow locks, crisped like golden wire, about her shoulders wherein loosely shed, and when the wind amongst them did inspire, they waved like a pennon wide dispread, and low behind her back were scattered. And whether art it were, or heedless hap, as through the flowering forest rash she fled, in her rude hairs sweet flowers themselves did lap, and flourishing fresh leaves and blossoms did enwrap, such as Diana by the sandy shore of swift Eurotas, or on Cynthus green, where all the nymphs have her unawares for lore, wandereth alone with bow and arrows keen to seek her game, or as that famous queen of Amazons whom Pyrrhus did destroy, the day that first of Priam she was seen, did show herself in great triumphant joy to succour the weak state of sad afflicted Troy. Our next extract shall be part of the Masque of Cupid displayed to Britomart, the fair and bold, the representative of chastity, in the house of the enchanter Bizurain, from the 12th canto of the 3rd book, being the conclusion of the first published portion of the poem. All suddenly a stormy whirlwind blew throughout the house, that clap at every door, with which that iron wicket open flew, as it with mighty levers had been tore, and forth issued, as on the ready floor of some theatre, a grave personage, that in his hand a branch of laurel bore, with comely havor and countenance sage, yclad in costly garments fit for tragic stage. Proceeding to the midst, he still did stand, as if in mind he somewhat had to say, and to the vulgar beckoning with his hand in sign of silence, as to hear a play, by lively actions he gan bewray some argument of matter passioned, which done, he back retired soft away, and passing by, his name discovered, ease on his robe in golden letters ciphered. The noble maid, still standing, all this viewed, and marvelled at his strange intendiment, with that a joyous fellowship issued, of minstrels making goodly merriment, with wanton bards and rhymers impudent, all which together sung full cheerfully a lay of love's delight, with sweet consent, after whom marched a jolly company in manner of a masque enranged orderly. The whiles a most delicious harmony, in full strange notes, was sweetly heard to sound, that the rare sweetness of the melody the feeble senses wholly did confound, and the frail soul in deep delight nigh drowned. And when it ceased, shrill trumpets loud did bray, that their report did far away rebound. And when they ceased, it 'gan again to play, the whiles the maskers marched forth in trim array. The first was Fancy, like a lovely boy, of rare aspect and beauty without peer, matchable either to that imp of Troy, whom Jove did love, and chose his cup to bear, or that same dainty lad, which was so dear to great Alcides, that when as he died, he wailed womanlike with many a tear, and every wood and every valley wide he filled with Hylas' name, the nymphs eke Hylas cried. His garment neither was of silk nor say, but painted plumes in goodly order dight, like as the sunburnt Indians do array their tawny bodies in their proudest plight. As those same plumes, so seemed he, vain and light, that by his gait might easily appear, for still he fared as dancing in delight, and in his hand a windy fan did bear, that in the idle air he moved still here and there. And him beside marched amorous Desire, who seemed of riper years than the other swain, yet was that other swain this elder's sire, and gave him being common to them twain. His garment was disguised very vain, and his embroidered bonnet sat awry. Twixt both his hands few sparks he close did strain, which still he blew and kindled busily, that soon they life conceived, and forth in flames did flee. Next after him went Doubt, who was clad in a discoloured coat of strange disguise, that at his back a broad capuccio had, and sleeves dependent Albanese wise. He looked askew with his mistrustful eyes, and nicely trod, as thorns lay in his way, or that the floor to shrink he did advise, and on a broken reed he still did stay his feeble steps, which shrunk when hard thereon he lay. With him went Danger, clothed in ragged weed, made of bearskin, that him more dreadful made. Yet his own face was dreadful, nor did need strange horror to deform his grisly shade. A net in the one hand, and a rusty blade in the other, was this mischief, that mishap. With the one his foes he threatened to invade, with the other he his friends meant to enwrap. For whom he could not kill, he practised to entrap. Next him was Fear, all armed from top to toe, yet thought himself not safe enough thereby, but feared each shadow moving to or fro, and his own arms when glittering he did spy, or clashing heard, he fast away did fly. As ashes pale of hue, and winged healed, and evermore on Danger fixed his eye, gainst whom he always bent a brazen shield, which his right hand unarmed fearfully did wield. With him went Hope in rank, a handsome maid, of cheerful look and lovely to behold. In silken samite she was light arrayed, and her fair locks were woven up in gold. She always smiled, and in her hand did hold an holy water sprinkle, dipped in dew, with which she sprinkled favours manifold, on whom she list and did great liking shew, great liking unto many, but true love to few. And after them Dissemblance and Suspect marched in one rank, yet an unequal pair. For she was gentle and of mild aspect, courteous to all, and seeming debonair, goodly adorned and exceeding fair, yet was that all but painted and purloined, and her bright brows were decked with borrowed hair, her deeds were forged, and her words false coined, and always in her hand 2 clues of silk she twined. But he was foul, ill-favoured, and grim, under his eyebrows looking still askance, and ever as Dissemblance laughed on him, he lowered on her with dangerous eye glance, showing his nature in his countenance. His rolling eyes did never rest in place, but walked each where for fear of hid mischance, holding a lattice still before his face, through which he still did peep, as forward he did pace. Next him went Grief and Fury, matched Fear. Grief all in sable, sorrowfully clad, down hanging his dull head with heavy cheer, yet inly being more than seeming sad. A pair of pincers in his hand he had, with which he pinched many to the heart, that from thenceforth a wretched life they lad, in wilful languor and consuming smart, dying each day with inward wounds of dolour's dart. But Fury was full ill apparelled in rags, that naked nigh she did appear with ghastly looks and dreadful dreary head. For from her back her garments she did tear, and from her head oft rent her snarled hair. In her right hand a firebrand she did toss about her head, still roaming here and there, as a dismayed deer in chase embossed, forgetful of his safety, hath his right way lost. After them went Displeasure and Pleasance, he looking lumpish and full sullen sad, and hanging down his heavy countenance, she cheerful, fresh, and full of joyance, glad, as if no sorrow she nor felt nor dread. That evil matched pair they seemed to be, an angry wasp the one in a vial had, the other in hers an honey lady bee. Thus marched these 6 couples forth in fair degree. After all these there marched a most fair dame, led of 2 grisly villains, the one Despite, the other Clepid Cruelty by name. She, doleful lady, like a dreary sprite, called by strong charms out of eternal night, had Death's own image figured in her face, full of sad signs, fearful to living sight. Yet in that horror showed a seemly grace, and with her feeble feet did move a comely pace. Her breast all naked as net ivory, without adorn of gold or silver bright, wherewith the craftsman wants it beautify, of her due honour was despoiled quite, and a wide wound therein, O rueful sight, entrenched deep with knife accursed keen, yet freshly bleeding forth her fainting sprite. The work of cruel hand was to be seen, that dyed in sanguine red her skin all snowy clean. At that wide orifice her trembling heart was drawn forth, and in silver basin laid, quite through transfixed with a deadly dart, and in her blood, yet steaming fresh, embayed. And those 2 villains, which her steps upstayed, when her weak feet could scarcely her sustain, and fading vital powers 'gan to fade, her forward still with torture did constrain, and evermore increased her consuming pain. Next after her the winged god himself came riding on a lion ravenous, taught to obey the menage of that elf, that man and beast with power imperious subdueth to his kingdom tyrannous. His blindfold eyes he bade a while unbind, that his proud spoil of that same dolorous fair dame he might behold in perfect kind, which seen he much rejoiced in his cruel mind. Of which, full proud, himself uprearing high, he looked round about with stern disdain, and did survey his goodly company, and marshalled the evil ordered train, with that the darts which his right hand did strain, full dreadfully he shook, that all did quake, and clapped on high his coloured winges twain, that all his many it afraid did make, though blinding him again, his way he forth did take. Behind him was reproach, repentance, shame. Reproach the first, shame next, repent behind. Repentance feeble, sorrowful, and lame. Reproach despiteful, careless, and unkind. Shame most ill favoured, bestial, and blind. Shame lowered, repentance sighed, reproach did scold. Reproach sharp stings, repentance whips entwined. Shame burning brand irons in her hand did hold. All 3 to each unlike, yet all made in one mould. And after them a rude confused rout of persons flocked, whose names is hard to read. Amongst them was stern strife, and anger stout, unquiet care, unfond unthrifty head, lewd loss of time, and sorrow seeming dead, inconstant change, and false disloyalty, consuming riotous and guilty dread of heavenly vengeance, faint infirmity, foul poverty, and lastly death with infamy. There were full many mo like maladies, whose names and natures I note written well. So many mo as there be fantasies in wavering women's wit, that none can tell, or pains in love, or punishments in hell. All which disguised marched in masking wise about the chamber by the damosel, and then returned, having marched thrice, into the inner room from whence they first did rise. A volume of poetry such as this Spenser might fitly, and with some pride in the worth of the offering, as well as in all humility, dedicate, present to the most high, mighty, and magnificent Empress Elizabeth, to live with the eternity of her fame. The latter books of the Faery Queen have less continuity of splendor than the 3 first. But besides innumerable single stanzas and short passages of exquisite beauty, they contain not a few pictures on a more extended canvas, which must be reckoned among the most remarkable in the work. Among others may be mentioned those of the Temple of Venus in the 10th, and of the gathering of the rivers at the marriage of the Thames and the Medway in the 11th canto of the 4th book, those of the night spent by Sir Caledon among the shepherds in the 9th, and of the dance of the Graces in the 10th canto of book 5th, and that of the procession of the seasons in the 2nd of the 2 cantos of Mutability. But passing over these more brilliant displays of an inventive and florid fancy, we will select as our sample of this portion of the poem one of its more soberly coloured passages, in which nevertheless there may perhaps be thought to be as much of the vision and the faculty divine, though otherwise exercised, as in any of those we have yet quoted. The following from the 2nd canto of the 5th book might seem to be a satire written in our own day on the folly and madness of 70 years ago, and it is difficult to believe that it was published 2 centuries before the events which it so strikingly prefigures. There they beheld a mighty giant stand upon a rock, and holding forth on high an huge great pair of balance in his hand, with which he boasted in his Sir Quadri, that all the world he would weigh equally, if aught he had the same to counterpoise, for want whereof he weighted vanity, and filled his balance full of idle toys, yet was admired much of fools, women, and boys. He said that he would all the earth uptake, and all the sea divided each from either. So would he of the fire one balance make, and one of the air without or wind or weather. Then would he balance heaven and hell together, and all that did within them all contain, of all whose weight he would not miss a feather, and look what surplus did of each remain, he would to his own part restore the same again. For why, he said, they all unequal were, and had encroached upon others' share, like as the sea, which plain he showed there, had worn the earth, so did the fire the air, so all the rest did others' parts impair, and so were realms and nations run awry, all which he undertook for to repair, in sort as they were formed anciently, and all things would reduce unto equality. Therefore the vulgar did about him flock, and cluster thick unto his leasings vain, like foolish flies about an honey crock, in hope by him great benefit to gain, and uncontrolled freedom to obtain. All which, when Artegall did see and hear, how he misled the simple people's train, in disdainful wise he drew unto him near, and thus unto him spake without regard or fear. Thou that presumest to weigh the world anew, and all things to an equal to restore, instead of right, meseems great wrong dost show, and far above thy forces pitch to soar. For ere thou limit what is less or more in everything, thou oughtest first to know what was the poise of every part of yore, and look then how much it doth overflow or fail thereof. So much is more than just, I trow. For at the first they all created were, in goodly measure by their Maker's might, and weighed out in balances so near, that not a dram was missing of their right. The earth was in the middle centre pight, in which it doth immovable abide, hemmed in with waters like a wall in sight, and they with air, that not a drop can slide, all which the heavens contain, and in their courses guide. Such heavenly justice doth among them reign, that every one do know their certain bound, in which they do these many years remain, and mongst them all no change hath yet been found. But if thou now shouldst weigh them new in pound, we are not sure they would so long remain. All change is perilous, and all chance unsound, therefore leave off to weigh them all again, till we may be assured they shall their course retain. Thou foolish elf, said then the giant wroth, seest not how badly all things present be, and each estate quite out of order goth? The sea itself dost thou not plainly see encroach upon the land there under thee? And the earth itself, how daily it's increased, by all that dying to it turned be? Were it not good that wrong were then surceased, and from the most that some were given to the least? Therefore I will throw down these mountains high, and make them level with the lowly plain. These towering rocks, which reach into the sky, I will thrust down into the deepest main, and as they were, them equalize again. Tyrants that make men subject to their law, I will suppress, that they no more may reign, and lordings curb that commons overawe, and all the wealth of rich men to the poor will draw. Of things unseen how canst thou deem aright? Then answered the righteous Artegall, sith thou misdeemest so much of things in sight. What though the sea with waves continue all? Do eat the earth, it is no more at all, nor is the earth the less or loseth aught. For whatsoever from one place doth fall, is with the tide unto another brought. For there is nothing lost that may be found if sought. Likewise the earth is not augmented more by all that dying unto it do fade. For of the earth they formed were of yore, however gay their blossom or their blade do flourish now, they into dust shall vade. What wrong then is it, if that when they die, they turn to that whereof they first were made? All in the power of their great Maker lie, all creatures must obey the voice of the Most High. They live, they die, like as he doth ordain, nor ever any asketh reason why. The hills do not the lowly dales disdain, the dales do not the lofty hills envy. He maketh kings to sit in sovereignty, he maketh subjects to their power obey. He pulleth down, he setteth up on high, he gives to this, from that he takes away. For all we have is his, what he list do he may. Whatever thing is done by him is done, nor any may his mighty will withstand, nor any may his sovereign power shun, nor loose that he hath bound with steadfast band. In vain, therefore, dost thou now take in hand to call to count, or weigh his works anew, whose counsel's depth thou canst not understand, sith of things subject to thy daily view thou dost not know the causes nor their courses due. For take thy balance, if thou be so wise, and weigh the wind that under heaven doth blow, or weigh the light that in the east doth rise, or weigh the thought that from man's mind doth flow. But if the weight of these thou canst not show, weigh but one word which from thy lips doth fall. For how canst thou those greater secrets know, that dost not know the least thing of them all? Ill can he rule the great that cannot reach the small. Therewith the giant much abashed said, that he of little things made reckoning light, yet the least word that ever could be laid within his balance he could weigh aright. Which is, said he, more heavy than in weight, the right or wrong, the false or else the true? He answered that he would try it straight, so he the words into his balance threw, but straight the winged words out of his balance flew. Wroth waxed he then, and said that words were light, nor could within his balance well abide, but he could justly weigh the wrong or right. Well then, said Artegall, let it be tried. First in one balance set the true aside. He did so first, and then the false he laid in the other scale, but still it down did slide, and by no mean could in the weight be stayed, for by no means the false will with the truth be weighed. Now take the right likewise, said Artegall, and counterpoise the same with so much wrong. So first the right he put into one scale, and then the giant strove with puissance strong to fill the other scale with so much wrong. But all the wrongs that he therein could lay, might it not poise. Yet did he labour long, and swat, and chofed, and proved every way, yet all the wrongs could not a little right down weigh. Which when he saw, he greatly grew in rage, and almost would his balances have broken. But Artegall him fairly gan assuage, and said, Be not upon thy balance wroken, for they do naught but right or wrong betoken. But in the mind the doom of right must be, and so likewise of words, the which be spoken. The ear must be the balance to decree, and judge whether with truth or falsehood they agree. But set the truth and set the right aside, for they with wrong or falsehood will not fare, and put two wrongs together to be tried, or else two falsehoods of each equal share, and then together do them both compare. For truth is one, and right is ever one. So did he, and then plain it did appear, whether of them the greater were atone, but right sat in the midst of the beam alone. But he the right from thence did thrust away, for it was not the right which he did seek, but rather strove extremities to weigh, the one to diminish, the other for to eke. For of the mean he greatly did misleek, whom when so lewdly minded Talus found, approaching nigh unto him cheek by cheek, he shouldered him from off the higher ground, and down the rock him throwing, in the sea him drowned. Like as a ship whom cruel tempest drives upon a rock, with horrible dismay her shattered ribs in thousand pieces rives, and spoiling all her gears and goodly ray, does make herself misfortune's piteous prey. So down the cliff the wretched giant tumbled, his battered balances in pieces lay, his timbered bones all broken rudely rumbled, so was the high aspiring with huge ruin humbled. that when the people, which had thereabout long waited, saw his sudden desolation, they gan together in tumultuous rout, and mutineering to stir up civil faction, for certain loss of so great expectation, for well they hoped to have got great good and wondrous riches by his innovation. Therefore resolving to revenge his blood, they rose in arms, and all in battle order stood. In old Greece and Rome the poet was regarded as a species of prophet, and called by the same name. Both were held to be alike divinely inspired. But there are not many unveilings of the distant future in poetry so remarkable as this anticipation and refutation of the liberty and equality philosophism of the end of the 18th century in the end of the 16th. Nor has the kernel of that false philosophy ever perhaps been so acutely detected as it is in these verses, by the exposure first of the assumption involved in the original notion that equality is anywhere a law or principle of nature; secondly, of the impossibility of either establishing true equality, or even of ascertaining its existence by such rude, superficial, almost mechanical methods as human legislation has alone at its command. The essence or reality of things will not be weighed in any scales which its hand can hold. End of section 45. Section 46 of A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Compendious History of English Literature and of the English Language, Volume 1, by George Lillie, CRAIK. Chapter 4, Part 22. Other Elizabethan Poetry. In the 6 or 7 years from 1590 to 1596, what a world of wealth had thus been added to our poetry by Spenser alone! What a different thing from what it was before had the English language been made by his writings to natives, to foreigners, to all posterity! But England was now a land of song, and the busiest and most productive age of our poetical literature had fairly commenced. What are commonly called the minor poets of the Elizabethan age are to be counted by hundreds, and few of them are altogether without merit. If they have nothing else, the least gifted of them have at least something of the freshness and airiness of that balmy morn, some tones caught from their greater contemporaries, some echoes of the spirit of music that then filled the universal air. For the most part, the minor Elizabethan poetry is remarkable for ingenuity and elaboration, often carried to the length of quaintness, both in the thought and the expression. But if there be more in it of art than of nature, the art is still that of a high school, and always consists in something more than the mere disguising of prose in the dress of poetry. If it is sometimes unnatural, it is at least very seldom simply insipid, like much of the well-sounding verse of more recent eras. The writers are always in earnest, whether with their nature or their art. They never write from no impulse, and with no object except that of stringing commonplaces into rhyme or rhythm. Even when it is most absurd, what they produce is still fanciful, or at the least fantastical. The breath of some sort of life or other is almost always in it. The poorest of it is distinguished from prose by something more than the mere sound. Warner. The three authors of the poems of most pretension, with the exception of the Fairy Queen, that appeared during the period now under review, are Warner, Drayton, and Daniel. William Warner is supposed to have been born about the year 1558. He died in 1609. He has told us himself in his 11th book, chapter 62, that his birthplace was London, and that his father was one of those who sailed with Chancellor to Muscovy in 1555. This, he says, was before he himself was born. Warner's own profession was the not particularly poetical one of an attorney of the Common Pleas. According to Anthony Wood, who makes him to have been a Warwickshire man, he had before 1586 written several pieces of verse, whereby his name was cried up among the minor poets. But this is probably a mistake. None of this early poetry imputed to Warner is now known to exist, and in the preface to his Albion's England, he seems to intimate that that was his first performance in verse. Written, he says, have I already in prose, aloud, that is, with the approbation of some, and now offer I verse, attending indifferent censures, impartial judgments. In his dedication to Henry Carey, the first Lord Hunsdon, he speaks of a former book which he had dedicated to the son of that lord, to him that from your honour deriveth his birth. This, we suppose, must be his prose work entitled Syrinx, or Sevenfold History, pleasant and profitable, comical and tragical, of which the only edition known to exist is dated 1597, but which was licensed in 1584, and was probably first printed about that time. In the dedication to his poem he explains the meaning of the title, which is not very obvious. This our whole island, he observes, anciently called Britain, but more anciently Albion, presently containing two kingdoms, England and Scotland, is cause right honourable, that to distinguish the former, whose only occurrences I abridge from our history, I entitled this my book Albion's England. Albion's England first appeared in 13 books in 1586, and was reprinted in 1589, in 1592, in 1596, in 1597, and in 1602. In 1606 the author added a continuance or continuation in 3 books, and the whole work was republished without, however, the last 3 books having been actually reprinted in 1612. In this last edition it is described on the title page as now revised and newly enlarged by the author a little before his death. It thus appears that so long as its popularity lasted, Albion's England was one of the most popular long poems ever written. But that was only for about 20 years, although the early portion of it had in less than that time gone through half a dozen editions. The continuation, published in 1606, sold so indifferently that enough of the impression still remained to complete the book when the whole was republished in 1612, and after that no other edition was ever called for till the poem was reprinted in Chalmers's collection in 1810. The entire neglect into which it so soon fell from the height of celebrity and popular favour was probably brought about by various causes. Warner, according to Anthony Wood, was ranked by his contemporaries on a level with Spenser, and they were called the Homer and Virgil of their age. If he and Spenser were ever equally admired, it must have been by very different classes of readers. Albion's England is undoubtedly a work of very remarkable talent of its kind. It is in form a history of England, or southern Britain, from the deluge to the reign of James I, but may fairly be said to be, as the title page of the last edition describes it, not barren in variety of inventive intermixtures. Or, to use the author's own words in his preface, he certainly, as he hopes, has no great occasion to fear that he has grossly failed in verity, brevity, invention, and variety, profitable, pathetical, pithy, and pleasant. In fact, it is one of the liveliest and most amusing poems ever written. Every striking event or legend that the old chronicles afford is seized hold of, and related always clearly, often with very considerable spirit and animation. But it is far from being a mere compilation. Several of the narratives are not to be found anywhere else, and a large proportion of the matter is Warner's own, in every sense of the word. In this, as well as in other respects, it is greatly the advantage over the Mirror for Magistrates, as a rival to which work it was perhaps originally produced, and with the popularity of which it could scarcely fail considerably to interfere. Though a long poem, not much under 10,000 verses, it is still a much less ponderous work than the Mirror, absolutely as well as specifically. Its variety, though not obtained by any very artificial method, is infinite. Not only are the stories it selects, unlike those in the Mirror, generally of a merry cast, and much more briefly and smartly told, but the reader is never kept long, even on the same track or ground. All subjects, all departments of human knowledge or speculation, from theology down to common arithmetic, are intermixed, or rather interlaced, with the histories and legends in the most extraordinary manner. The verse is the favourite 14-syllable line of the age, the same in reality with that which has in modern times been commonly divided into 2 lines, the first of 8, the second of 6 syllables, and which in that form is still most generally used for short compositions in verse, more especially for those of a narrative or otherwise popular character. What Warner was chiefly admired for in his own day was his style. Maries, in his Wit's Treasury, mentions him as one of those by whom the English tongue in that age had been mightily enriched and gorgeously invested in rare ornaments and resplendent habiliments. And for fluency, combined with precision and economy of diction, Warner is probably unrivalled among the writers of English verse. We do not know whether his professional studies and habits may have contributed to give this character to his style, but if the poetry of attorneys be apt to take this curt, direct, lucid, and at the same time flowing shape, it is a pity that we had not little more of it. His command of the vulgar tongue, in particular, is wonderful. This, indeed, is perhaps his most remarkable poetical characteristic, and the tone which was thus given to his poem, being no doubt that of his own mind, may be conjectured to have been in great part the source both of its immense popularity for a time, and of the neglect and oblivion into which it was afterwards allowed to drop. That Warner's poetry and that of Spenser could have ever come in one another's way is impossible. Albion's England must from the first have been a book rather for the many than the few, for the kitchen rather than the hall. Its spirit is not what it has been sometimes called, merely naive, but essentially coarse and vulgar. We do not allude so much to any particular abundance of warm description or freedom of language as to the low note on which the general strain of the composition is pitched. With all its force and vivacity, and even no want of fancy at times, and graphic descriptive power, it is poetry with as little of high imagination in it as any that was ever written. Warner's is only at the most a capital poetical business style. Its positive offences, however, in the way of broadness and indecency of allusion, are also very considerable, and are more pervading, run more through its whole texture, than the same thing will be found to do in the writing of any other eminent poet of that time. When the poem was first produced, the middle classes in general, for whom we must suppose it to have been principally intended, were still unrefined enough not to be scared or offended by this grossness, but rather to relish and enjoy it. This is proved by the eagerness with which so many editions were called for in so short a time. We do not believe that, as has been said, its publication was at one time interdicted by the Star Chamber for no other reason that can now be assigned, but that it contains some love stories more simply than delicately related. The prohibition by the Star Chamber was of the first edition, and apparently before it had been published, and the ground seems to have been merely the invasion of the property of one printer by another, in whose house a seizure of the copies he had thrown off was made by the wardens of the Stationers' Company, he, it is stated, having been forbidden to print the book both by the Archbishop of Canterbury and by the wardens, and his doing so being also contrary to the late decrees of the Honourable Court of Star Chamber. If the book had been attempted to be suppressed for the nakedness of some of the descriptions, it probably would not have appeared at all, whereas it was given to the world that same year from the press of another printer, and was afterwards freely multiplied, as we have seen, in a rapid succession of new editions. But by the first years of the next century a new generation had grown up, and even among the most numerous class of readers a change of manners had taken place, which made it impossible that such a work as Albion's England should retain the favour it had once enjoyed. It was probably now universally voted vulgar, and held to have been suitable only for a more barbarous age. Nevertheless, the poem, as we have said, has very remarkable merit in some respects, and many passages, or rather portions of passages, in it may still be read with pleasure. It is also in the highest degree curious, both as a repository of our old language, and for many notices of the manners and customs of our ancestors, which are scattered up and down in it. All that is commonly known of Warner is from the story of Argentile and Curran, which has been reprinted from his fourth book by Mrs. Cooper in the Muses' Library, 1738, and by Percy in his Reliques, and that of the Patient Countess, which Percy has also given from his eighth book. We all endeavour to select a few such short passages as may convey a fair notion of what the work contains and of the manner in which it is executed. It is difficult, for the reason that has been stated above, to find many pages, at least in the more interesting parts of the poem, that can be transcribed entire. The following passage from the third book, being the conclusion of the 17th chapter, is a specimen of Warner's very neatest style of narration. He has related Caesar's victory over the Britons, which he says was won with difficulty, the conquest of the country having been only accomplished through the submission of that traitorous knight, the Earl of London, whose disloyal example in yielding his charge and city to the foe was followed by the other cities. And then he winds up thus: But he that won in every war, at Rome in civil robe, was stabbed to death. No certainty is underneath this globe. The good are envied of the bad, and glory finds disdain, and people are in constancy as April is in rain. Whereof amidst our serious pen this fable entertain. An ass, an old man, and a boy did through the city pass, and whilst the wanton boy did ride, the old man led the ass. See yonder doting fool, said folk that crawleth scarce for age, doth set the boy upon his ass, and makes himself his page. Anon the blamed boy alights, and lets the old man ride, and as the old man did before, the boy the ass did guide. But passing so, the people then did much the old man blame, and told him, Churl, thy limbs be tough, let ride the boy for shame. The fault thus found, both man and boy did back the ass and ride, Then that the ass was overcharged, each man that met them cried, "Now both alight and go on foot and lead the empty beast." But then the people laugh and say that one might ride at least. The old man seeing by no ways he could the people please, not blameless then did drive the ass and drown him in the seas. Thus whilst we be, it will not be that any pleaseth all, else had been wanting worthily the noble Caesar's fall. The end of Richard III in the 6th book, chapter 26, is given with much spirit. Now Richard heard that Richmond was assisted and on shore, and like unkennelled Cerberus the crooked tyrant swore, and all complexions act at once confusedly in him. He studieth, striketh, threats, entreats, and looketh mildly grim. Mistrustfully he trusteth, and he dreadingly doth dare, and 40 passions in a trice in him consort and square. But when by his convented force his foes increased more, he hastened battle, finding his co-rival apt therefore. When Richmond orderly in all had betailed his aid, enringed by his complices, their cheerful leader said, "Now is the time and place, we friends, and we the persons be that must give England breath, or else unbreathed for her must we. No tyranny is fabled, and no tyrant was indeed worse than our foe, whose works will act my words, if well he speed. For ills to ill superlative are easily enticed, but entertain amendment as the Jurgicites did Christ. Be valiant then, he biddeth, so that would not be outbid, for courage yet shall honour him, though base that better did. I am right, there Lancastrian, he in York's destroyed right usurpeth, but through either source for neither claim I fight. Before the country's long lacked weal, for England's peace I war, wherein he speed us unto whom I all events refar." Meanwhile had furious Richard set his armies in array, and then with looks even like himself this o' the like did say, "Why, lads, shall yonder Welshman with his stragglers overmatch? Disdain ye not such rivals, and defer ye their dispatch? Shall Tudor from Plantagenet the crown by CRAIKing snatch? No, Richard's very thoughts he touched the diadem he wore. Be meddle of this metal, then believe I love it more than that for other law than life to see proceed my claim, and lesser must not be his plea that counterpleads the same." The weapons overtook his words, and blows they bravely changed, when like a lion thirsting blood did moody Richard range, and made large slaughters where he went, till Richmond he espied, whom singling after doubtful swords the valorous tyrant died. Others of Shakespeare's historical or legendary subjects are also in Albion's England, particularly the story of Lear and that of Macbeth. In the former, which is in the 3rd book, chapter 14, the following well-turned lines occur. His aged eyes pour out their tears, when holding up his hands, he said, "O God, whoso thou art that my good hap withstands, prolong not life, defer not death, myself I overlive, when those that owe to me their lives to me my death would give. Thou town, whose walls rose up my wealth, stand evermore to tell thy founder's fall, and warn that none do fall as Lyra fell. Bid none affy in friends, for say his children wrought his wrack, yea, those that were to him most dear did loath and let him lack. Cordelia, well Cordelia said, she loved as a child, but sweeter words we seek than sooth, and so are men beguiled. She only rests untried yet, but what may I expect from her, to whom I nothing gave, when these do me reject? Then die, nay try, the rule may fail, and nature may ascend, nor are they ever surest friends on whom we most do spend. The 3 last books, forming the continuation, published in 1606, are occupied with the history of the Scots and Welsh, and the story of Macbeth is told in the 15th book, chapter 94. Shakespeare's witches, as they are commonly called, are here designated the 3 fairies and also the weird elves. There are occasionally touches of true pathos in Warner, and one great merit which he has is, that his love of brevity generally prevents him from spoiling any stroke of this kind by multiplying words and images with the view of heightening the effect, as many of his contemporaries are prone to do. His picture of Fair Rosamond in the hands of Queen Eleanor is very touching. Fair Rosamond, surprised thus ere thus she did expect, fell on her humble knees, and did her fearful hands erect. She blushed out beauty, whilst the tears did wash her pleasing face, and begged pardon, meriting no less of common grace. "So far, forsooth, as in Millais I did," quoth she, "withstand, but what may not so great a king by means or force command? And darest thou, minion," quoth the queen, "thus article to me?" With that she dashed her on the lips, so dyed double red. Hard was the heart that gave the blow, soft were those lips that bled. Then forced she her to swallow down, prepared for that intent, a poisoned potion. But we must also give an example or two of the eloquence of another kind with which the poem more abounds. Much of it is in the style of the following curious passage from Book 9, Chapter 47. The younger of these widows, for they both had thrice been so, trots to the elder's cottage, hers but little distance fro. There cowering o'er 2 sticks across, burnt at a smoky stock, they chat how young men them in youth, and they did young men mock, and how since 80 years ago, they aged 80 now, men, women, and the world were changed, and all they knew not how. When we were maids, quoth one of them, with no such new-found pride, yet served I gentle, seeing store of dainty girls beside. Then wore they shoes of ease, now of an inch broad, corked high, black carsey stockings worsted now, yea, silk of youthful sty, garters of list, but now of silk, some edged deep with gold, with costlier toys for coarser turns than used perhaps of old. Fringed and embroidered petticoats now beg but heard you named, till now of late, Burke's periwigs, mask plumes of feathers framed, supporters, pouters, fartingales above the loins to wear. Some tiring art attire, their heads with only tresses bare. Some grosser pride than which think I no passed age might shame, by art abusing nature, heads of antiqued hair do frame. Once lacked each foresaid term, because was lacking once the toy, and lacked we all those toys and terms, it were no grief but joy. But lawful were it some be such should all alike be coy. Now dwells each drosset in her glass. When I was young, I wot, on holy days for Silden, else such idle times we got, a tub or pail of water clear stood us instead of glass. My parents they were wealthy, and myself in wanton youth was fair enough, but proud enough, so fool enough in truth. I might have had good husbands, which my destiny withstood. Of 3 now dead, all grief is dry. Gossip, this ale is good. In faith, not one of them was so, for by this drink I swear, requarreling the cup we and her lips imparted were. When the other beldam great with chat for talkative becups, the former's prate not worth the while, thus fondly interrupts. When I, quoth she, the country left to be a London lass, I was not fairer than myself believed fair I was. Good God, how formal, pranked, and pert became I in a trice, as if unto the place it were a nature to be nice. And so the dialogue proceeds, though with more spirit than refinement, for a couple of pages farther. In another place, Book 14, Chapter 91, a lar or elf is introduced, inveighing against the decay of ancient manners in the following strain. To farmers came I, that at least their loaf and cheese once freed, for all would eat, but found themselves the parings now to need. So do their landlords rack their rents, though in the manor place scarce smoked a chimney, yet did smoke, perplex me in strange case. I saw the chimneys cleared of fire, where ne'ertheless it smoked, so bitterly as one not used to like it might have choked. But when I saw it did proceed from nostrils and from throats of ladies, lords, and silly grooms, not burning skins or coats, great Beelzebub, thought I, can all spit fire as well as thine, or where am I? It cannot be under the torrid line, my fellow incubus. Did put me by that fear, and said it was an Indian weed, that fumed away more wealth than would a many thousands feed. Freed of that fear, the novelty of coaches scathed me so, as from their drifts and cluttering I knew not where to go. These also work, quoth Incubus, to our avail, for why? They tend to idle pride and to inhospitality. With that I comforted, did then peep into every one, and of my old acquaintance spied many a country Joan, whose fathers drove the dung cart, though the daughters now will none. I knew when prelates and the peers had fair attendance on by gentlemen and yeomanry, but that fair world is gone. For most like ye who hurry with pedanties 2 or 3, yet all go down the wind, save those that hospitalious be. Greatest ladies with their women on their palfreys mounted fair, when through the streets well waited on, their artless faces bare, which now in coaches scorn to be saluted of the air. I knew when men judicial rode on sober mules, whereby they might of suitors these and they ask answer and reply. I knew when more was thrived abroad by war than now by peace, and English feared where they be frumped, since hostile terms did cease. But by occasion all things are produced, be decreased. Times were when practice also preached, and well said was well done, when courtiers cleared the old before they on the new world run, when no judicial place was bought lest justice might be sold, when quirts nor quillets overthrew or long did causes hold, when lawyers more deserved their fees and fatted less with gold, when to the 15th Psalm sometimes had citizens recourse, when lords of farmers, farmers of the poor, had more remorse, when poverty had patience more, when none, as some of late, illiterate, ridiculous, might on the altar wait. etc. Warner's most abusive invectives, however, in which he exhausts the vocabulary of the kitchen and the streets, are directed against the old religion, but we cannot afford room for any further specimens. End of section 46.